I'm like, okay, this isn't, forget the reference frames. Forget no reference frames. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter where you view this shit from
Oh
because
yeah,
we have a tape measure around the ball.
right.
So wherever you're viewing it from is irrelevant. We have a tape measure around the ball. Two objects are dropping on either side. We're gonna move the sides of the ball out on opposing directions from each other.
Right.
And
Right.
is the ball, you know what I'm saying? Like
So you're a
they're like,
funny
well, it
guy.
depends on what reference frame. It depends on what
Mm.
reference frame you view the ball
Oh,
from. Like, no,
you
it's
put it
fucking
to like a yes.
obnoxious.
You put it to a yes or no question because you like entertainment. You like to watch people dance around because you know that they're not going to just answer. They can't just answer that. That would be like stupid. They'd be making a point like where like they don't already know that. You know what I mean? That's like what it is in a way.
Yeah,
Like when he's talking about reference. Yeah, like no, of course I know what you're saying. That makes perfect sense. But but we're talking about it in this crazy other way. So you know about
it's
that, right?
gross.
That's what we're all hip to that. That's what we're on. You know. So just
This is
totally
a
avoid
nutcase.
make like you're just making a simple point, but it's like that simple point just underlies the fact that the whole thing is theoretical and that they know it the entire time, you know? So how could
Yeah.
they in good conscience argue for the bending and wobblature of space-time? Right?
I don't
Because
know. You
then
just can't have a ball. You just can't have a ball stay the same size if the surface of the ball is expanding outwards in opposing directions from each other.
mhm,
Like
yeah,
that's fucking retarded. And it doesn't matter what reference frame you view the ball from. It's getting
mhm,
bigger or it's not. You can have a tape measure around
yeah,
it. You can have you can do
right.
angle measurements to get the angular size of the ball. Like it's fucking bullshit, dude.
Oh, it doesn't even matter because you already accepted that like this math could like explain it anyway.
No, there's no explaining that. I haven't accepted that.
I know. I know, but they're like, oh yeah, see, like
They
anything
have.
that describes reality, if it's numbers, alphabets, whatever, if it works, it works, So that's reality, And then it's like, nope, like however elegant your math is, it's like not actually a one-to-one of reality. It's like something different than that. So I think that's part of where then it's like, oh, it's just a reference frame. It's just a way that we use to understand it. No, don't get that. Those are all weeds to get lost in. You know, it's like if they were just more upfront with answering the question to start with. Simply. Some ask me questions, say, why am I so real? And that's my prerogative also.
Good morning.
Some ask me questions. Why am I so? That's so raw. I love that. Why am I so real? We need a lot. We need. Yeah, Jace drives me up a wall,
Oh, he's
and
awesome, bro. He's awesome.
he's got I call it the spooky ghost story voice.
Ah, it's good stuff.
And the boson was right behind him, and it's right behind you now. He's like, what? Turn around. Oh no.
It's fucking great, Nick. You come up with some great stuff sometimes. It's awesome. Ah, good shit.
It's like he's the old kid, like at the sleepover birthday party. You know what I mean? And he knows the good ghost stories. He's gonna scare the shit out of the younger kids. That's where he's at.
Yeah,
He just
it's
thinks we're
fucking
like the
good
young
stuff.
kids at the sleepover party. I don't know, man. He speaks with such authority and certitude about these things that well, he must depend on anyway for his livelihood. So it's like, you know, whew, it's very strong coffee today.
We've been, by now I got the cup. I got the sugar out right now. Yeah, we've been bumping the past, I don't even know, man.
Yeah,
3, 4, 5 days. I mean, we're always pretty consistent,
it's
but
going on.
we've been on fire lately. NBA Jams 90 shit. Maybe we're bringing the 90s back.
He's heating up. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Trying to bring the
Um,
90s back. We're also bringing sexy back.
right? Yeah, it's a good time to do that. Like, when you think of it, hit it up. It's always good to keep that current. If you let sexy sleep too much, you know what I mean? You might not be able to bring it back. You know, think about it. Yeah, but yeah, it's been going off here. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
And and it was like it's tough to get it popping with the Chakes of the world, Chakes of the world. You know, they're not so good at getting it popping sometimes.
Yeah, Tyke's a little rough around edges. He's all over the place. It's not very coherent sometimes. I don't know.
He's got the
I got to work with what I got to work with. Nelson, you know.
he's got the authority voice raising thing
Yeah,
going on.
doesn't
I'm a
really.
fan, big fan of that. I love that.
That's your favorite part.
nothing nothing gets me going more. Can you raise your
Throw the
voice?
coffee out. Just throw the coffee out. Let's get Chike in here.
Uh, yeah, I don't mean to, throw the baby under the bus water here, but yeah, I'm sure there's times that he's probably good.
You think? Let me know when it happens.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, as long as he doesn't feel like he needs to talk or whatever, I think like we get it. You don't gotta
As
talk.
long as you don't talk, you're welcome to join the VC. And
Like, you know, it's, it's not like a burden. Like don't feel like you have to all the time be doing it. Or all the time everybody's saying something to you personally. You know what I mean? Don't feel like that. You know. Sometimes people get
uh,
that. They're like, "Oh, everyone's talking to me right now. Everything
I
everyone's
have to.
saying is directly to me."
Uh,
Huh. People be like trying to purposely have conversations with somebody else to stop that person from talking, but they'll still like follow it around.
like I'd be like, Snacks, how do you feel about that, Snacks? And then he'll respond, like purposely saying people's names multiple times throughout the question. And then Chike responds,
uh, uh, that's funny. Of the mods get like if mods just get no respect at all from the people they're modding. It's so funny.
I know, what the fuck, bro? They don't give a fuck.
Like
This
90%
is
of
this
the
is
time,
fun
it's like
times though.
it's like 80% of the time, it's like I don't care. I'll say what I want to say.
Yeah, like fuck you. Who do you think you are? Fun times, Snacks. Fun times. Who's having more fun on the internet than this, really, when it comes down to it? There can't be many people.
No, this is a pretty big
Uh,
group. This is a bigger group than it seems like. I think it's a little iceberg-like, if you know what I mean. You
Like
know,
there's a lot
like
going on under the water.
yeah, you're like there's 50 people on the whatever on the VC, and there's 30 in the watching the YouTube or whatever. But I think it's just to even have that happen. It's a bigger iceberg. You know, there's like more people connected to it that have to keep that going. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not very big, but yeah, there's a decent amount of people. We capped out at like 30 and 30 yesterday or something. 30 on a VC, 30 on YouTube.
It's not the same people every day, 7 days a week, all year long. You know, like it's got to rotate at least. You know, but within that rotation, it stays pretty much right around here. So that's all I mean. So
Yeah, there's people come and go. Yeah, yep.
or
It's kind of,
they'll watch like the stream, in between their I don't know what learning to play Frank Sinatra songs on the piano video series or watching it forever. You know what I mean? They'll come back to it. Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to say something. Shout out to Aldi grocers because they carry something that's so similar to Lucky Charms. Um, so similar. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Aldi.
hold on, how
I
did
think
you pronounce it?
Aldi was you Aldi? What do you do?
I don't know. My wife pronounced it weird the other day, and I laughed at her. And now I don't even know how to pronounce
Aldi? Just joking. It's not a Masonic imperfection, but yeah, out. Yeah, I don't know. I I hate it, But for breakfast, just maybe for breakfast cereals, it's like shredded wheat and marshmallow cereal. I was like, I'll take a flyer on the marshmallow cereal. If not, what? I'll throw it away. Okay, it's not too bad. Like, but how bad could you fuck up shredded wheat, frosted shredded wheat, right? Because if I go to a regular grocery store, it's going to be like four and change or something like that. And it's just like
Well, it's
that's
$5 for a small box of cereal. I know. What
right.
the
Okay.
fuck, bro? I can eat that in one sitting almost.
So I got like 3 boxes of cereal for like $5. I felt like I robbed the joint.
I know.
A good weight too. They're not like the small, new small regular size. Like they're trying to.
Yeah.
They'd be fucking with the weights of all the products. Yeah. Like it's regular, just like it's the same price. It's just less of it. It's the same. It's the same, but less. All new packaging. But the only thing about this cereal is the box art, dude. Now, for $1.55, I'm like marshmallow cereal's marshmallow cereal, right? I'll pretend it's Lucky Charms for $1.55. Okay, fine. But like the artwork is almost like purposefully bad. Like I don't know, like who's like it's like somebody with a mental disability that got the job or something, and then they got to it's just like it's like high school level, like graphic design at best. Like, and the layout with the font is all wrong too. I'm like I don't know. I almost like the cereal so much I want to donate my time to like do design for the box art. I don't know if that sounds crazy. I'll just like start putting submissions in like an ad campaign. I'll like petition for it. I'll like make a YouTube channel about it. I'll start like a weird counterculture that's all about the Aldi marshmallow cereal. Go culture war. I'll fake it. I'll fake it all. I don't give a fuck. I'm out this marshmallow revolution, brother. You, me, and an army of bots. I'm gonna do it. Yeah. Man, I gotta get on your level with the charging phone case, man. I need to get on your level. I need to get serious about life. This is crazy. Plugging my phone in all the time.
Get those hands in. Okay, fix your other arm. Fix your arm. Fix that arm. Fix the arm. Fix the arm.
The kid's like an octopus. You got 8 arms. You're like, fix your other arm. Yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah.
you're right.
Fix your other arm. Come on, Adam. Come on. There we go. There we go. We got a shirt on. What were we saying? I was gonna respond to something. I forgot.
Like an octopus mom trying to
No,
get her
before that.
octopus kids like octopus t-shirt on. That's got to be the worst situation ever, trying to get an octopus ready for octopus school in the morning. Don't even get me started. That's why they have That's why they have the camouflage. Because they could never be evolved beings. You know,
Bro,
with
their
all that
camo is
mess.
sick.
Yeah,
Octopus and cuttlefish, bro. They cannot. It's not only color. The thing that makes their camo so sick, like it's still impressive without this other feature, but with the texture feature, it makes it even that much more sick.
it's like
Because they do like texture too. It's not only color. It's crazy.
we just need like something like a little voice box and some Chat GPT and some Elon Musk technology. Make it all work. We got talking octopuses over here, and I'm saying, they'd be helpful. They'd probably be good hibachi chefs or whatever. Take away American jobs maybe, but octopus got a right to work too if they have cybernetic implants. Help them do so, and they'd be really smart. They have a really high brain to body mass index. You know what I mean? So you figure they got some things. Probably octopus got some things to say, talk about. You know, and that's where we're headed, if you ask me, with the octopus thing. And but they're already good because they've got the camo, because they could never really wear the outfits to work like in a regular world. So, but they could like just camo, like make it look like they're wearing a suit or something formal, like business octopus attire. That just makes sense. Are you gonna say the same thing? I guess.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave a little extra. I'll leave some for you next time. I mean, you think like a dog's smarter than an octopus?
I don't know.
I mean, don't you think this this AI processing and stuff, like they're they're gonna be able to figure out like all these subtleties to like I don't know, animal communications. Although I guess nobody needs anybody to translate what a dog is saying, right? But a dog's not saying something super specific, probably. Like even if a dog could like speak with human voice and diction, do you think they'd be wordy? I don't think so. No. So here an octopus dog. I mean, how the fuck did they talk to each other? You know, it's like what the fuck's up with that? Weird. Whales at least they'll moo at each other, whatever the fuck.
Uh,
I mean, octopus got to be telepathic or something, man. Don't you think?
Something. You got to be able to communicate.
Oh, they're so fucking weird, man. There's no like globe-based cereals, are there? Breakfast cereals. Eat
Oh,
your
I'm sure there is, dude. I'm sure
eat your
there
puff,
is.
eat your puffed glow balls, Amy. That'd be kind of crazy.
Yo,
Eat
these
your
guys do not.
yeah.
These guys do not know what's happening in physical reality. Like, I think that was what I gleaned from the conversation I had last night. Is they have no connection to physical reality. They're like, well, you see it this way and it looks like this, and then this way looks like this. I'm like, yo, but who cares what's actually happening in reality, in physical reality, what's actually happening? I don't think they can grasp that part of it.
Well,
This shit is crazy, bro.
because they'll fall back to like this logical or theoretical space, and where that's like supposed to be the sophisticated way of doing it, because they feel that even though it's like too complicated to take it all in one bite, you know what I mean? So like it's a bunch of ladders, like ladder knowledge that like gets you to somewhere else, that you just hope that all these ladders are all fucking built right, you know? Where it's like if any of them are built wrong, then you don't really get to where you think you're going to. Um, if that made any sense, you know? Just like it's a you know what I mean by ladder knowledge. It's like because you know something in some capacity, then something similar to it is easy to access or easier for you to access because like you already have the ladder to get to that knowledge, and then you sort of build from there. And you know what I'm saying? That because all the stuff is advanced. It's not like you don't just have relativity like poof. Or maybe you do. That's why it doesn't work that well. But um, or it's really like relativity is almost like anti like just all like the yeah special relativity, man. Going against like the data sort of for the convenience of the theory to be maintained. Does that make sense? Is that like something you do in science? I don't know.
I don't know, man. They're all fucked up when it comes to science and shit and physics.
Yeah. It's weird. I think there's like actually like an overlay somewhat where like Einstein even kind of would interface with something of the politics of information, the politics of science, like who knows what and who's an expert on this or that, sort of a little bit like our Neil deGrasse Tyson does, but a little more, involved, right? NDT is awesome and everything like that, but he's no Einstein. He's no Michio Kaku even, and Michio Kaku's no Einstein either. It would be cool if he was though. That would be pretty neat.
If Einstein was alive right now, get him in this chat, bro. I'll debate him on his whole fucking nonsense.
Yeah, he would just bore you to death, like say things like take
He'd be,
forever.
he'd be like Xanax. I picture him as like a Xanax on
Oh,
steroids.
yo, sorry, Einstein. I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Sorry.
I
You keep pausing. You know what I mean? It's like I wasn't finished. You know what I mean? You're like, oh my god. Okay, just go on with it. Go on with it, Einstein. He'd fucking frustrate you. When he Kosho developed the Einstein simulator bot 9000. If these chatbots were like fucking, if they really were like into the fifth generation and stuff with them, if they weren't like all super, I don't know, man. I just think they wouldn't even. It would get you in like 5 questions, anything. Like it would just crush debating. You know. Yeah, man, pretty cool. Got to get my computer game up, man. I do want to start trying to build uh, some models of some language models from you know just providing it some material. Let's see where it goes. Think that shit would work, man? Maybe just take like all the Nikola Tesla, grab all the Nikola Tesla and put it in a folder, and then put a bra on my head, wait for lightning to strike, and then ChatGPT Tesla answers all my questions. Right? Pretty much. You know what I'm talking about. All right.
Sorry, Snacks. I'm getting a toddler ready for school over here.
Just like talking on some other Discord.
What up? What up? What do you think, Rocky? How detached from reality do you have to be to have that conversation with us last night about the ball getting bigger?
I'm in a pretty bad area.
Yeah, you're all choppy. What do you want, an island?
Somewhat. I'm actually going to the lake where I did my test. I'm doing a pool deck out there. We poured a slab this morning, and then I'm going to a pool deck out there with another crew on that lake.
Decks are good fucking money, bro. They're expensive. Remember, we were going to do this flooring job one time, and my friends had just started a company, and we were good with flooring. They've been the one guy was putting flooring in for 15 years already at that point, so he was sick with it. The one thing he never did though was refinish a wood floor that was already in. We would just always go install it. You know, like sanding it, repop, staining it, poling it, all that. So, but this is what this guy wanted. He wanted his shit refinished. So the guy that was working with him, he read a book on it, and then so he knew what to do. We show up to the job site, and I start like low key roasting him. Right? I'm like, "Yo, we're doing this by the book. We're gonna do this one by the book, guys." Right? And the customer was there. Now the customer didn't know what the fuck we're talking about. That sounds good, right? Like we're gonna do this by the book. But the guy was like, the my friend's partner. He's like, "Shut the fuck up." I'm like, "This guy doesn't know." Good times. Construction is a crazy, crazy thing. Had some great times doing construction. Man. We smoked a joint. While I was doing a roof once. We smoked a joint on the chief of police's roof before it was legal. Bro, these guys came and did my roof. I had my roof done. I don't know, like last month or something. These motherfuckers were in and out in like 3 hours, bro. Crazy. A pallet of shingles and 9 Gs later. And got those 30-year shingles. I find it hard to believe we can't make anything that lasts 50 years. Like, really? We'll get it popping here in a minute, dogs. Everyone sit tight. The fun's about to begin.
Who is this Quiet Riot guy? Does he ever jump in the BC ever? Like, has the Quiet Riot guy ever spoken up in BC? No, he just here every single day to just talk trash in the text. Isn't that some dude named Mark or something? Yeah, I have to drive. I can't keep talking to the trolls in the chat. Sorry. But what's super funny, bro, is they're saying that like this dude is saying that if the Earth was in the center of the universe, that wouldn't mean that it had a unique or special position. What? That's wild, bro. These people are honestly scared of the idea. It's kind of weird. There's nobody in here.
Testing, testing. There we go.
Oh, what's up? I just didn't want to be talking to myself. No one could hear me.
No, I guess I dropped internet or something. My voice wasn't working.
Very good.
Yeah,
But like,
I think
dude, this is
like proximity and not consequence is what I was saying. Like if we just happen to be in the center, but everything's going in one direction, but that's not the case. It appears as if the explosion happened from our position and everything's escaping it. But I don't even believe that. I don't believe the whole red shift, blue shift anyway.
yeah, but it's just like this. Is what I'm saying they can argue whether or not we're in the center, and that's cool, right? You can have that debate. But like to deny that if the Earth is in the center of the entire universe and everything is moving around it, that it would mean that the Earth occupies a special and unique position. Like to deny that is just super weird. Like the Copernican principle is literally built around this idea that the Earth doesn't occupy a special or unique position in the universe. And it's well known that a geocentric universe would be just that. It's just weird because this is why. Because he pointed to the sky and he was like, yeah, just like all the other stuff in the sky. And I said, if the Earth is in the center, it would be illogical to think it's like everything else in the sky, you know? And they can't rebut that, so they have to just start claiming that the Earth is, if it's in the center, it's not unique. It's not. I don't know. That's just so weird to me. They just debate if it's in the center or not. Don't like lie about the philosophical implications if it were. That's so desperate.
What's a good analogy? I think making an analogy would help them out.
Okay.
Maybe they need some some shapes and holes to fit them in.
All right, let's say we have the world's biggest ceiling fan, and there's like there's thousands of panels on the ceiling fan, right? And there's all different shapes and colors and designs of panels.
And it has a
that's
direction. It has a direction. Oh no. Oh no.
It all moves around the central point. All of the panels. So, and there's all kinds of different panels. They're all kind of the same, but they're a little different colors, different sizes.
And they're already balanced.
Yeah. Like, wouldn't that mean that the center of the ceiling fan is like unique because it's the only center? Everything, all the panels are moving around the center. So to say that the center should be identical to the panels is just ridiculous. I can't make it any more elementary than that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy, actually.
It's just so common sense, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Though the cornerstone of their model acknowledges this. It's called the Copernican principle. This isn't like This is nothing new, you know.
So would this be them almost denying the data, like they tell us that we do all the time? Well, not denying it, but sort of interpreting it in the wrong way because they don't want to have that special position.
Oh, they can't even get to the interpretation of data part, bro. Like they have to say that even if it were in the center, it wouldn't be special or unique. Bro, I grew up with an atheist, right? Okay, my best friend was an atheist. And I was kind of agnostic, but like I knew there was some type of creative energy or something like that. But anyway, bro, I told him about flat Earth, right? And he couldn't handle it. And I started telling him about geocentrism, and he's like, "That's pretty interesting. I don't know." And then I'm like, "You realize that if the Earth is flat, or even if it's in the center, then it had to be placed there, bro, right?" And he was like, "Nah, I don't think so." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Well, you just you think about that for a little bit, and you hit me up, you know, in a few days or whatever." And he came back to me and he's like, "Okay, yeah, I was thinking about it. Of course, if the Earth was in the center of the entire universe, then someone put it there. It has like a special position because everything would be moving around it." And this is like a diehard, lifelong atheist, bro. I mean, it's just common sense, you know. I don't know, and that was actually one of the biggest things that held him back from being able to really look at the evidence about flat Earth. Was because he was just so diametrically opposed to the idea of some type of creator. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of what this is with them right now. It's like, if you have to deny that the Earth in the center would mean the Earth is special, like that's just weird. That's just super weird. They're like, you're religious and you're just trying to push your book. You believe because you're. It's like, no, dude, you're so anti-God that like the mere notion that he could exist hypothetically discussing a situation that you don't even believe in, you can't even be honest about that. So you're just projecting. You're very insecure. You're intellectually insecure.
You know how this kind of ignorance, this gross ignorance is possible, though? It all comes from this compartmentalized, what they call, what was the word a second ago? It's basically they have their own little specialists, for every little action or blink or whatever, like they have a specialist in that field. And as soon as it crosses over into another question, they don't think to connect the dots between all the different points of knowledge. And so then they all have trailed off into nothingness without unifying the idea. So they can absolutely have a position without any significance. They can have emotion from that position without any significance. Individually, all these different components, they don't think to actually connect the dots. They just talk about them individually.
Yeah, but like this is what they're right. But this is actually just a waste of time to talk to them. Like, for example, if I talk to, because like I'm about to, when I move, I'm setting up a new like office and all this. And I'm like actually going to have a couple secretaries that are going to be, I'm going to have a business email and I'm going to be getting on all these shows, long story short. And I'm going to have a team of people helping me like connect to all these qualified experts or whatever, right? And so I'm not really going to be talking to people like this anymore because I just don't have time to. But all that to say, I can guarantee you every single one of them will answer this question honestly. Every single expert, every single one of them. If you say, do you agree that if the Earth were in the center of the universe, then obviously it had to be placed there? Or do you agree that that would mean the Earth does occupy a special and unique position, contrary to the Copernican principle? They would be like, yeah, of course it would, but I don't see the evidence that supports that or whatever, right? They're all going to debate if it is in the center. None of them are going to argue that it wouldn't mean it was special if it was in the center. Literally, not one of them will do that. I'll bet anyone anything right now that out of all the experts I talk to in the next year, recorded, none of them will do that. So it's effectively kind of a waste of time. You know, it's like we can't even be honest. I'm happy to acknowledge that if the heliocentric model is true and their universe model is true, then the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. It's just tucked away in the corner. It's insignificant.
I'd say, in a sense, it can be a waste of time for us that obviously know what we're going to get. But the new people coming into this, you know, that might be listening from YouTube, they'll see the globe is lying straight through their teeth, you know. You'll evidence that by talking to the professionals and seeing the stark difference, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, these are the people, like, it's Quiet Riot, dude. He's only ever been in text. So, like, on YouTube, people don't hear him in text. That's what I'm saying. Like, going back and forth with people that are limited in text and dishonest about this, it is actually just a waste of time. And I'm kind of speaking for myself. I was texting him back, but there's really no point in that. If he wants to jump in VC and talk about it, you know, but he won't.
You know, on this point, I ended up recommending the principle to my family a few weeks ago. I've recommended it to them over the years, but for whatever reason they just ignored it or whatever. They, you know, I talk about flat Earth. They don't really understand what the consequence or even how to think about flat Earth. If I explain that to them, it just goes in one ear out the other. You know, it's that kind of shit. So I showed them the principle, and we all watched it together on YouTube on the TV. And my mom was absolutely shocked. Like she finally had connected a few of those dots, at least enough to you know, get a grip on her own idea of some of the problems. And yeah, she was all ears after that. We were able to have like an intelligent discussion, and she's like, see, I knew it. You know, God is real. This whole thing is design. I knew it. But, you know, she just kept going on. I'm like, wow, it really, like, you know, popped her balloon, you know. And maybe that's what they need. They need something of like, without flat Earth, but the consequence of design and motion and all that stuff.
Yeah, bro, this is what sucks. Like, no, I agree with you. If you can get someone to watch The Principal, dude, we got Matthew Learns to watch The Principal. He came back to Discord and changed man the next day. Where he's like, I'm not gonna lie, maybe it's in the center. So I was thinking, like, dude, we should put some money behind like a Principal 2.0 type of thing.
Right.
But the problem with it is that he was able to, he was able to swoop in and talk to all these physicists and astrophysicists, and we won't be able to do that again. Like, now they know, right? Like,
he had the element of surprise then.
We don't need them.
Exactly.
We honestly, all we need to do is edit in any new information as if we're interviewing ourselves about new information that connects it to flat Earth, etc.
Or we could do things like what Wakey done, which is just try and go undercover and you know, speak to some of these. Like, I mean, it's probably better doing it the way you're doing it, though, Witsit, is upfront and honest. You're not trying to hide, But you
Yeah,
probably
like,
might get something out of them, like if they don't know who you are, in a sense. So
well, okay, like, but they're gonna know. All I have to do is Google it, right? Like, I can't have the elements, bro. But what I'm saying is that, in my opinion, the reason that the principle does work, bro, is because the experts are in there. That's not good, like that's sad that that's the
Yeah.
case, but it's for sure the case, bro. Like,
It's the
because,
language.
yeah, they're just
It's
like,
what they
damn,
need.
these
They're used
people
to the
must,
TV.
yeah, these people must know because this is what they do. So when they see that the experts admit it could be in the center, they're like, oh my God, no way. If you don't have any experts in the movie, then I don't know that you can even get them to listen to it seriously.
oh no, that's
And
what I mean.
that's,
But it's like you were saying, we won't have the element of surprise. They'll know what's coming. They'll know what
yeah,
not to say, is what I'm saying.
yeah, but yeah, they learned their lesson. Like once he made that movie, they were all very upset. They were not happy that they were in a geocentric movie. So because I think that the Principle 2.0 is such a needed thing, right? I mean, that's an incredible documentary, but it's old. Like you need one that's filmed at 4K, bro. You need one that's like rapid, that's like based on the way media is made now. You need one with good music, with like good cinematics. You need a brand new one. You need a 2023, 2024 version of the principle. And there's just been more damning evidence since then.
Yeah, it's
But
strange because I saw
it's
that
just,
way before Flat Earth as well. So
yeah,
yeah, it might be worth watching that again.
yeah, bro. Same thing. Like I heard about flat Earth, but when I found out about the principle, dude, I fell down the freaking geocentric rabbit hole. And then I watched a debate with Robertson Ginis against flat Earth. I'm like, what the hell, dude? I thought you were cool. I thought you were cool, man. And now here you are just being a douchebag about flat Earth. But I mean, he is still pretty cool. I had a cool conversation with him on my channel. Just don't talk about flat Earth with that guy.
That might be some kind of super edit that might be worth doing. Like if I could just sit down and cut out all the junk because there's so much repetitive, crappy fucking shit in that thing, and then I could upscale it, and then I could just literally edit in. It could even be the same length, and it would have all the new components in there because there's so much junk in that one.
Yeah, and it's just old, bro. Like,
Yeah.
What's happening now is media is increasing in quality so fast that like an 8-year-old documentary looks like it's from the 50s, bro. Like when I watch The Principal, I'm like, damn, bro, this is old, bro.
Well, the only quality version I have is 720p, and I could probably upscale it to 1080, but it's probably not enough.
They did real good too with like the girl, the futuristic girl that narrates it and has the little like hologram pop up and explain things to where it's
Yeah.
like information dense, but it's still kind of like appealing. I have no complaints about the movie other than it's old.
Yeah, that's something I might work on. You know what? If you guys want to actually put together a like list of content that you'd want to add to a 2.0, or if like there's somewhere that we can collect a list of like new information or flat earth ideas that would be beneficial in a 2.0, then I might actually do that project myself. That seems like a good idea.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to make a new one, but
What up, fellas? What up?
Morning, Jeremy.
Do something, Riggs, will you?
we're talking about
I'm
making a
talking about
principal
you.
2.0.
I got a question, but I didn't want to interrupt. I actually agree that being in the center of the universe would be significant. But I wanted to ask, what if we found out where the actual center of the universe really was, and there was another planet at that point, and it had like a bunch of cat people living on it? Would you think that those cat people were particularly significant and maybe like more special than us because they're at the center?
Yes.
Okay. See, I feel like I probably have a bit of a like human bias, and I might look at that and say, like, if we found out we were at the middle, I'd probably say, oh, we're special. But if I found out there was a cat planet, I would probably say, well, something's got to be at the middle, and it just happens to be that cat planet.
Oh well, the current model says there is no middle. So it says there is no center, and that nothing's in the center.
Yeah, like when you're talking about the universe, like whether or not the word center even really means anything, I guess, is up for debate. But I'm just talking hypothetically.
Yeah. Well, according to the Big Bang model, like there was a singularity and everything expanded out from there. So if there was some life at that point, then obviously they would be significant. They were where the beginning was. But that's what's so funny is there was a singularity where everything started and then it exploded out in all directions from there. But there is no center. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, I think.
Well, it's I think it's because essentially everything is the center because the singularity was so small that it contained everything. So in that sense, we are the center, but also everything else is the center because everything went out in all directions together. So because everything was together, everything was the center.
But no, but that starting point would still be the Cartesian center. Like everything moved out from that point. It doesn't really matter what was there. Like, but
Yeah, have you ever heard of
actually,
any?
it was just space and time that was stretching out along its whole trajectory. So it's actually all the same size. You just can't tell from any given point.
Is there anything that doesn't have a center, like anything in reality that we know of?
no.
Yeah, so why are we making up special no centers for this thing?
It's the only way to explain the evidence. It's the only way in their model to explain the evidence.
I was going to
Yeah,
say,
actually-
we make this stuff up so that they have something to talk about, because if we didn't follow them along on their suspected curve and these things, they'd be dead in the water. They wouldn't be able to have conversations at all.
It still doesn't work, though. You know, it doesn't work because even if you were to assume kind of what he's saying, which is kind of like the mainstream model says, that means that all the particles, quote unquote, had to interact from the same position. They were all interacting together and then expanded out. But then you have the horizon problem where there hasn't been enough time traveling at the speed of light for those particles to even get as far away from each other as they are now if they were ever interacting directly. So
Well, yeah,
none of it works.
I mean, the way that's explained, though, I'm not saying I believe this because I just don't know enough about it, but the way that's explained is that initially there weren't particles anyway, but even at the point where there were particles, it's because it's not the physical matter that is actually expanding faster than the speed of light, it's the surrounding space. It's like the quote-unquote container that's expanding and not the physical matter within the container.
But that doesn't make any sense because if the space between the matter is expanding and pushing the matter away from each other, then the matter's also moving. So, but actually, the way it's actually explained in the current model is inflation. It's called the inflation theory. It's that there was such an intense, fast inflation at the beginning of the Big Bang that it was able to go way further, and then it integrates kind of what you're saying. Which also just doesn't make sense. If the space between the matter's expanding and therefore the matter's further apart, that means the matter has to be moving. How's the space in between it expand and then the matter's further apart from each other, but the matter's not moving? It doesn't even make sense.
Well, the matter does move as well, but the matter doesn't move faster than the speed of light. It's only the surrounding barrier that is, not a barrier. The what you might call the boundary around of the universe that's getting larger.
Well, what is superluminal communication then?
What's that, sorry?
What is superluminal communication then?
I don't know. I've never heard that term before.
It's faster than the speed of light, so maybe you have to think about that.
Yeah, that's what superluminal means.
Okay.
But like putting that on pause there because that's super under wraps. I guess a government whistleblower just came out and claimed they have superluminal communication. and actually, there's a test even done at a university that shows superluminal communication. But they just say, nah, just an illusion, blah blah blah. But I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. Okay, maybe I'm just not smart enough to understand it. But if the space is expanding faster than the speed of light, that also applies to the interior space, which means that the matter is getting further apart from each other faster than the speed. Again, the actual answer for your model is inflation. That's why the inflation theory was proposed. It was to explain the flatness problem and the horizon problem, amongst other things. It's that the universe was just different at the beginning. Trust us. The inflation. And then they claim there was something called the inflaton, a particle that has never been discovered because it doesn't exist anymore, but I promise it used to exist, the inflaton, and it turned into a lot of the matter we see now. It's just a religion. It's like believing in the Bible, but being able to revise Genesis. So you can just add to your creation account. It's way more egregious than like another religion. Like if someone believes in the Bible, they have to believe in Genesis. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't get to change it. I mean, people mistranslate and make stuff up, but like Genesis is what Genesis is. In this religion, you can literally rewrite Genesis every day. It doesn't matter. It's way more of an egregious religion. It's not even close.
Well, because of
Can we?
quantum, there's just a bunch of different superpositions, a bunch of different Genesises that we could have. We
There
can
you
just
go.
create a
There's
mathematical model where it all works.
Yeah, man. There's an infinite amount of multi-Genesis. Dude, you know what's so crazy, bro? I don't think that anyone can ever like people that believe in this model. I don't think they can honestly address what I just said. They're so anti-religion, but how is it not okay? A religion, okay? There's some type of creative force that created everything at the beginning, and it has an origin story. Religion, okay? This invokes creative forces and claims to explain the origin of everything. So how's it not a religion? And how's it not more egregiously religious if you get to just constantly change it? Oh, never mind. There was an inflaton there. Inflation theory. Oh, wait, never mind. There was early dark energy there. It's different than the dark energy that exists now, even though we can't find it either. So, like, how's it not a religion? See, that's what I'm saying. It just, if you use the word science, you can be as religious as you want to. You can make up as many unfalsifiable claims as you want to, but it's not religion, it's science. It is a religion. I have way more respect for someone that believes in the Bible, that believes in the Quran, that believes in Hinduism, that believes in any other religion. Because they believe what they believe. Like they stand on what they believe with conviction. They don't change it every other day. And they admit that it's a religion.
I do got to give the Bible people and all the religious people some kind of credit. Like, yeah, they stick to their guns. They're firm on how it happened and shit with their whole creation story.
Yeah,
Whereas,
exactly.
yeah, this Big Bang shit, it's like, well, whatever. We'll just change it tomorrow if we need to or whatever. Yeah.
And then they say that's how science works.
Most Christians today, they'll bend over backwards to take in the modern cosmological model, the heliocentric
Yeah,
model.
that's true. That's true. Which is crazy, but what they do to do that, though, is they say that their book is not literal.
Yep.
So, yeah, so, like, anyone that says, like, this book is accurate, right? Like, if they're saying this is actually the creation account, then they can't change it. The quote-unquote Christians that just are Gumby, and they just, they malleably bend into whatever, mainstream says. Like, they just claim it's all a metaphor.
Yeah.
So they're in the same bucket as the other people.
They claim like the Red Sea parting and all that stuff is literal. Okay, cool, fair play. But then when it comes to the cosmological model, the Overton window looms up on them, and they're like, "No, I cannot. I don't want to be the crazy person."
Exactly, bro. That's what's so funny is you think that a dude stuck a stick in the water and it split a sea. So you're already the crazy person.
Exactly, but there are enough people who are that kind of crazy, right? So that's within the Overton window. You can say that. You got like Jordan Peterson saying, "Oh, that's possibly true," but he would never.
There
say
you go.
He would never.
Nice, nice imitation.
It was funny. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you're right though. It's all about the Overton window. It's crazy is subjective.
I honestly think more than flat Earth. Maybe this is flat Earth is a route to get to this, but I think people understanding logic and logical fallacies and then sticking to it religiously, quote unquote, would be even more important than actually like just learning flat Earth. Because there are a lot of people who are flat earthers who just make logical fallacies left, right, and center, and it's like,
Yep.
They do the same thing the globe earthers do. Like sometimes when I'm listening, it's like, what the fuck? Like, why are you doing
Yeah, I
that?
agree. I agree, bro. That's why I try to be very tactical with my preface of speculation station, or speculatively, because I don't think it's illogical to speculate. It just needs to be denoted as speculation.
No,
And yeah, so some of the flat earthers, like FED, for example, they'll come at me claiming I'm being fallacious, but I'm not. I'm saying this is speculation, right? So I'm not begging the question. I'm like, if I need to speculate about things that I can't tangibly prove, here you go. It's just like a creator is acknowledging the antecedent relationship of design like a fallacy. No, it's like a logical premise, and then you can denote it as speculation if you want. I would say it's logically required, but anyway, that's
no,
another subject.
I wasn't even talking about speculation. That's completely fine, and especially if you say that you are doing it. I'm saying like when they're debating flat Earth, they're like there are lots of rhetorical talking points that people use, which are the same things that globe earthers use, because all of a sudden flat earthers will also appeal to like incredulity. I mean, it's like I get it. It's
Yes.
like it's in the flow of debate, but it's like you wouldn't. For example, I mean, I like Dave Weiss, but he'll say like the numbers. Those are crazy, crazy, crazy. It's like yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, it's possible. There's nothing impossible about those distances and those numbers. It's not like fuck it.
Yep. That's the number one fallacy used by flat earthers. Actually, I think appeal to incredulity. I've actually had to call a few people out behind the scenes, man. I won't say any names, but I'm like, just so you know, you need to be careful how you present this argument. You don't need to present it as this can't be true because I can't fathom the number. That is blatantly a fallacy, bro.
Yeah.
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 And if someone converts because of that, they're going to be easily converted back. It's like that biblical thing. The wise man builds his house upon the rock. If someone switches because of like incredulity, they can switch back because of something similar.
Yeah, because then someone can come along and make it make sense to you, and then you're back over there.
I'll tell you what I couldn't make sense of yesterday was these guys. We did the whole ground raising up instead of the object falling thing for hours, bro. Oh my god, my friggin' head hurt.
Dude, I've already debunked that. You're talking about the Dell thing. It's so easy to debunk that, bro. Come on.
No, it was Zanuck and Jason Kosho with the whole Einstein thing.
Could I just jump in, Jeremy? Because I was listening to that this morning. You there, Jeremy? Hello?
What's up? What do you got?
Jeremy's there.
Right, doesn't matter who groaned. Never mind. But anyway, Jeremy, yeah, because I was listening to that. That was fucking unreal. Next time they say that to you, right, ask them about the astronauts that train when they're in their aeroplane and they do that parabolic flight. Because in reality then, according to them, if the Earth is moving up, right, the minute they guys unstrap, they just slide away to the front of the plane. They wouldn't start floating. Why would they? Because they're not accelerating anywhere. It's the Earth that's going up. So they shouldn't be able to float in an aeroplane. You understand?
Bro, there's nothing to even say because I'm like, yo, the ball would have to expand and get bigger. Like, well, it depends on what reference frame. I'm like, bro, we have a fucking tape measure around the ball. Like, it doesn't matter where you're looking at the ball. He's like, you need to be in a reference frame to look at the tape measure. I'm like, I was like, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but think about it. When you're inside the aeroplane, right, you're not subjected to that acceleration from the ground. So if it's
You're cutting out.
You're breaking up, bro.
Never mind. Sorry, then. Sorry, carry on. I'm bad reception, so all right. That was just my point. That was it.
Yo, you know what's crazy, bro? Is like I'm kind of just gonna spill over into the Dell thing, but I've been receiving emails saying that I'm afraid to debate Dell about the Earth moving up, and I'm like, I'm like, bro, are you serious? I'm like, all right, look, I'll debunk it right now. Now, go tell Dell, okay? You can have an object, and you can drop it on the Earth, and then you can measure it in a vacuum chamber with interferometry, which is highly precise measurements with lasers, cross patterns of lasers. And you can drop this object, it's the same object in the same location over and over. It'll fall at different rates. So how does that work? If the Earth is moving up, they'll say, well, the Earth can change speeds. When it's moving up, it can change speeds for all kinds of different things. I say, okay, so the Earth is speeding up and slowing down. Let's just ignore the fact that violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum for a second. What about the object that's 50 miles away that's falling at a different rate with the same density?
Exactly, dude. There's things falling at different rates in different spots. I mean, the whole thing is his whole thing doesn't even do anything because it's like he's got to move it up at a constant velocity. It's not even accelerating, so it doesn't even account for things.
And well, if it's constant, then the object can't change how fast it falls. That's how easy it is to debunk the Dell thing. I haven't even watched one video. How long has he been talking about this? Because I'm receiving all kinds of emails about it, and I'm like, damn, bro, I'm feeling a lot like what the other guy was saying. Like, yo, the Earth is definitely a stationary topographical plane. It's we've already verified this, but that doesn't mean just because some people call themselves flat earthers that they're smart. All right, let's just be real.
He's been on about this for over a year now. Remember Bandsaw? Before Bandsaw left, Bandsaw posed this to me. I'm like, Bandsaw, where the fuck did you get this from? He's like, oh, Dell's been on about this thing. So he's been on about it for a while now.
Yeah, that's rough, man, because I mean, someone said you should set up an MDD, and I'm like, I think it's kind of a bad look for me to do that. But at the same time, maybe I do. Maybe I need to have a modern day debate with Dell. But it would be over in like a few minutes. I just refuted it. There's no way around what I just said. So if we could just move on from the insanity that is that, yeah, and not to mention it's just logically fallacious at its foundation. It's just like saying the Earth is tilted, wobbling, spinning, rotating, revolving. I promise. You just can't tell. You just can't directly measure it. It's like saying the Earth moves around the sun, I promise, but we can't tell and we can't measure it. Like, if you're claiming the Earth is moving, you have the burden of proof, dude, okay? Because the empirical evidence shows us that the Earth is not moving. So if you're claiming it is moving, you have the burden of proof.
Hey, on that note, were you ever able to make any headroom with like a Destiny debate or anything like that?
I haven't even pursued it, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
I do plan on debating all of it. I plan on debating Destiny. Do you know who Ryan Dawson is?
I forget all the reasons. Yeah, I forget all the reasons why, but I don't trust Ryan Dawson for I forget why.
Yeah,
Sorry.
me either, dude. He believes in the moon landing, bro. But that's what I'm saying. I'm going to debate Ryan Dawson. Ryan Dawson did all kinds of work with 9/11. That's really good. He did really good work on 9/11. He got the FOIA documents about the dancing Israelis, right? Like, he's an OG when it comes to 9/11. But yeah, like I saw a show with Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, John Zerka, and Ryan Dawson. And Zerka, which I got to give him props, bro. He doesn't care where he is. He starts pressing him about flat Earth and stuff.
Everything.
Well, he says, wait, you don't believe in the moon landing though, do you? And he said, yeah. And then Zerka just starts like laughing. And then what happens is Ryan Dawson asks Nick Fuentes if he believes in the moon landing. And then Fuentes says, I don't see evidence that we've been to the moon. And he's like not prepared. He thought Fuentes was gonna like take the blue pills with him or something. He's like, but you know the Earth is round, right? He said, I don't see evidence that the Earth is round. I don't see a round Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. So
Well,
I think it would be cool to debate.
if you ever wanted to get on a list, all those people would be a good way.
Well, I'm already on the list, but yeah, what I'm doing, bro, just so you know though, what I'm doing is I'm moving to Florida at the end of the month, and then I have to get everything moved into the house, and then I'm setting up my new like little office thing. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna have like actual good internet, so I'm gonna have like up to 5,000 download and upload fiber optic. And once I get all that set up with the new aesthetics of everything, that's when I'm gonna start going to all the shows. And I'm also going to try to go, since I'll be in Florida, I'm going to try to go on Fresh and Fit in person.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of when it'll all take off. So at the moment, I'm just kind of savoring. I've decided not to pursue it until I get into the new place. So.
I think that's smart, man. Florida is really where a lot of voices are happening right now. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you, man. Like yeah, bro, I already know what's going to happen, bro. John Zerka's going around to all the places, and when he starts talking about flat Earth, if they ask him something he doesn't know, he's like, Witsit would work you on this. And they're like, what? He's like, yeah, you never heard of Witsit? He's like the best flat Earth debater. So, like right now, John Zerka's like laying the groundwork for me. So it's all good, like, I would connect pretty well with a lot of these people, like Sneeko and Fuentes. Like, I think if me and Nick Fuentes had a conversation, it could like break the internet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really tripping about it. Like, I think it'll inevitably happen soon.
It'd be a good way to get your channel taken down within a few days.
That's true, but just like with Sneeko, right? Rumble gave Sneeko a deal. And that was like the best thing that ever happened.
Would you take that deal? Would you take that
Rumble?
deal?
No, I would
with
never
Rumble?
No. I would never. No, it's publicly traded. It's owned by a bunch of grabblers. I would never. I would never take an exclusive deal. I would never let anyone say you can only stream here. Like, I'm always going to stream to Rockfin because, as far as I know so far, Rockfin's legitimately uncensored. They had that one issue back in the day. There's certain things that they can't talk about because they're in like every country, and so it's like illegal to talk about one thing in every country. But they pay in crypto. So like that to me, logically speaking,
That's
that
dope.
means they actually have the ability to be uncensored. They pay you in crypto, dude. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of crypto?
They have their own token.
No doubt. It's fire.
Yeah, you just transfer it through Ether or Ethereum. So
Dude, you just gave Jeremy a boner when you said that.
No, I like the idea of them. I like the idea of paying in crypto. It's neat.
Well, they have like a bunch of reasons why too. So for one, the government can't be all up in your business about what you're getting paid. And two, the idea is how they sell it, right? It's like, well, we believe that YouTube screwed over all the content producers. The content creators got screwed over by YouTube. They built YouTube up and then they just threw them under the bus. He's like, we don't want to do that. We want to prioritize the content creators. So if you start making Ray token and you just keep it, and then Rockfin starts to blow up and then the crypto price point increases, you get to benefit directly from the growth of the platform that you helped build. Did that make sense? Like, say they're paying right now, it's $1, and you're helping build Rockfin by bringing people over, blah, blah, blah. Like, if it pops up to $2, you actually made double, and you get to benefit directly from the growth of the platform, which is actually a pretty good idea, But anyway, I'm just saying that I won't say too much, but like when Sneeko has John Zerka on because of his Rumble deal, I think he makes like over 20K a stream with Zerka on. Like, that dude's making crazy.
Ethereum's actually doable. It's actually plausible to do business on now because before it wasn't even. I did a Shiba Inu trade before. This was, I don't know, a year or so ago. And the fee was like $200 for the trade. It was like the fees were fucking brutal. They fixed it, and now it's actually doable to where it's like $5 or $10 for the transaction fee, which is still a little high, but not bad compared to what it was. So.
Yeah, sometimes it'll still hit. Sometimes it depends on what time it is. Like sometimes it'll still be high, but it's whatever. Just like don't like you don't transfer your money a lot. You know what I'm saying? You kind of hold on to it, and then you transfer when the trading fees are low, and then it takes a little bit of time. I mean, Ethereum is not ideal, but it's whatever. Like getting paid in crypto is way better than like the grabblers over at YouTube just like being all up in your business.
They scrape you on super chats, and don't they take like 50% or
They
something?
take 30%, but so does Rockfin. Rockfin takes 30% tips as well. But the difference is that's the only way that Rockfin gets paid. So Rockfin doesn't have advertisement. They have no ads, which is fire. So if someone subscribes to Rockfin under your channel, I think you get 70% of their monthly taken. The other 30% gets divvied out to everyone that they're subscribed to. So they don't make $1 on the subscriptions. Literally, they only make money on the tips. So it's kind of like if YouTube said, we give 100% of YouTube premium revenue to all the creators. They would never do that, you know? Like Rockfin is way more based when it comes to payouts. I mean, I don't like that they take 30% of the tips either, but they have to get paid somehow. I don't know. I'm not trying to shield Rockfin. Like, I have problems with Rockfin as well. I think they need to improve a lot of the interface. I was just responding to if I started to kind of blow up because I jumped on the channels with these other people, and then then YouTube will find a way to kick me off if they can, even though I don't say anything that can be censored on YouTube. But if they try to take my channel down, if I've already built a bit of a buzz when that happens, Rumble would maybe contact me, right, and be like, "Yo, we'll offer you a deal to come here exclusively." And I don't think I would take it because I want to be able to post wherever. I think Rumble, they ask you to post there exclusively. If I took the Rumble deal, would you guys say I'm a sellout?
I mean, no, whatever. If somebody's gonna offer you money to just post exclusively on their shit, whatever, I don't know.
Don't lie, bro. You would think I'm a sellout.
I don't think it like works.
From Rockfin, can you actually download? Say you made a video, let's say, yeah. Could I download that and then post it on another channel?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you can use 4K video downloader to download anything with you.
Yeah, that's it. Get someone to set up another channel. Take the money. Of course, you've got to take. If they're going to offer you a load, it's going to ease your life because I know how much work you put in. Because you read, I've done the same myself. Like I like doing research and stuff like that, and the hours that you put in, and then you've got to edit it. It takes fucking hours. So of course, I've not got a problem with you getting paid for your time, but you should set it up like that. You post it, get someone to download it, set up a channel maybe on YouTube and BitChute and all that, and just get people to upload your videos, but just so you're not actually posting it, but you're still getting the money, and they can't say fuck all. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It just wouldn't be on Rockfin. You can still find like Sneeko on BitChute and stuff, but like I just wouldn't be able to post to Rockfin. That's all good. I mean, I know Rockfin's even offered some people a deal. That's the new thing now is like companies try to get the censored people over to their platform exclusively. So they'll bring other people. So they cut them a check. But anyway. Like, dude, I think they even gave Destiny a Rumble deal, bro. And it's not exclusive. So it's like they don't only offer exclusive deals. I think that they'll also just say this should be the primary handle you push. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I will say Rumble has not been bad. Rumble hasn't censored yet, as far as I know. I mean, there's a few things that they will censor about though, but like when it comes to the JQ, when it comes to the jab, like they haven't censored that. I don't know, it's just crazy, bro. Like we live in a world where it's getting to where like there's literally nowhere that is completely censorship free. It doesn't exist anymore. But anyway, so one of the things I do want to do is like a geocentric documentary, like a Principle 2.0. But if anyone can come up with a creative idea where we can still land, this is what I think right now, to land like the mainstream scientist interview, it's to have a really pretty girl that has a college degree, a really pretty girl that has no public connection with me or Flat Earth or anything like that. And she just has her script of questions. We have like a camera crew that goes in there and we create a front for her so she has no connection with Flat Earth at all. And then she goes in and does the interview. And I think if we do that, we might be able to land like bigger names and then put that into the documentary.
Hey, here's a weird question. Maybe I missed the part you said this or something, but if you like strapped Kai up with the mic and you could tell her what questions to ask or something and go like infiltrate and get footage, you know, maybe that could be beneficial.
Yeah, maybe, but like, it's not very difficult to track her down to me. But yeah, maybe. Honestly, I want to leave my wife out of it, to be honest.
I guess I just mean with like cosmology stuff. Women have a way of like getting into places pretty easily. That's what I'm saying.
No, I agree. I agree that the cheat code is like a woman. I just don't think I want it to be my wife. Like
yeah,
if you
don't use
read
your
some
wife.
of the emails I
Use
get,
some expendable chick, dude. Don't use
like I'm already having to build up 762. My guy, he should read my emails.
I think you should try doing undercover with the white coat and the glasses.
Yeah, so undercover that I'm wearing a white coat. I do plan on doing some more men on the street interviews in Florida, though. So should be cool. We'll go to some universities.
I was going to suggest there then, if you're looking for ideas, if you get that, what you said, that woman, right, and stick her on a channel, and she basically like poo-poos all the, science deniers. You don't really need to go into flat earth, but, and build that kind of reputation that's in line with the same mentality as most, because we know that most of these physicists or theoretical physicists, shall we say, they're all of the same mindset. So if you actually design the channel around these people, so when they come and check, they'll look and they'll think they're talking to a legitimate person, and they'll think, all right, she's going to upload this on the channel to deride whatever science deniers or whatever they call these people. Just do it that way. It takes a bit of working, but you'd have to take a few months to do it, but you could certainly and create a buzz. It's dead easy to create a buzz around. You just start tweeting out and slagging her off, basically. You know what I mean? From the science denier side, slag her off, build that reputation, and these people will fall for it. They're egotists.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I can't say too much about what I kind of am planning, honestly, but I'll just say that they're not going to be able to stop it if we do it right. It's like kind of like you have to play dirty in a way. Like, but yeah, you can just have a girl that just talks about space, bro. Right? Like just talks about cosmology and space and let the channel kind of build up. And then they're like, oh, I see you. Yeah, sure. I'll do an interview with you. Especially if you start a fund to be able to pay these people to do the interviews and then just pull the rug out from underneath them. What are they going to do? What are they gonna do, bro? If you look up flat Earth, if you look up Bob Nodell, you see flatten the curve. If you look up Jaron Campanella, you see flatten the curve. If you look up flat Earth, you find flatten the curve, right? Like, or behind the curve, behind the curve. Like, they played super dirty to make that happen. So and they actually had to take people out of context and intentionally misrepresent what they were saying. I would never do that because that's just immoral. But I think to have someone say something honestly, keep them in context and then put them in this documentary, not misrepresenting what they say. They just don't know that it's going to be a geocentric documentary. I don't have like any moral confliction with that at all. I think that we have to do that. There's a new movie that just came out, a new flat Earth movie that came out. I was at the movie premiere, and it's actually fire, bro. It's fire. It's hands down the best FE movie ever, probably. It's like incredible. It's called. I don't even remember. It's called Untold Origins.
All right, where'd you get that then? Where's that available then?
I don't know if it's publicly available yet. I was just at the movie premiere recently.
All right,
but it's fire, bro. Like it's like the production is so high quality. Like these people freaking crushed. And what's crazy is I was supposed to be in it. Like they asked me to be in it a few times and it didn't work out because like Aaliyah was just born and stuff like that. But anyway, it's fire. And so I may even try to work with them because they're so good at it, bro. They're so good at making movies, bro. But that is the move. The move is that we just like, I think that we give too much energy to these weirdos. And I'm just going to be blunt, okay? Like McToon's a weirdo, okay? Like he is actually just weird. Yeah. And like we give him all this energy where what's happened is we fell for the trick. FE doesn't have high quality content. So, you know, like if you go look up any subject on YouTube, you're going to find someone that has like well edited videos that have a script with a nice background, with lighting, with a really like high definition camera and like a really short intro and outro that's curated and like shorter videos that are real concise. And they're like addictive to watch. Like when you watch them, they're like, wow, this is really good. Right. And that's just well edited and stuff like that. Flat Earth doesn't have that. We don't even have that. And then you go look up you look up a million different podcasts and they have people with matching mics, matching headphones, a nice aesthetics with a nice table and a couch that goes around it or chairs that go around it. And they have an engineer that runs the show. And then they have these people come in and they interview them or whatever. And it's like from the outside, right? It's like the angle shows the whole studio and it's like really high quality podcast. Flat Earth doesn't have that. Like
we got
Flat
Dale in his
Earth
shed,
doesn't
bro.
have any of that stuff. What?
Sorry, man. We got Dale in his shed, man. Awesome quality.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
But
But like, yeah, I mean, you have like Sam Tripoli, right? Like where he came out as a flat earther, but I'm just saying, like, you don't really have the high quality content. It's the same thing with the movies and the documentaries. Like you have like Hibbler and then this new movie that's coming out, but for the most part, you don't really have it. So like the world we live in is run based off of media. And specifically in 2023, like well curated media. It's pretty unreasonable and unrealistic for us to think that Flat Earth would have just taken over at this point when we don't check any of those boxes. Of course we haven't. Of course, but no, let's go do a 5-hour debate on modern day debate, which is my fault. I do that, right? Or like, let's go talk to McToon for 7 years. Like, of course, like it's our fault. It's our fault. The truth is that flat earthers are cooler. They're more likable. They're funnier. They're like, they have more pure intention as to why they speak about the earth. To give all this energy to people that have terrible intentions, that need flat earthers to even exist, that their entire approach is just a gaslight and try to tear down another group of people, like to get caught up in that, I mean, we kind of like made our own bed. Like, of course, Flat Earth hasn't taken over because we are flat earthers and I'll stop rambling, but flat earthers from my perspective, from what I've seen, if you look at the whole population, flat earthers are way more creative per capita. We have like musicians and artists and way more creative people because you have to be able to think on your own and be an individual. So you have way more creative people. Why are we not just embracing that and making like incredible content that can't be denied? Why are we like giving our energy to like these blood sucking vampires that need flat Earth to survive or even exist?
Yeah, that's what a cult does, make their own music.
Now, whatever side
like-
you're on, Austin, speaking the truth, yeah, man. It's absolute sense, yeah.
Yeah, just like think about it, bro. Like even the people that come here a lot, right? Why are they here? Like why are the ballers that come here a lot? Why are they here? Because they enjoy like the feeling of being better than people or like tearing down flat Earth. Flat Earth is like an easy target. It's like gaslight this group of people and talk about how insane they are and how they just deny reality and their science. That's the only reason that they're here. Like from their perspective, it makes no sense. They're not fighting to do anything. Like their belief is already the mainstream. It's taught to children when they're 5. It's literally the school curriculum. It has the government backing it. Why are they here? They're not needed to be here. Why are they here? They already have the whole system on their side. They're here because of some like weirdo personal reason. So why do we care what they think? I mean, like they're irrelevant.
I think it's mainly because normal people love comedy.
You see, he then makes a comment that proves exactly what I'm saying. Like he's here to gaslight and belittle flat earthers because it makes him feel better about himself. But it's like, in the grand scheme of things, that's kind of weird. And I'm not even trying to be ugly. I'm just saying, like, it's weird. Like,
Yeah, but they're fear driven. If you remember when these guys first came in, they're fearful that we're going to destroy that. Basically, we're going to destroy society with all this misinformation, and that's what was driving them. It was the fear of not the Earth being flat, but the fear of us, like getting the if we. They think society will collapse. Basically, if everybody thought the Earth was flat, and that's when they were first. And Zanuck and Kosho, they don't come in here to talk to anybody. They come in here to talk to the audience, the people that are listening.
No, hang on. It's the comedy of waiting to happen of what you just explained, and it hasn't.
So look, this is a good analogy, right? It's like this guy is the guy that's like the 6th or 7th string linebacker, okay? And he doesn't really play. He's not even very good. He's like, no one even knows who he is, but he's on the football team. He goes and picks on this guy at lunch, like this guy that's kind of what people would call nerdy and he keeps to himself or whatever. And he picks on him every day at lunch. And he wants to humiliate him in front of everyone else so he can feel cool and like get everyone to laugh at that guy. And he's like, haha, yeah. And he does it every day, right? But like this stuff happened when I was in school. And then I would walk up to that guy and be like, but why don't you pick on me though? Why don't you pick on me? So that's who these people are. They're like single the person out that's keeping to themselves and try and like humiliate them for their own like illusory self-validation. Right? Where in reality, in the grand scheme of things, you're the 7th string linebacker. No one knows who you are. You don't even play. No one knows who you are. So you're using this other person to try to make some type of name for yourself. By just humiliating another person. That's what your motive is, right? So it's like you're certainly welcome to do that. I guess it's a free country, but like I'm able to walk up and check you and say, why don't you pick on me though? And like no one cares what you're talking about. Everyone knows that's what you're doing. Oh, it's just for comedy. That's what the bully would say. Like I just think it's funny to pick on that guy. But it's because without picking on that guy, no one knows who you are. So it's like now you're known as the guy that makes that happen. That's kind of funny at lunch when you pick on the nerd. You're the football player. We don't really know his number. He doesn't play. No one knows who he is, but he's that guy. It's Eric, the guy that makes fun of the guy at lunch. That's what you're known for. So it's like a path to make a name for yourself. In reality, though, there is a starting linebacker. Everyone knows who they are, and they don't have to go pick on someone to be known. And you may not like that analogy, but it's obviously accurate. So that's why I don't really, to me, you're kind of irrelevant. Like, go work out, train during the summer, try to be a starter. And when you're a starter, you can make your own name. You won't need to humiliate other people to try to be known.
Yeah, anyone that's anyone that's here for comedy shouldn't even be talking. Just sit back and enjoy the show. That's what you don't go to a comedy club and just talk the whole time, right? You listen to the guy talking. So
yeah, that's true.
If that's why you're here for comedy,
I'm not here for the comedy. I'm here for the fact that I've been here for 7 years and yous have proved nothing.
Oh, we've still got no curvature anywhere. That's an issue.
No heckling.
Wait.
No
If
heckling
we've
from the audience.
not proved anything in 7 years, that makes it even weirder that you keep coming.
It does make it weird, doesn't it? Because you haven't proven anything, so we're still in a court case.
Why would you want to be in the court case, though? That's what's weird.
Because I was on the jury, and that's part of being a jury. It's a hung jury, and I still have to fucking be here.
Yo,
no, you don't have to be here. No.
Anyone on a jury that long would have walked out by now, dude. That's so weird.
And you don't have to be on a jury. It's not a good analogy. No one drafted you. It's not your civil duty to be here. No one asked you to be here.
If it's a hung jury, then there certainly would be evidence, would there not?
Well, why is there no evidence?
Then why is the jury
re-examination of the current evidence that you guys just walked right past?
What about the evidence that you guys just scoot over?
TV's not evidence, sir.
No, I'm not.
What the evidence that you're drunk?
I'm talking about fucking everything.
What,
bro? I just want you to know, everyone in this room knows why you're here, bro. Like you're not gonna. You're trying to now. You've skirted over into virtue signaling. It's my civil duty to be here.
What's it? All your friends here, I'm the only glober here, I'm guessing, are backing you up. Do you not realize that doesn't make you right?
It has nothing to do with being right. I'm saying that your motivation
has absolutely everything to do with being right.
No, it doesn't. Say that I'm completely wrong and the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball in a vacuum. Okay? Why would you be? No. Let's just say I am wrong and that the Earth is actually a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball in a vacuum. Why would you be here?
Why do you have to use fucking QE's terms? Why can't you come up with your own shit?
You see, you can't even, you're scared to even address it, bro. You think that you're going to somehow convince us that we don't know why you're here or something? By changing the subject? What do you do? Tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving ball? That's just your model. It's not anyone's terms.
No. It's terms that QE come up with. I've listened to that motherfucker for a long time, and I keep hearing all of yous use a spinning, wobbling space monkey ball and a fucking pretender clown. It's like he's your fucking president.
I didn't say any of those. I didn't say space monkey ball.
I never said you did. I never said you did.
Yeah, you did. You just said I use QE's terms.
I see.
Witsit is a big QE fan, though. We all know that.
I'm a big QE fan. He's the most fucking intelligent motherfucker on the globe.
All right, bro. But I'm just trying to let you know that it was very obvious that you avoided it, right? You started bringing up QE. My question was, say you're correct. Say I'm wrong, and the Earth actually is a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum. Say that's true. Why would you be here?
Well, see, here's the thing. That I would be wrong any second of every minute of the day.
All right, you can't even have a coherent conversation, dude.
I don't know what that even means.
It means that there's minutes in every hour of the day. How the fuck do you not get that?
Why would you spend your minutes here? That's the question. It's still the same question.
Because I'm waiting for the evidence that the fucking Earth's flat.
Well, we're waiting for the evidence to go.
So wait, are you saying that you want the Earth to be flat and you're desperately looking for the evidence that the Earth is flat because you're really
I just want the fucking truth, and none of you have fucking proved it.
Well, if you know for a fact that the truth is the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning cartoon ball, then why would you need to be here every day?
No, I never said that. I said I wanted the proof because I've been taught the other thing, and none of you have proved it otherwise.
Do you feel like you have the proof that the Earth is a spinning, tilted, wobbling cartoon ball?
Yeah, but nah, because I'll have to look to the sky, but you guys want to look at the Earth and you can't handle the truth because the sky proves that. But anywho.
Okay, so if it's already been proven, then why would you be here?
Because you guys think that you got the chicken nuggets. And
Why would you
waiting
care
to
what
hear
other
it.
people think? Well, there are some people that drink Kool-Aid and thought they were going to go be with aliens. Well, why would you care what other people think if you have the proof?
Because you guys know everything in the world. On the flat Earth, you guys know fucking spectroscopy, you know refraction, you know fucking geography, you know speed and distance over time, you know physics. You guys know fucking absolutely everything. So what are the best people to learn from? You motherfuckers.
So you just gave it away. The truth is that you actually do know there are a lot of intelligent people in this room, and that you actually like to hear our opinions. But in order to be here,
Yes.
you have to create a facade that you think we're stupid so that you can still be a part of the cool kids.
No.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just think
Oh, yeah.
you guys admitted from day one that you guys know absolutely fucking everything. Especially you, Witsit. You're like you and QE, you're like the fucking professors who actually, when shit comes out that the Earth's flat, which one of you is going to be president and which one's going to be vice president, do you think? Because it's going to be a fucking fight.
We don't have the mentality that we need some type of leader. That's a you thing.
No, I guarantee you, I bet you $7 billion that QE will be president and you'll be vice president.
What? You're just being weird now, bro.
This is devolving into
Oh, you'll
nonsense.
be.
Do we have anything real to talk about?
Well, you'll be under his counter. Anywho.
All right, you can't answer. It's all good. We can move on. Like it's very obvious. If you're just here looking for the proof and you already have the proof that it's a tilted, wobbling, spinning cartoon ball that defies physics, then you would be content. You would be content with your evidence. You said you've already proven this. So, like, there would be no reason to be obsessively following people that you claim deny reality.
It's exactly what you literally just said. I have the evidence to prove what I understand, and you guys have proven nothing on the contrary.
So move on.
So why do you keep fucking ramming it down people's throats that go on 24/7? You do. You're literally trying to.
No, this isn't 24/7. Hold on. This isn't 24/7. First of all, no one's ramming anything down anyone's throats. If you want to come here and listen and engage, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. No one's ramming anything down anyone's throats.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Well, technically,
no.
I was gonna say about Kosho's mom, but I don't think that's fitting.
I was gonna say Dice Lowe's might be ramming something down. But we won't go there.
No, I'll bail out. Sorry, Jeremy. And what's it? Good talking to you. Have a good one.
I mean, you can hang out and talk. We're not ramming anything down anyone's throat. That's all. This isn't 24/7. We do shit our own way here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll bail out. You guys have a good one. We'll talk another night.
Bye.
You don't have to bail out. You don't have to bail out. You can stay, hang out, enjoy the comedy show or whatever it is you're doing here.
You can bail out though. Like we won't hold you.
No, I'll eject. And
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, Roger copy. We'll talk to you another night. Have a good one.
Later, bro.
Kitches.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing with these fellowships, these secret societies, that this is how they played the game. They get in and they how do you ensure a good revolution? Well, you control it. That's how they do it. And I'm sorry to bring this up because it kind of makes people squint at each other like, is he part of it? I've made my peace with that. I don't give a shit. I really don't. And I do it. I'm a bit selfish when it comes to this sort of stuff. I just want to find out for me. And that's why I don't when I meet people, I very rarely talk about it with just randos. Because why would I? Unless I feel they're really, really open to something, which is rare. Because most folks have got a bias towards one thing or another. So, yeah, to me, Flat Earth in particular, the best bit about it is it's like, I don't know, it's like freedom or something, to be able to think freely. And that's why it's dangerous, I think. I remember going in 24/7 and I kept saying that. I kept saying it's dangerous. And one of the mods are like, stop saying it's dangerous. I'm like, well, it is dangerous. That's why I like it. So, yeah, to me, it's way more about whether or not the Earth's a globe. It's about lots of different topics and being able to think about them in a different way. So, yeah, it's important, I think, because we know where they're going with this, with the digital revolution and cancel culture and all this shit. So we need to be able to think about things. The fucking thought police are here. They're absolutely here. So that's why it's important to me anyway.
Yeah, I agree. It's just like you're just like breaking away from the spell of like you have to conform to the authoritative narrative. Because like that's the only way we're gonna figure stuff out.
Oh, I was just going to say here's one Witsit or anybody. My father-in-law, my brother-in-law, he worked 25 years on submarines on sonar. That was his job, and he was just telling us a wee story. That's why I'm going to interview him. We're just talking away, having a wee, not talking about flat Earth or anything. And he was telling us there was one time he was coming out the Straits of Gibraltar. That's a gap between south of Spain and North Africa, right? And he picked up something on his sonar. He was like, what the fuck's this? Didn't know, didn't have a clue about it. Right, now he's at the Straits of Gibraltar. What he actually picked up was the QE2 in New York. From the Straits of Gibraltar to New York, he picked up the QE2 on his sonar. How about
I kind of missed it.
Shall I try again?
Sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Right. My brother-in-law, he worked 25 years in he was the Strait of Gibraltar and he
You're
put on
robotic.
the sonar.
You're robotic.
Oh shit. Never mind. It's a signal here. Never mind. Sorry. Fuck it.
No, yeah, sorry, bro. I just don't want to make you waste your time.
Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah,
Maybe you can. Yeah.
Michael's roboting. Yeah, bro.
Do you guys like my linebacker analogy?
What's it? I think hurt the guy's feelings. Jazz, the Glober that was in here.
Yeah, no, I kind of felt that too.
It's all good, bro.
But I mean, I'm trying to be real with him.
If he was real with himself, he would say that at least he should say he enjoys coming here to actually debate us, or at least be honest. 'Cause really, that's why he's really here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit deeper. Like honestly, like it's just a linebacker analogy, man. Like linebacker's pissed that no one knows who he is and he doesn't get in the game. But it's like I can make a name for myself by humiliating this other guy. Like that's what I think. I think it's because like for me, bro, I have no problem talking to someone that thinks the Earth's a ball, like in person, and say they believe in aliens or whatever, bro, like secret bases on the moon. They can believe whatever they want. I'll like listen to them and I'll be like, but wait, what about this? You know what I mean? Like I would never like stalk that person and talk about how insane they are to believe in aliens. Like I don't really care like that. Like I don't know. I find it weird.
I get what you're saying. You're not gonna really kind of bash them and put the other. You're gonna at least listen and be open minded, but doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna believe them.
Well, then I'm gonna move on. Like I'm just gonna move on. I'm not gonna obsessively listen to what they say and then try and humiliate them every day. Like it's like basically a sadist. Those who find enjoyment from the humiliation of others. So I mean, I think occasionally it needs to be called out, bro, because that's what it is.
I never really thought about it like that. Actually, that's yeah. You're definitely onto something there. Some of them definitely enjoy trying to humiliate somebody else.
Yeah.
Try to.
Man, flat Earth's an easy target because if you say the words flat Earth out loud, which was clearly crafted for us to create this dichotomy, so when you say flat Earth, everyone already laughs at that idea or laughs at anyone that thinks that. So it's like an easy target. It's like it's the place you would go for an easy target to humiliate.
Yeah, I know. I definitely get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard me. If you say flat Earth 3 times, Zanuck will pop up. So
Hey, Daiso, did you see the article I dropped where they said that they thought a star was coming towards the Earth and that it was going to go through our solar system in 30,000 years because it was blue shifting, which means it's coming towards us. And then they recently came out and said, oh, never mind, we were wrong. We got tricked. It actually just has a really strong magnetic field, and that's why it was blue shifting.
And then what?
Look right here. Dead star's magnetic field tricked astronomers into thinking it was heading our way.
I can't look at it, but so they saw a star that was coming at them, and it was blue shifted, and they got tricked. And what was it? What was like the punch or whatever?
They said, never mind, the blue shift's not because the star's coming towards us, but it's because it has a really strong magnetic field.
I was gonna say, how many times?
Oh boy!
How many times have they done the scenario where they're saying something might hit Earth and it doesn't? I swear they've done this at least like 50 times.
Yeah. This is significant because they're admitting that magnetism will cause red and blue shift.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a thing.
Dun dun dun. Yo, peep this, bro. Say we're in a giant torus field, and so you have centrifugal divergence, which is what's going to give you the redshift. And so we're in a giant torus field, and there's this huge divergence coming out from the center. You would see redshift a lot of places. There would be a
Yeah.
general appearance of redshift. Yeah.
Yeah, Wheeler recently put out a pretty cool video talking about the Doppler effect and red and blue shift. It's pretty good.
Do you know what it's called? How does this dude realize that red? I asked him in the chat. I said, "Do you agree that the mainstream interpretation of redshift could be wrong?" And he said, "No."
Well, their observations are correct. It's the explanation behind the observation that's incorrect.
Well, that's why I said interpretation in the chat. It's like he knows my name. He knows I'm a flat earther. So when I'm like, when I ask anything about mainstream cosmology, it's like he has to say no.
Yeah, I've kind of been shunned by him a bit myself, so I'm not too sure what his trip is, but it's not my problem, dude.
No, of course. I'm just saying. Do you know what the title of that video is?
Yeah, I can get it. It's fairly recent. Look here. It might have been. It might have been this over unity ion propulsion, light dry field travel. Might have been that one. It was a recent one.
All right, I'll check it out.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, it might have been that one.
It's so funny because I'm getting to where I'm gonna have like a full model, bro. Like even a cosmological model. Like I can explain the redshift, and I can also, with this explanation, explain why, say, what they call quasars have way more redshift than what's further away, or how we have stars that have more redshift than what's further away in their paradigm. But it's all like magnetic. It's all magnetic, and it's within like a plasma-like field. Like it's getting bad because if you draw a donut, right, like the lines that go out from the center and wrap around, right, it's diverging away from the center, right? So it's just the centrifugal divergence of the magnetic fields, right? Or the magnetic, and then you have the conjugate expression, which is the centripetal convergence, which is the dielectric. If you have this magnetic divergence away from the center, that's going to give you redshift. If we're in a giant torus field, then that's why you're going to see lots of redshift everywhere. So, sucks to suck.
Yep.
And we are clearly in a giant torus field. So, yeah. I mean, it's very obvious that that's the unified theory, right? It's just that the grand unified theory, or the TOE, the theory of everything, is just that everything is fractal and it's all a torus geometry.
Yeah, everything's connected to that magnetic field, whether it be space, time, matter, you name it. Like, can't have any of that without a magnetic presence.
You got people working for years and years and years with millions of dollars of funding trying to find the theory of everything or the grand unified theory, and they don't even entertain any of the ideas that would mean that the Earth is in the center. So that they're never going to find a unified theory. They have to acknowledge an ether and everything is magnetic, and they just can't do that. That's why I'm so confused by Ken Willer. I'm like, how do you not see the implications of what you're saying? It means that the Earth's in the center, bro.
I know, dude. It baffles me sometimes too. It's just like, what's the fucking malfunction here, dude? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's, when is he just gonna fucking throw the towel in, dude, and like come out of the closet already? You know, like, what the fuck's going on?
It's like he taps out right before the conclusion.
Yeah, I don't get it. How somebody could be so freaking on point with so much, but then like just be so far from it all. Like when it comes down to the main point. I don't know, man. I honestly I struggle with that a lot. Like I don't know if it's like him just gaslighting us for the fact that he doesn't want to lose his reputation, or if it's just something that he's like internally struggling with that he's yet to like come out with. Like I don't know. It's kind of hard to make heads or tails about it. I'm hoping he does another video with you know, Jaronism and those guys, whoever that was, Bob Nodell.
Yeah, real quick. They go, these people can't roll with us because they have so much on their plate. They're already going against one or more of multiple mainstream paradigms. Like it's, I don't know. It's just like,
I know. You're right, Jeremy, because eventually you're just gonna get tossed into the freaking conspiracy bucket, you know. And it's like he's trying so hard to not get clumped in with that. So I think that's a big part of it. What were you gonna say, Witsit?
I think you got paid to do that interview.
Yeah, it's possible. I could definitely see that being a possibility. But you're definitely not going to get paid to change your world views. Like I don't see that happening. So I don't know. He was kind of dancing to a different beat in that video than he typically appears to in his own. So that's why I was like just kind of confused.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm appreciative for the facts he does address and give us. So
Yeah, I agree. If you can't like listen to someone if they don't agree with everything that you think, then you're ignorant, or you're just like, I don't know the word. They're like, oh, what's making so much sense about creationism, but I have to hate him. He's a flat earther. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, Austin's making so much sense about 9/11, but I hate him. He's a flat earther. He must be wrong. It ends up just rendering your position retarded, because if you have to disagree with everything that someone says because you don't like one of their positions, then you're just going to start like arguing against facts just out of like some personal bias. It's such a stupid approach.
Right. Yep.
Makes them lose credibility on all the other things that they say when they act like that.
I remember reading a quote from a picture on a wall when I was working in Patrick Dempsey's house. And it said, look for the ridiculousness in everything and you'll find it, which is so true. But on the contrary, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. So it's like, you know, there's pitfalls and then there's facts like within, I think, a lot of things that a lot of people say, but it's just a matter of discerning between those. But most of what Xanax says is wrong, just for the record. Should have heard it yesterday, man. He was trying to say that the ground moves up to meet the object when something's falling. And then somebody asked him, how does that work in the, you know, the antipodal reference frames between the northern and southern hemisphere? Like, wouldn't that imply that the radius is continuously growing? And then he quickly spun it around to no, it's space and time that's falling.
Well, they have to say it's reference frame dependent, which can be true, right? Like, because if you look at something from different angles and directions or different reference frames, it appears to be moving towards you or faster or slower or larger or whatever. That is true. We don't disagree with that.
So the whole point of the conversation was showcasing something that isn't moving while still simultaneously accelerating. And we got into like all these crazy analogies. I don't know. It was kind of an interesting conversation. Too bad it had to like fall off into chaos, but I thought Napalm's analogy was the best. I don't know. We could start talking about God again and stuff. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Get into a little religious debate here. Chike, are you there?
Would you say the Buddha would lose when you're the gods? He's not really a god. He's a pretend god.
What was that? You're coming in a little broken up.
Hey, does anybody see any difference between the old Twitter and the new one?
Talking about the X.
Yeah.
I don't have Twitter, but yeah, I heard he was changing it back to the X. Like he kind of flip flopped a little bit.
Because I got in here saying that they found a code that would, if anybody was getting too popular, they would bring it down. And he says that it happened to his account as well. So I don't know. I don't use it. I just found that weird that they keep finding stuff of, proof of censorship.
So what's going on with it with Jeranism and QE? Elijah came in saying something about something. I don't know. Like, are they supposed to have a debate or something? Is there something going on? Does anybody know?
Yeah, they're supposed to have a debate on Thursday.
Nice. All right. On a neutral platform, or what's the
Yeah,
deets?
they're going over out apocryphons.
But why has he been running away from the debate with me for so long?
Well, I was just thinking you should probably try to be there. What's it?
No, I want a 1v1 that dude with a moderator.
I think they're gonna have a moderator, aren't they, SC?
Yeah, I'm not sure who though. Yeah, I'm not sure who.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be apocryphon or if he's picking like a neutral third party or what the hell the deal is, but I don't know. It would just be a good time to pop in there and kind of corner QE when he doesn't have his mute power.
I'm not ambushing anyone. I don't want him to have any excuse, dude.
That's what do you mean excuse? That's not an excuse, dude.
Yeah, it is. He'll be like, "Oh, see, they had to corner me, dude. I could Chuck Jameson and debate QE about what he says I'm wrong about. I've been asking him to have a fair debate for a long time. Everyone says he's going to do it, but then he can just quickly get a debate with Jared because he thinks he can definitely debate Jared, and he doesn't think he can debate me.
Well, maybe it's a good time to point that out. Just say, hey, you know, I've been asking for a debate for how long, and you know, all you do is run, dude.
I'll tell Jared to say something about it during the conversation.
Yeah, that way it doesn't just get edited out of the fucking video for them, you know, the main populace to see the fact that he's getting called out and he's ignoring it.
He can't debate, bro. You're gonna see. This is gonna be a shit show. He can't debate.
Yeah, of course.
This is gonna be about one thing and one thing only: proof. He's gonna keep asking me. So can you prove things? But I can tell you how it's gonna go down now, man.
Jaren's position is correct though. Jaren's like, well, you can prove A calls, but B still calls no, because there could be variables you don't know about. And we can say that we proved things, but we can always learn something new in the future. And he's going to call him out for his double speak regarding how he talks so crazy to me about saying he never said science proved that heat causes water to boil. And then he'll just start cussing him out. I haven't kept up with any of this, though. I don't know. I think it's pretty lame that he's supposed to have debated me so long ago, though.
Not so sure about this proof thing though. What's it, man? I don't know.
Well, let's define that. What is proof?
Yeah, what is proof? Something that you can do, you can repeat, you can pass over to somebody.
Undeniable evidence.
Something that happens. Something that happens all the time. Yeah.
But what sort of evidence is valid enough to be considered proof?
Well, I can think of some stuff that I can prove to you without a shadow of a
Let me
doubt.
ask you this. How about a calculation? Can a calculation be considered evidence of proof?
Not necessarily, no.
So it has to be naturally existent, not conventionally conceptualized.
You see, that's the thing, the natural part, right? If you go by that standard, right, the natural part. But I guess I can do a natural thing, proof. Like I can tell you, this plant here that's growing in the sun and in the earth. If we take away either the sun or the water, the plant will not grow, and I can prove that every single time. So is that good enough for you?
If you take away the sun and the water, the plant won't grow.
Correct.
What about like synthetic or artificial light and whatnots?
Yeah, I didn't say to add anything. I said to take away something.
Oh,
You can add, of course, artificial lights. You can do hydroponics. You can grow without soil. That's another thing. But that's not what I said. I said I
right.
can prove every single time that a plant growing, if I remove the sun and the water, I can prove every single time that that plant will die.
Well, isn't there plant life that grows in the depths of the ocean where light isn't present?
Are they considered plants in those geysers? You could have a point there. I think they are considered. I'm not sure. That's a good. I think they are considered plants. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and then what defines a plant? Because I mean, if it's something that uses photosynthesis to essentially power itself, then I'm pretty sure they recently discovered a bacteria that uses photosynthesis to power itself. So would that be considered a plant? Like, where do we draw the line? You know what I mean? Like, there's got to
Yeah,
be
but
boundaries.
I said a specific plant. I didn't say a plant that grows. I mean, we can find things that. And by the way, that one does use water, right? That plant that you're saying doesn't fit the bill because it's in water. Yeah.
Anything living has water as its main component or resource. So there's nothing living that doesn't have water, you know, as a requirement.
There you go. So there's a general statement that you can make, proof. So,
like, just to clarify, I don't think
line.
Jaren doesn't deny that you can quote unquote prove things. He's just like, okay, so you can prove a cause of the effect, but you can never say with 100% certainty that you've proven the sole cause of an effect, because you can just learn new variables that you didn't previously know about.
I didn't hear the soul part. I never heard him say the soul part. If you put in the soul part, that changes everything.
Yeah, well, I had to kind of talk to him about how you're dealing with like almost an autistic level of specificity. You have to be very specific. But
yeah. This is very specific, and if you put the soul there, that changes everything. So if you told
it's
it that,
it's a pretty undeniable position.
Yeah.
But I even tried to be like the mediator here and be like, look, I think you guys are kind of talking past each other, you know. But it didn't work. Have you guys seen Brian's video where he like? Okay, so I did a video with Flatzoid. Is it? Am I being really loud? I think the windows are down, but I should be good. But anyway, I did a conversation with Flatzoid, and we were talking about this very thing, this whole beef or whatever. And I'm like breaking down. Well, look, no, here's the deal. If you ask them what does science prove, they're like, science proved that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. And so QE covers that, and he pauses it and he says, I've never said that in my life. You know, we don't say that. How many times do I have to tell this, you know, whatever he called me, a bunch of names, with, you know, clown house mirrors between his head or whatever, between his ears. And he's like, I've never said that. No, we don't say that. We say heat causes water to boil. But then Brian just chopped up a bunch of times where they point blank say science proves, and they say science proves that water boiled at 100 degrees Celsius, and then shows an actual presentation that QE did where it's typed out and he's reading it. And he's bragging about how much cowbell he had. With science, we have proven that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. So he just lies. If you go watch the Brian video, I mean, it just exposes them so bad. It's insane.
You said heat is the reason why?
Well, my point is that they don't even get to that. If you want to say scientists proven that heat causes water to boil, I don't have a problem with that, because heat is a cause of water boiling.
Well, wait a minute. You're implying that heat is a thing of itself instead of a derivative or byproduct of something else. So
no, I've also said that. I've said that it's intrinsically electric, but that's not really the point. It's just like what we call heat when added to water causes it to boil. If there's like a primary cause of the heat or whatever, that doesn't necessarily nullify the claim that heat causes water to boil. But my point is that it's just like an establishment of a cause of an effect. right? But like, what is heat? You know, and like really, it's also pressure. So you're like, oh, you control the variable of pressure. Okay, if I control the variable of temperature, then it's pressure that causes it. So it's like the way
temperature
they
and
said it
pressure
is
are
wrong.
separate.
Yeah,
I
there
know
has
that.
to be a definitive statement like water at this pressure with this container at that blah 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 blah. You know, it's got to be very specific. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Jaren's right about that. Jaren pointed out that like it's based on the vessel that it's in, and that it's been proven scientifically, according to the way they use those words, that you can use different containers and the water boils at different temperatures based on the container. It also does it based on the type of water, right? So it's like it's petty, but the point that he's saying, he's like Jaren's like, well, we pointed out that they kind of misspoke, and instead of like being like, you know what, we should phrase it better, he's right about this, they just started lying and claiming that they've never said it, and then Brian just like clipped them out saying it dozens of times. So that's why that's where the whole beef is. I haven't come up with this, but I know that the beef is, Jaren says that's basically scamming. If you build your entire platform on the idea that you're never wrong and you're undefeated and that your arguments are undefeatable, and then you get called out for saying something wrong, if you just start lying about what you said and then doubling down so that you can have people still support you, you're effectively scamming them. If your entire talking point is that you're never wrong, and then when shown to be wrong, you just lie about it so you can keep that same narrative, that's a scam. Lying to get people to support you financially is scamming them. So that's where the whole beef is. Obviously, saying someone's a scammer is like fighting words, you know?
What got me upset is somebody said that to him to unsubscribe from his show, right? And he flipped out. You're taking food from my baby's mouth, and big scene. And then the next week or the next month, he does the same thing. He does the same thing to Bev, and I think he did the same thing to Jared and you as well. No, what's it? Unsubscribe?
Yeah, of course.
Good hypocrite. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, right? Their views aren't very high until they put me or Jared in the thumbnail, and then all of a sudden they're guaranteed at least over 1,000 views. And so we're talking about a low amount anyway, like 1,000 views. So like they just started doing it for clout, bro. It's very obvious. So to me, that's super gay, bro. Like I turn down interviews that would give me lots of clout. I cannot relate to anyone that does things for clout. I think it's super gay. That's what it is, Ezzy. They're constantly talking about Jared and I, and now it's going on almost a year. Because when they talk about one of us two, they get way more views. Because people love drama. It's like a car crash.
Talk about it, right? Talk about it. And if I come on your show and challenge you and you mute me, man, I draw the line there. To me, you're a nobody now. You know.
Yeah,
I went on the show. I tried to talk, but he just muted me. It's unreasonable, man. It's unreasonable.
Yeah. The only way that muting is acceptable is like if that person's not cordially behaving, right? Like you have to mute them just to maintain cordiality.
Yeah.
And but not just censoring them.
Literally every time I opened my mic to talk, he let me say one or two words and he muted me. No. I used to hear people say that and I'd go, come on, guys, you're exaggerating. But no, man, it's absolutely true. He won't let you talk.
Frustrating, dude. Isn't it so like what if you'll say like two words, he'll mute you and then just straw man what you were saying.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
They're pretty easy to win a debate if you just let someone say three words, cut them off, and then just make up what they were saying.
And you fancy yourself at the tip of the spear? Dude, you're not even at the butt of the spear, bro. Tell him I said that. You're not even at the butt of the spear, Nathan.
Yeah, because he's not even actually debating. That's not even actually a debate. Well, they've evolved away from debate at this point, right? They just like circle jerk.
Yeah, it's pathetic. It truly is pathetic to call yourself flat earth debate and behave in such a manner. I mean, what are you? To me, you're really nothing, Nathan, honestly.
He's not even the butt of QE's arrow.
Buddy, I asked them, dude. I said, Oakley, just debate me about it, bro. And he's like, how much are you going to pay me? I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, okay, how much do you want? And then he just stopped responding. Because like, even if we raised up $1,000 to give him to debate me fairly, he wouldn't do it because he would lose more than $1,000 in the long run after he debated me and got exposed. So like, I offered every good faith resolution possible. I'm like, look, I'll have a conversation with Huey and Oakley at the same time. Like, it can't be on their platform where they mute me every time I speak. Let's just have like a fairly moderated conversation. We can agree to disagree. We can talk about what we disagree and we can move on. You know, I've offered it multiple times and they're not interested in that for obvious reasons, bro. Like, I'm not scared of debate. If I'm wrong about something, I want to know. So I think debate's always a good thing, you know. Fair debate's always good. So anyway, like Jaren's a real one, bro. Whether you agree or disagree with Jaren on stuff doesn't matter. Jaren will let you come talk freely. Like he won't censor you.
I kind of like Jaren. He did that ISIS, transit of the moon, remember? And he was very open and honest about that, which I appreciate. And when he modded, or what's the right word? When he refereed it, whatever, with you and was it Bryant, the guy, Professor Bryant, whatever? It was the perfect mod because you didn't even notice they were there until, Brian spurged out a little bit and he was like, Brian, come on. That's it. That's all he did. It was the perfect mod in that, I thought.
Yeah, he's a great moderator. One thing Jaren and I think we're gonna do is, so we have our True Earth thing going on, right? I think what we're gonna do is extend it into debates. And we're going to try to get really big people to debate, like even me. Just a second, I'm waiting on this guy. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, so like one of them is going to be Professor Dave. We want to start with Professor Dave, where we do like a pay-per-view event. So like you have to pay to watch it, and then the moderator gets a percentage, and then the debaters split the remaining percentage. And then it's PPV, pay-per-view for like a week or two, and then it's freely available to everyone. That way we can actually make the debate happen, right? Like if Professor Dave is offered money, maybe he'll actually take the debate.
Yeah, I don't know if it's viable, but you could do it on Twitch. I mean, I don't know what kind of audience you'd get, but you'd at least get the ad revenue. I don't know if you've thought about that.
Well, there are platforms that allow you to host pay-per-view events, and so we're just gonna do like you have to pay $10 to watch it or whatever for a ticket to watch it live, and then in 2 weeks we'll make it free. Like Professor Dave makes plenty of money on YouTube, so it actually won't be the money that makes him do it. It'll be all the people that are like, wait, why are you saying no to this? Right? Like, why would you say no to a fairly moderated pay-per-view event? I think he'll actually cave in and take the debate. I don't know. That's the only thing I can even think of to get him to do it. But that's just an example. That's like one of the number one requested debates. But we could do the same thing with even QE, where we just like, it's like $10 to watch it live, but you can just wait a couple weeks and then watch it. That way everyone wins in a way. You guys think that that's shilly?
Well, I mean, I don't think you can. There's an issue, isn't there, between truth, quote unquote, and being paid for it. And I just think you got to put food on the table, Austin. It's that simple. You got a kid now, so that kind of. I saw that. I noticed that in Jaren. As soon as that kid came around, and he were like, I mean, let's face it, he went full bore with the cryptocurrencies, didn't he? And I was like, okay. And that's why I always, doff the hat to Owen Benjamin, because if it's true what he says and he hasn't got a crypto wallet, he's lost $1 million at least. I mean, regardless of your opinion of digital currency, which Let's face it, you could lose all your money with the power cut. But if it's true what he says, because he's basically saying, look, I can't chastise it if I've got a crypto wallet, and I'm not going to accept any donations that in that manner. I mean, that's integrity there, dude. Regardless of what you think,
he gets paid through Rockfin though. So
Yeah.
He does have a crypto wallet.
Yeah. So he does have a crypto wallet then.
He has to, yeah.
Well, he's adamant. He was at the time. Don't forget, I ain't watched him since the Yee stuff. I ain't watched him since that. Since the Alex Jones, fucking Kanye West stuff, whatever he calls himself now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess he recently said he wanted to have me on the show a couple of days ago. But, dude, with the pay-per-view thing, it's not about money. Like, I'll debate anyone for free, right? Like, I mean, I feel like I've made that abundantly clear to anyone that's honest. It's not about the money. It's just about getting the people that are talking such a big game but actually won't step up to the plate. It's by putting public pressure on them to step up to the plate. So, like, QE won't debate me fairly, but if he's offered like a PPV, like a pay-per-view, where everyone's willing to throw some in so that it makes the debate happen, if you turn it down still, then like it's very obvious that you're just scared of the debate. But Professor Dave is way more important to me than like QE thinks that little light paintballs are bouncing off our eyes. Do you guys think it's a good or bad idea? Can you guys just be honest with me? Like I'm trying to figure out a way to get Professor Dave to debate, and I think
I'm not really interested in that kind of thing, Austin, to be honest. I watch your debates on Flat Earth Debate because usually it's something to do. And, sometimes I'll go on your channel, I'll give you a like because that's about all I can do in terms of support. But when it comes to stuff like that, I haven't got a great deal of money. And so I don't, you know what I mean? I just, in terms, debates are kind of turn off to me anyway, for many reasons. So I don't know, but I'm sure other people will like it. Other people,
but
will like it.
The reason for it is that Professor Dave is like one of the first search results, and he has literally millions and millions of views about Flat Earth. Flat Earth is his number one subject that he covers. He gets like 10 million views or whatever. And
yeah, but he's got a script though. So.
Yeah, of course, but that's why he needs to come debate me. Whenever I do these debates, they're like, "Yeah, this Glover's just no good," but Professor Dave would wipe the floor with Whitson. It's like, okay, let's just remove this cog dish you have where you seem to convince yourself Professor Dave would embarrass me. Just have him come debate. I think it would just be a net positive for Flat Earth to knock that dude down a step. So it's not, again, like I would want it to be free for everyone to see it, but he won't agree to that. So then it would be free for everyone to see it a couple weeks after the debate, which is still like, at least it happened and it got recorded and everyone can watch it for free.
He's going to get massive money. Sorry, yes, 1 sec. He's going to get massive money from it, which if it went ahead from his YouTube, like afterwards. So you just get as much as you can, do whatever you can to kind of make a buck for yourself. Then I don't see any problem with that.
I'm not even doing it for the money, dude. I'm just doing it to try to make him debate me.
Yeah, I know, but you got a young family, man. Might as well get a bit of cash while you're at it. If he's going to make money anyway, like after the fact.
Yeah, that's true. But he'll have to chop it up, though. He won't put that full interview. Like, he put the full Dave Weiss interview up. He won't do that with mine. I can guarantee you that.
You want to debate with it? You can't debate. You don't know how to debate.
Interesting.
Yeah, you throw your bullshit. That's what you do. I'll give you a syllogism, and you refute it. That's debate. You can't do it.
This coming from the occupier, the Israeli insurgents.
Let me say one thing before we go into Chaiki land.
You think Professor Phil is a debater, Chaiki? Hello?
Sorry, I didn't hear it. Too low.
Do you think Professor Phil is a debater?
I don't know Professor Phil very much. I haven't seen one debate in my life. The only attempt was the one I did with Bev, which failed.
You just know that Witset's not a debater. I'm just clarifying. You think Witset is a bad debater? Like
No,
you
I
can
don't think he's a bad debater. No, I didn't say so. I said he is incapable to debate.
Okay, real fast. Let's see.
Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
Set a debate. Set a debate. I bring my picture, and you see how you fail.
All right, bro. Let's see what's up.
I'm just gonna say this, bro. This guy Dave, right? For me, he would be the worst guy to debate. But let me finish. I'm not done. He would be the worst guy to debate because he's like, right? You just want to punch him in the head, right? The way he talks. But because of the fact that he's the number one freaking search when you search anything, right? I would say he's the top guy to go after for sure. For that only reason. Not because it's going to be a debate. It's not going to be a debate, but he needs to be bring down a peg or two because he's the first freaking guy they show when you go on anything and you search on YouTube. So yeah, for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Try to do a search on anything related to what we talk about. His freaking thing is going to be the first one there. It's like unbelievable. Yeah.
I see what you do there. You looking for fame, huh?
Wow, yeah, I'm totally looking
No,
for fame.
I'm the last one looking for fame.
No, because you know he's the number one on searches.
He's the number one wrong reason. What? It's a joke why he's
doesn't
there.
matter. Widget will get its time on YouTube.
There's nothing to
because
do.
Nothing to do with Whitson. He's the number one guy right now that is capable of doing this. You know, so it is what it is, man. You can be jealous or you could be.
Hold on, you say I can't debate? Let's
Are
put
you
it
gonna
to the
debate?
test.
You're gonna
Debate
Dave?
me.
Are you kidding me?
Debate me. Debate me.
Dude, are you a
Chucky,
psycho?
didn't we like?
I'm a psycho. I'm a psycho. Right. You already bailing.
You don't understand the fact of what I just said, Chucky. That doesn't make sense to you. He's the number one guy that comes up, whether he's right or wrong. He's the number one guy that comes up when we do flat Earth or anything to do with pressure or anything. Boom, he's the first video there.
That's who Chike listens to. Every time he says something, Chike like watches the video and writes it down. He's like, "Oh, Professor Dave, I love you." It's weird.
Actually, if you see the one comment I ever left him on his video is that he was wrong.
Okay, but this is
about being on a globe. We know.
SC's point was very simple, right? So flat Earth is censored, but anti-flat Earth videos are propped up in the algorithms. If you look up flat Earth, you get given this dude, right? You're given Professor Dave, and it has millions and millions of views, and he gets more views on his flat Earth videos than any other video. So even though he is disingenuous and not even good at debating, and all he does is use fallacies and add-ons, right? It is important that someone debates him for flat Earth properly because he is propped up to the masses for the first search results.
Kent Hovind whooped a lot of dudes beat him in the evolution thing. JLP, Kent Hovind, like he does. Yeah, he isn't a debater at all, but he is propped up to the top. So yeah, and he's the one I don't like either. I call him Mophead Dave. He's like a mop upside down.
Yeah, Kent Hovind destroyed him, dude.
And by the way, he had to change that professor thing when he debated an actual professor on evolution. That was like pathetic. Like, but yeah, he had to take that professor off because he ain't no professor.
He had to use his actual name, didn't he?
Well, yeah, Dave Farina. But that other guy got emotional during that evolution.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Yeah. I think any one of us could have done better on evolution than that dude. The way he talks and stuff. Yeah.
It was his first debate though on that.
This is what's so funny, right? So everyone's talking about like, oh, what's it you want the fame and all this stuff. Buddy, dude, I reached out to Professor Dave on IG like 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm like, dude, you're talking so reckless about flat earthers, but you have to straw man all our positions. I'm genuinely curious. If flat Earth is so stupid, why would you have to misrepresent it? And he's like, I didn't misrepresent anything. Yeah, I totally misrepresented flat Earth by saying the Earth is flat. Ha ha ha. And no, it's called a straw man fallacy. Whatever. And then I'm like, so why don't you just debate me in a fairly moderated, neutral platform? We'll just debate, and then you can show the world how stupid I am. He's like, I'm not going to waste my time on some ant who's trying to use me to propel his quote unquote career. I'm only responding to you because I'm procrastinating and killing time checking my messages. He's so arrogant, it's insane. But then whenever my channel started to grow, and then FTFE was like, "Oh, yo, you need to debate. What's it?" Then he agreed to debate me on FTFE's channel with McToon as the moderator. So 3v1, right? I'm like, no. Let's debate somewhere that's fair, like a neutral platform with a fair moderator, so no one has an advantage. And then he turned down modern day debate. He turned it down. He said no. So that's the reality. Is he only wants to debate me if he can stack the odds against me, and he's already agreed. He's agreed in principle to debate me, but only if it's unfair. And I have the receipt.
I might make I made that one video and but I put a little couple, I had a couple cuss words in it, like "forget you, Lewis" or whatever. But I'm gonna make one. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna make the video, say this is what happens on the ball, say it out, and I'm gonna say Professor Dave's name on it. It's not gonna be anything rude or anything. It's gonna be really nice. I'm just gonna keep calling Professor Dave out because I sent him video after video, sent 100 comments in all of his things, and he has never ever said anything to me. But he's got umpteen videos of people saying he debunked their video of them, like showing how they debunked the ball. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to make one and I'm going to put his name in it. And if he doesn't react to it, then I know he's full of shit because he's like a long time ago, I put videos in this thing and he never reacted to them. He never debunked my video.
Dude, I made a video that says Professor Dave is scared and literally showed the receipts. I showed my Instagram messages with him, and he still just isn't responding because he knows he can't debate me fairly, bro. Like, that's it. It's the same reason QE won't debate me. I'm not claiming to be like some incredible genius. That I'm just saying that whenever someone's approach to debate is dishonest, they can't have a fair debate. It's just common sense.
Well, what you're saying is you want to be able to bring up the pieces of information they have versus what you have and discuss them. And if they're not willing to do that, what kind of good information do they really have? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And every time they claim to debunk me, they have to misrepresent me without me there to actually properly defend my argument. So it's just like tactics, I find that to be super lame.
Yeah, that's why I just let whatever you do, man. It just speaks for itself. You know what I mean? You just got to be you and do your thing, and just it'll carry out. It'll do what it's got to do.
Yeah. I think Dave Weiss just recently issued a challenge to Professor Dave to debate me and like offered some money to do it. So I think it'll happen soon enough. I'm like waiting till I get to Florida and make the new office, and then we'll start putting pressure on these people.
I was gonna I've been wanting to have a model off with one of them, like because they keep talking this crap about models and models and models. I'm tired of hearing it. I'm ready to make a sandbox outdo their whatever they can come up with.
No, yeah, they just have to use the word model. They don't actually have a model.
I know that's what irks me so bad. I hate when they keep saying even when we gotta say it. Oh well, their model says. The funny thing is, when are we gonna man up and realize straight is straight, horizontal is horizontal? Quit playing their game. We need to stop playing their imagine game. Like for real. Like stop. Yeah, stuff is what it is. There's no that ruler is curved, a circle, it's a square, it's a star, it's a heart shape, and come on, man, it don't make no sense the way these guys do. Try to flip reality, and every time we try to hold Kosho to anything for gravity, and now you see they're switching it back, right? You see they're switching it, right? The whole gravity thing, they went from 9.8 or 9.8 and all the other shit, like just the other day talking about just how I told you guys that the apple's falling and the earth's going up to it, right? They're switching the script again. They're just flip-flop back and forth. Einstein to Newton, because the dark matter thing and everything else. And then they say, okay, well, it's still good, it's still globe. Then we talk to Chike, we talk to any globals. We say, well, how do you falsify your globe? Huh? That's unheard of. Well, I thought things in science weren't proven or settled. Seems the globe's fucking super settled, like Super Saiyan.
Yeah, I thought that Karl Popper said that falsifiability was the staple of science. So just ask them, how do you falsify the globe, or how do you falsify your cosmology? How do you falsify your universe model? And they won't have an answer. And that's all you need to know about this.
Yeah, and I like to say that you need 5 ways to prove it or falsify it. If you don't have those 5 ways, then what are we talking about that's reality?
Dude, they literally can't answer that. How can we falsify the globe? And dude, how can we falsify your universe model? Like, they can't answer, but they'll say stuff like, show that there's no redshift, right? They'll only say stuff that we've already observed, because they can't even articulate a way that would falsify the globe. So it's a religion, bro. It's just a religion.
Even if you did exactly what if there was no red, like, but tomorrow we found exactly that wasn't right, they'd be like, but still globe, still globe. Yeah,
for sure. It's funny, bro, because, like, again, Karl Popper said, and he's correct, that falsifiability is the staple of science, and if something's unfalsifiable, it's not science. And that's correct.
well, I mean, where's the science and, where's the physics of no manipulation? If they can't they're not talking about anything physical. Last night, the whole time you guys trying to get Zanuck and Kosho, do you understand every time he said the word physical, they got crazy? They are literally, I promise you, they're talking about fucking concepts only. They're not talking about what happens in Earth right now. Every time they say it, this is happening. But no, you guys don't understand. But it's this happening. They're talking about fucking concepts that only they can imagine back and forth in their head, because we can never see gravity do its thing out of a concept in their head. It's never going to happen. So we're arguing a fucking principality. We're not arguing a physicality. We're arguing a fucking concept, man. And we're trying to argue.
Yeah, the thing last night was ridiculous. I was like, yo, what's happening in physical reality? They're like, the ground is coming up to meet the object. That's what's happening in physical reality. They try to say it's absurd.
But then you told you it wasn't coming up, remember? Oh, it's coming up, but it's not coming up.
It depends on how you look at it.
The funny thing is, then I put a tape measure around the ball, right? I'm like, forget the reference frames. We got a tape measure around the ball. He's like, you need to be in a reference frame to view the tape measure. I'm like, dude, that's when it stops. That's just ridiculous at that point.
Because they're not arguing physicalness, Jeremy. When you bring a physical ball into it and the ruler, you're being absolute. You're being you have an object, you can bet your money on it, you can touch it. We can go see the results of that. You can't see the results of their mental manipulation for their concept. We can't. We just can't.
Like, I can understand where the idea of a reference frame can be useful and relevant. But when we're talking about things like you were discussing, Jeremy, 2 X's on a ball moving in different vectors from one another, is the ball increasing its radius, right? Like, at what point is there what we would consider like a reality reference frame in relation to an object?
Well, that's why I brought the tape measure into it, because now it doesn't matter where you're viewing it. Wherever you are viewing it, we have a tape measure around the ball. We can see, okay, the ball's, and in that instance, we were using a ball. We were just holding it in our hand. So in that instance, the ball's 10 inches in circumference. We have the tape measure around it. Now we're going to do this thing where the surfaces go in opposing directions from each other, and we're going to see if the tape measure increases.
Yeah, this is where they conflate a reference frame of perception with some sort of dependence on physicality, meaning physics can't necessarily change what's taking place depending on your perception of what is taking place.
And the 2 ball or more thing is funny because you tell them there's 1,000 balls falling. That means this earth has to go exactly like we're trying to say, like 1,000 directions at once. There's no way. The two direction things is a conundrum enough that doesn't make any sense for them. The earth would have to grow in both ways or move both ways at one time. That's not fucking happening. And especially not doing it when there's 1,000 people around the world dropping stuff. It just doesn't make any sense, any of it.
The appearance of moving and actual movement are two totally different things, and they conflate that within their reference frames, right? Well, it appears as though the ground is rising up towards you from the reference frame of the ball. I don't care about appearance of what appears to possibly be taking place. What is actually physically taking place? Where is the movement?
Exactly. From which position to which position for what object towards what object?
Dude, look, they can't even answer this question. It's so funny. If the Earth is a sphere, then that means the surface is dropping down and away from you in all directions. So why does the horizon rise as you increase altitude?
Why do they have to fly up to increase altitude at all? Why, if I'm a super fast missile and you shoot me out the barrel and I'm on top of a ball, I'm not hitting the rest of that ball. Sorry, I'm gonna
What
go
was your point?
horizontal.
What's it? Something coherent. Let's keep coherent. Let's keep coherent stuff on the table, though. What was your thing with it?
If the Earth is a sphere, then that means the surface is dropping down and away from you in all directions. So why does the horizon rise as you increase altitude?
Why does the horizon appear to ramp up towards your eye level at all?
Yeah, but we got we can't have more than one question because they can't even answer the first one.
Sorry.
Yeah, but
there is no horizon on a ball. That's the whole fucking point. You rise up, it's gone.
But wait up. I'm just saying, like this right here sums it all up. They can't answer this question. So they're saying that it doesn't. They're saying that the horizon doesn't rise any when you increase altitude. They're just lying. So it's not about whether or not you think it rises enough or anything like that. Why does it rise at all? Why does it go up at all as we increase altitude on a globe?
Yeah, I've been
it's not a
asking the
globe.
question in reverse for a long time. Why don't we see the drop as we rise? Yeah, same thing. Exactly. That's a killer for their
And it's
for
the
their
same
model.
reason. It's the same reason you got to go up in the air to leave the dirt instead of forward. Because if the earth was dropping away from everybody, all you'd have to do is kick your rock forward and it would automatically be inches up in the air. Planes wouldn't need to go to 35,000 feet to leave the runway on a fucking ball. Only on flat earth so you don't hit the buildings. Do you understand, Jeremy? Check to Jeremy. Do you understand that?
And by the way, the horizon does not rise to eye level. It's always below eye level.
Correct. It's people need to stop saying weird shit and saying flat earthers said it just because one goofball might have said it one day or one glober trying to put it on flat earthers.
Hold on, though. It's not always below eye level.
Always below eye level.
No, it's not always.
You can have days where refraction rises it up above.
We got measurements. We got glober measurements with the theodolites and whatnot being up.
Well, there may
Refraction
be
is there,
certain
guys. He's
circumstances
saying
where it may appear, yeah, but in reality, it's always below eye level because you're always looking down the horizon.
Yeah, he's not talking about the floating boats and the ghost ships and the fake shit you see in the air. He's talking about the real dirt. When you look down there, that motherfucker's not above your eyes. It's that simple.
We have one picture where, who was it, George, that claims he got it above the Rainy Lake thing there? Yeah.
Jesse Gordon also did it.
Yeah.
I think one of our guys did it too.
Yeah, but Jesse Gordon thinks an angle down from a mountain means curve in a straight line. So I don't know if we can trust Jesse Gordon's measurements. They think straight lines on theodolites are curves and arcs. They think degrees are arcs. They think dots are arcs. And this is what we're dealing with. People that are too simple to understand that on a ball, you don't need to fly up to 35,000 feet, 7 miles high. All you got to do is go forward. You're into spacity space, right?
Look, the best way to debunk their horizon nonsense is on the beach with a camera. They say 3 miles. You see the boat further. End of story. It's that simple. To prove it to yourself, it's all you need to do. Just go to a body of water, measure where
Yeah.
3 miles is, and it's game over.
I just think it's funny. Like, so right here now, this bin guy says, "Oh, it does it because of perspective," while the other half of the ballers claim it never happens. And the one guy was claiming he was going to bet me $1,000. I'm like, okay, let's send the $1,000 to a third party right now. Do you have Zelle? $1,000, right? But then the other guy says, "Oh, it happens because of perspective." So you see, they can't even agree on that first part of the conversation, the basic part. That if I go above the Earth on a sphere, the Earth is going down and away from me in all directions. So as I go up, it should only go down from its original position. It shouldn't go up at all. It shouldn't go up at all. Period. So if they're claiming it's because of perspective, okay, you're saying that perspective will change the location of the horizon and cause it to rise up with you as you increase altitude.
Yeah, they think it's going to follow you like the moon does down the road.
It will on a flat plane.
Yeah, man. Anybody that has water here. Yeah,
Anybody ever raised up from a basketball? The basketball size doesn't change, and it lowers from every position. And when you go up, there's a difference in the distance between A and B every time, no matter what, from a ball. And in a flat plane, being the gym compared to that ball, you would see further out. It's not rising up with you; it's just further out, further out, further out, further out, meaning flat Earth, not a ball.
But
That
as you
further
go
out
above a
looks
flat plane, you see further because it is like you can say it's rising up, but it just appears to be. But you're just seeing further. On a ball, you would have to be looking down more and more.
Yeah,
You're already
that would
looking
be a
down to
perfect
the
black. Yeah, it would be a black line of predominance. And you would see, like, here's that line of the ocean right there, that curving arc horizontal globe line, staying right where it's at as I rise up. Yeah, it's supposed to stay, boys. Sit, boo-boo. Sit, good curve.
From 12 miles away, 90 feet down to the shoreline. 90 feet. So if you're looking horizontal from 12 miles away the beach, like in Lake Pontchartrain, you go in the middle of the bridge and you look both ways. You're standing on top of the water. You look both ways. The water at the beach on either side, 12 miles away, is 90 feet below your line of sight.
That's correct. That is correct, sir. Yep.
You don't think you can't tell you're looking up or down 90 feet? Then you probably believe in bendy space-time and the Earth is rising up to a man jumping out of an airplane on either side of your ball.
Check this out. They don't even know what 500 miles looks like left to right. We look out the horizon, we say, what's 500 miles look like? Glober won't tell you. They don't know. So how do they know all these fucking other distances?
That's a 90-foot hump you got to deal with. And you can start talking about Sagittarius all day long. Ain't going to help you.
Well, that's a 9-foot section that you could have a 9-foot ladder sticking in, or a floaty object, right? That just goes right below. And you could have a 9-foot object on top of the rest of the water. You just see it. There's that 9-foot ball. There's the left water below it. There's the right water below it. See that 9-foot ball in the center floating up right below the curve of water? There it is. Yeah, you could just put something heavy in the ball to hold it right under the surface about an inch and have the air, and it'll stay right there. You'd be like, look at that ball. That's the 9-foot hump. Where's it popping up at? I mean, what the... You know what I mean? Like
that
a reference.
bridge. Go on, bro.
I was just going to say, like a reference. Like if you're like, hey, Democ, that Jello mold in the middle of that Jello mold has a 2-inch hump, and you got a 2-inch marble in there to show it. You know what I mean? Like we're watching the 2-inch marble be above the rest in the center. I mean, be clear.
That bridge was a gift from God, bro. That's all I can say. The Creator gave us that bridge.
I think it's funny that it's planted also in the bedrock, but the Globers think that it's floating on water.
So the wits of their reason was because perspective. That was the answer to your question.
No. Half of them are saying no. I said, does the horizon appear to rise at all as you increase altitude? And Urge's Life is saying no. The homie Don is saying no, claiming that I owe them $1,000 because they're always lying, right? But then Ben's here saying that I'm being dishonest because I didn't say appear, but I just said appear, so that they can't decide. So like Ben says, yes, it appears to rise as you increase altitude because of perspective. But then the rest of the ballers say, no, it doesn't appear to rise at all with the altitude increase. It only goes down. So this is what I'm saying. They can't even agree on the first step. Why do we need to talk to them about like all of the nuance? It's 2023. They can't agree on the first part.
Dude, if it didn't appear to rise with your eye level, if it didn't appear to rise as you rose in elevation, it would look nuts. Like you would go up 1 foot and the horizon would just be at the same spot it was before. Like it would be blatantly obvious.
Just like the edge of a building, when you go away from it, you get away from it. It doesn't fucking chase you out. It stays its size. A thing that has a definite size stays at fucking its size. A thing that doesn't have a definite size, like the flat Earth, you don't know. It's going to be big.
But this obsession they have with certain people, man, it's certainly not healthy, man. Like this guy, True Blue, check out what he wrote. He tagged me and he wrote like things about Witset. Look how many things he wrote. Like, this is like gay, man. What are you following people around, bro? Writing dates down? Like, this is not healthy behavior, man. Seriously. Look at 55 past the hour, what he wrote. It's like, dude. And you want me to hold him to account? What am I, his grandfather or something? Dude, we're free people here. Like, get a hold of yourselves, man.
That's probably paid ass to chill.
Yeah. Like, be a man, man. Pick up your freaking trousers, man. Put a belt on, Think for yourself. Stop following people around. It's gay, bro. You want to discuss? He's here. Come inside and discuss with me or with him or with anybody, bro. What are you doing?
Hey, see, did you hear me, take a straight edge, like a level, like a 6-foot carpenter's level. All right, a bubble level. It has a bubble in the middle, but it's also a straight edge, right? So you make a mark on a wall of that straight edge being level at that point. And then you forget about the bubble from that point forward. You just use the straight edge and you overlap it halfway. So you're making a going back 3 foot and you're extending that 6 foot line out 3 more feet. So then you do that, you can do that in both directions, but you have a straight line, a horizontal line from that benchmark, right? That initial benchmark. And if you do that over water at the end, you can put your bubble on that horizontal line and it should be, the bubble should be off, but it's not going to be. It's going to be, it's going to be the same. You measure down to the water the whole way.
If you were to do this,
don't interrupt, bro.
If you were to do this, you're going to want to use.
Oh, it's
well, hold on, I'm just adding to his idea.
Jeremy, stop interrupting.
No, I'm just trying to add to his idea. I know, right? But if you were to do that, I would do that with 3 like precision engineered pieces of metal shaped like a spirit level. I would also go both ways off that line. Like I would make a level,
but you could
a
use
level
that
horizontal line, and then I would go in one direction.
You could use that to double check your work, right? You could take an engineered straight horizontal longer piece of whatever you want to use and check your horizontal line and make sure it doesn't deviate. You could also use a level, auto level. It's leapfrogging is what it is, but people can grasp the straight edge point. Just take a ruler on a sheet of paper and go across and make a straight edge overlapping, leapfrogging. And the line is perfectly straight, plus or minus, but it's not going to deviate feet, right? Like you're not going to be off feet after a mile. You're going to be off plus or minus a half an inch or an inch or whatever. Well, it's supposed to be a lot more.
But yeah, I see the simplicity in this. I try to tell it, but some people just can't see it, bro. I don't know what it is.
I used to believe in the mental block or whatever, but like yesterday, I was trying to just make a point and expose them. Look, if y'all believe this as grown men and you're trying to teach this nonsense, then you're either a group, right, that has a initiative, right, to push this idea, or you're just like out of your mind, right? Like you've been so manipulated, you can't think any other way, and that's a problem, because I've been manipulated, and I there for a while, if I wouldn't have thought about it, intelligently or used discernment, I would have stayed a globe believer. But I'll be honest with you, if tomorrow they came up with a way to measure curved water and I could go out and do it myself, then I would be a glober again. I have no problem with that. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, this is not about sides. It's not that we picked a side and we're fighting for it. No, this is not the New York Mets against another team. No, this is reality. Reality. And whatever reality is, well, that's what it is. If it's curved, it's curved. But so far, it ain't freaking curved.
I almost thought it was a globe, halfway into trying to debunk the globe. I got tricked by a couple things because they're just optical. And it's like when you figure out what the fuck's going on, you're like, oh man, that's what that was? Shit. So then you realize you got to take that into account. Yeah, so then it's not a globe. Why do these guys miss that part? Why do they miss the part of you're looking at air? Stop saying it's a globe.
Now I don't think they miss it. There's no way an intelligent person like Kosho, even Zanuck, right? Like he's intelligent, can miss certain things. They're either choosing to deny it or they're mentally incapable, right? Which I don't want to call it crazy, but like, have such a mental block, have been programmed so much one way, they can never see it the other way.
No, you're right. Because the other day, some dude asked me questions. And right when he asked him, I was going to be like, I'm getting every one of these wrong. But then I was like, well, I'll get one right. But then it doesn't matter. It's like at the end of the day, if somebody asks you 50 questions, if you're not getting paid for it, if you're like who the fuck cares? What's it doing? Well, if you get 8,000 questions right or wrong, does that mean you're on a flat earth or globe now because I got your questions wrong or right? And if that's not the case, then really do I need to answer them correctly? Now, if a glober has some questions he wants to ask me, and at the end of the results he says the earth is flat, I'll get every one of the motherfuckers right. But if you're gonna ask me stupid questions about flags and pennies and shit that I actually already know, I knew every fucking answer. I don't really care to answer that shit. What I want to know is what questions can I answer that's gonna make it flat, and I'll answer those 100% correct. And yes, I can see stars from the ground, but no, I can't see them from high altitude. So Glober, stop asking us for stupid low from the ground footage of stuff that we already have. We want something different, something extra.
Can I just jump in and say something?
Yeah, what we need is the thing that Rocky had just described. That exact thing Rocky had said. That's what we need. Tangible. Something tangible. The whole optical thing, we can sit here and argue about refraction and cows come home.
Elevation,
We've never
Jeremy.
measured that either, which would have to be tangible.
You can do that simply, bro. Find an Olympic pool that's not filled to the top, right? And do what Rakia said. If you want something, I know it's level all the way, but if you want proof,
something that's subject to refraction, because then you just gain this circular kind of thing. So yeah, exactly what Rocky is. Yeah, but don't you need a wall to make a mark? You need somewhere to make your marks.
No, you just need to be able to come out of the water horizontally anywhere without hitting the edge of the cement or mud. The mud has to not be the thing containing the curve of the water. The curve of the water stacked upon itself, or the air has to be the containment for that edge that's above a horizontal. Not the fucking dirt in the pool or the dirt outside for your mud puddle, or not the Olympic pool cement.
we're not talking about cement. Water is water, regardless of what it's
Never
in.
mind.
Right?
Never mind that,
Long
Steve.
enough body of water, there has to be a measurable curve. So you do what Rakia said. You start with your line, you bring it all the way down to the end, and then you check out the relationship between the line and the water.
Why do you guys need a right wall? Hold on, stop. If you're on a ball of water, you don't need a space. You don't need a pool.
I missed what
You
you
don't
said.
need the edge.
What I said, Jeremy, is what I said was you do what Rakia said. You find a large enough pool, right, where you know water and their model has to be dropping. You start with what Rakia said. You start off with your line, level horizontal, and you extend it all the way down to the edge of the pool. And
I know,
then
but with the spirit level, hold on real quick though. With the spirit level, like you can do that. You need something to like put the spirit level up against, so you can like make marks for your reference to reference it later or something.
Well, he had a straight edge. Did you hear what Rakia said?
Yeah, I love it. No, I love his idea. I would just tweak it a little bit, but other than that, it's a solid idea. But where do you put your marks? Where do you put the spirit level? Like you can't just do that freestanding in air.
On the side of the wall of the pool, Jeremy, where you're going to draw your line, Jeremy. Yeah.
All right. We need a pool that's that long enough, though. You got to go. You also have to go both ways. You can't just go one way with that. You got to go. You got to make a level line and go in one direction and come back and go in the other direction, because just to make sure that the symmetry.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think you guys know what a pool on a ball looks like. Water on a ball.
Democ.
No, you guys need to stop. You don't know what you're talking about. Jeremy, you don't know how water on a ball looks? It doesn't have a right wall.
What were you going to say, Rocky?
I wanted you to realize that the top of my stakes, the first benchmark was 1.5 feet above the water, right? The top of a wooden stake. That was the top of my level, right? That was the mark. Each stake that I drove into the ground and made it horizontal with the first benchmark, not worrying about where the water was, right? I didn't measure up to each stake 1.5 feet. I used that first 1.5 feet as my benchmark, and it made a horizontal line. The tops of the stakes are the marks. And then you measure down from the top of each of those stakes down to the water. The first one's 1.5 feet. The second one's 1.5 feet. And for however long you go, if you do it right in any direction, they're going to be 1.5 feet. See what I'm saying? That the top of the stake, the wood stake, is your mark. when you're using a theodolite or whatever. But if you're using a straight edge, you would need, you could make the top of the stake your mark, but you would, it would be short distances. Whatever you were using, so something 20 foot long or whatever, it would take forever.
Yeah, you'd want a wall. You'd want to do it on a wall.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I mean, you could theoretically do it on a wall next to water somewhere. I mean, there are places like that, but it's
Any wall, because we can bring a spirit level over after. You can bring a 10-foot spirit level and extend a level line infinitely. That's not even an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the point is they denied that I could create a horizontal for the longest time, and then they had to give up on that and say, yes, horizontal lines can be established by leapfrogging and other methods. And I'm like, well, okay, well, why don't we do this over water? Right, just do it over static water, create that horizontal line, because then once they agree to that, they always bring you, oh, well, it's been done at LIGO and it's been done here, and I've seen marbles do this and all that. No. Well, if you say that these methods do establish a horizontal line, not deviating, not curving, then you could do that over static water and then measure down to the water, right? They're now having to agree that horizontal lines are established by these tools.
Hey, Chucky, are you there? Chucky.
Yeah, I am.
I want Rakia to explain to him how far is the practical use of an auto level. What's the distance? Because somehow they don't believe me, but maybe they might believe somebody that does this for a job every single day. You there, Chucky?
I don't really want to talk to Chucky, but I'll say it and hope he's listening. But I used to say 200 feet like forever, because that's what I practically use every day, and it's done me well. Like if we go to 300 or 400 feet, it's on a special day where we don't get a lot of interference in our measurements. But anything under 200 feet, you're more accurate. But 200 feet is doable. And then I asked surveyors, and lo and behold, 200 feet was the number he used too. A guy on the street that I didn't know, a surveyor. But 200 feet seems to be the workable range of any optical tool to be accurate. Once you go beyond that, you start getting into the pluses and minuses that people aren't comfortable with. But even then, you're not only going down, right? Your mark would be up sometimes or down sometimes. It's a plus or minus, in your measurement.
Yep, I hope you heard that, Chucky. And if I was to tell you, Rakia, I used my auto level to measure something or to look at something 14 miles away, what would you tell me?
I would tell you used it as a telescope, only as observation only. You didn't measure anything. That's how
you get more accurate.
You measure.
Hold on, man. That's how you get more accurate, bro. Yeah. Come on, Rakia.
You do longer measurements A to B. I would say you're accurate in measuring the illusion that you're observing. Like you could measure that maybe, but you're not doing an accurate measurement. Like if you're trying to make something horizontal and you're shooting 14 miles A to B, that's not what you're doing. Not at all. It's laughable. Like it's not even common practice, in anything except for global logic, maybe.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. You guys, I hope you heard that. 200 feet.
Now, having said this, I didn't know, I didn't know all this happened until I started researching it. And all you have to do is talk to the experts. Don't believe me. I only use it to make a living. I don't know if that makes me an expert or not. I didn't go to all these classes and get all these degrees to do this. Now, I've taken tests that you have to be able to use these things correctly. But, almost anybody can do that. But go talk to a surveyor. Ask him if he's ever measured curved water and what tools and applications did he use, what method. Has he ever observed, 14 miles over water, a horizontal line? He'll laugh at you.
Yep. So these are all internet surveyors that know absolutely nothing about the trade. Yep.
Ask him at what point the horizontal line he establishes starts to curve.
Yeah, yeah. He would have to tell you, well, on my fantasy, immediately. Yeah, notice how nobody pops up and talks about this stuff when Rakia's around? Nobody comes in and tells him, no, man, I'm sure you can measure 14 miles away. Mm-hmm.
No, it was not 14 miles.
That was B-Ball, I think, that did it. Was it 16 miles or something? He shoves that picture around proudly.
Seriously though, that would be that would be an excellent way. Like if we were ever going to go out there, if we had funding or something one day and we were going to go out and make some lines and stuff and then compare them to a level line. That is one of the main ways that I would use to do that, because I've snapped chalk lines before. I know, you know what I'm saying? Like it's straight. You're going to get a very straight line over distance. I don't think there's going to be any exponential sloping or curving or anything in it. So it would definitely be, you'd be able to tell after enough distance for sure.
You know how you get a straight line, like you pop a chalk line and you want to extend it, how you would extend it? Like you just carry the chalk line into your existing chalk mark and make it even, right? And then go out, go out further and then pop it again. So it re-pops the line.
Depending on how accurate. Yeah, depending on how accurate you want to be, you could do it halfway if you're trying to be super accurate, or you could just overlap it, a quarter or a third or something. Yeah.
A third of the way is usually practical. Half is better, of course. But a third of the way, you can get it even enough where you're not going to make a sphere. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
I know, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't snap a line like this, though. I would use spirit, like I said, precision engineered pieces of metal that are shaped like a spirit level. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you could use a spirit level to start or something to get one of those pieces level, but after that, I wouldn't even use the spirit level. I would just use these machine engineered precision.
That's exactly what an auto level does. It's just not the physical machine piece of iron or whatever pipe that you're holding up. It's a straight line that's very highly engineered to be very accurate over known distances, like, under certain parameters. So it's like having a 100-foot or a 200-foot piece of metal that's been engineered to be perfectly horizontal. That's what these auto levels are doing. It's exactly what it is. It's a straight edge. And then over.
Did we lose Rakia?
All I heard at the end was, oh.
Yeah.
Probably on an island or something.
Like he dropped something or something happened.
I mean, did everyone hear that absolute nonsense these guys were trying to do last night with the whole gravity thing? I mean, dude, if a normal person hears what happened there, I mean, I wish it could be more concise without less interruptions and stuff. Like, you got Kosho jumping in trying to save Jace, and then Zanuck jumps in trying to save Coach. It's like, I wish it could just be like one coherent thing put together. That way, if people heard that, there's no friggin' way. There's no way.
That is the most ridiculous stuff that one has to believe. It's beyond ridiculous, bro. Is that FC Dogma you're showing, Zamek? Look, the horizon.
Well, I mean, I can't. Whitsitt is usually pretty on spot for most of his arguments, but this is the weakest one I think he has ever had. He puts a video of someone on a drone going up like 100 feet and saying, "Oh, see, the horizon doesn't drop, so there's the proof of my case." Come on. I think all you guys know how silly that is, even with the understanding of what I'm talking about. Why would he post something like that? That's something he's really kind of ridiculous.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I thought this was the FE pilot dude. Is that his video?
That's a screenshot of what you see when you look out of an airplane. If you look out of the airplane and see the level line, which is the most expensive level on the planet, that will show you that not only is the glowing area of the horizon below it, but the surface of the ground is well below that level line. There's no argument where the ground or the surface is in that picture. There's no ambiguity that, oh, maybe way out, we just can't see the horizon because of the fog or the glow or space is in the way. I mean, it's below it. It's angularly below it.
Wait, Danik, is there another more expensive level on it that you put it that way?
There's no more. I don't know of a level that's more expensive than what's built into the HUD.
Okay, so just in existence, period. Why did you say on this planet?
Unless there's other planets that they could have levels.
I'm still confused though. If you take a level and put it at eye level, standing on the beach, the horizon is actually the actual horizon, right? Is always below that. As you go up, it's more below, like it gets greater. The value, right? If you're at 30,000 feet, the horizon is 30,000 feet below that horizontal line. And more on your globe. Yeah.
No, that's not. So I know you have a lot of experience in surveying and in your construction, but no, that's not how mathematics and trigonometry work. And trigonometry is just saying that.
Hold on, was Rocky done?
Hold on. I just in the middle of something.
No.
The horizon.
All right,
the horizon's below.
I got it.
The horizon's only.
Rocky, were you done? It sounded like you cut you off
I wasn't done. I was right in the middle of a sentence, but I'll reiterate. If you're on the beach, your toes are touching the water and your eye level is 6 feet above your feet, the water, and you look out, a horizontal line is your eyesight, right? That's basically what you're seeing in the HUD, the horizontal. Then as you go up 12 feet, that horizontal line is now 12 feet above that same horizon or the land or the water. And if you go up to 30,000 feet, it's 30,000 feet above the water or land. Whatever he says with trig and you're on a sphere and all this, I mean, hogwash.
Yo, did you guys hear what I just said? I think I was on mute the whole time. If anyone interrupts, hold on, I'm gonna unmute you in a second, Zach. If anyone interrupts, I'm just gonna temp mute you. and you'll be unmuted right after the other person's done. Let's try to keep it concise. Thank you. Hold on, Zanuck.
Thanks. Sorry about that, by the way, Rekia. No. When you are above the surface and it is a flat surface out in the distance, there will be for horizon, which means basically near an infinite point in space in your field of view, it will always rise to eye level. If there's a point that's on the ground a mile away, then yes, that point will drop down as you go up, because that's a fixed point with a fixed distance. That distance, that bottom leg, the run, as you know, in surveying, versus the rise, there's a specific angle, and that angle is trigonometrically proven by all the laws of mathematics that wrap around trigonometry. There's nothing that ever is disputed in that realm. Now,
Horizon is an apparent position, though, right?
Hold on, now you're doing it to me. Hold on.
I'll just ask
If you have something that goes off into infinity, then that will always stay at eye level, because as you go up, that position will be further and further away, farther and farther away. And that's what we see when we go up, but we don't see that angle stay zero as it should if it is out into infinity, if the plane is flat. If it's curved, it will drop, and the amount of drop will be based on that rate of curvature. And so we do know for a fact, and you can do simulations like I've given you examples of, forget about the horizon, just forget points out in the distance. You go up at 100, if you can see 100 miles out, for example, and you see that thing dropping, it should be on a flat surface, it should be, let's say it's 2 degrees, but we only see a 1 degree drop, or if it should be 3 degrees or 4 degrees, and we see it half the angle. We see that, we measure it for a point that we can actually see. The difference between where it should be and where it is the curvature rate. That angle is too great on an airplane for a fixed point 100 miles away that you can actually fix your bearings on. And you go at that height above the surface, based on that height and the distance to the object, there should be an angle. That angle will always be greater than you can measure with any kind of leveling or measuring device.
And you're saying that is the actual position we're measuring we're measuring geometric positions?
Geometric positions, because refraction goes away as you go higher. As the angle of incidence gets less, then you see less chance of any kind of refractive bending of light or position change of the object. And you can measure that by the differential measurements. As you go up, whatever you measure, you'll see the change of where it should be and where it is, and see if that matches either a round or a flat surface. And that's an easy way to actually calculate or measure what the refraction is at any value, because it gives you a plot statistically.
Listen up, audience. That is not true. Refraction doesn't go away as you're going up to 30,000 feet and looking down to the earth, or measuring down to the earth. He's talking about measuring to the horizon, which everyone knows is apparent position, an apparent position, not the geometric actual place in 100 miles away where the land meets the sea, because you can't actually see that far or tell that that's the exact position. It's an apparent position.
All right, one more time, Rocky, because you might have missed this a few weeks ago or last year or 5 years ago. I'll say it again. If you take differential measurements, you have a measurement at sea level. You're at the near the surface of the water, a foot or two off the ground, and you measure a position of an oil rig, for example, in your field of view. As you go up and make an arc, let's say, be a full arc, so you're right above the oil rig, and then you can follow the arc and go back down to that measuring position. All that arc is, let's say, is a 1 mile arc. If that 1 mile arc, you will have zero refraction looking down. You will agree, right? If you're looking right above it and you're looking straight down, there's no refraction because you're going through the layers with no angle of incidence. And as you start bending down toward the shore again, following that 1 mile radius arc, there could be more and more refraction. So the greatest refraction will be when you're closest to the surface, because that angle of incidence is greatest. If you can't grasp that concept, then we don't have a discussion to have here. So you'd all would agree that would happen because we know if it's straight down, it's 0, and on the side, that'd be the maximum. There's no other maximum spot. So if that's the case, you can measure during that arc or something modified to equal that same effect, whether it be an arc or just you going up on a building or something. And as you go up, you'll get a different value for where that object is in your field of view, and it will plot a curve. And that curve rate will tell you what the refraction value is at any point on the curve. It'll give you predictive qualities as well. If you deny this, you should do it yourself.
Now, if we go back 6 months later, do we get the same measurements?
Yeah, you can do that for sure. The rate of refraction will be that curve, and it could change on a heavily refracted day where there is a temperature inversion near the surface, and you're measuring near the surface. But if you're not near the surface, you won't see much of a change going from maybe 1,000 feet off the ground straight up to 5,000 or 10,000 feet off the ground. There won't be much refraction. And if it is, it's always bending down at that point. The only time it bends up is just some very, very unique situations near the surface with a high angle.
So every time you get different measurements, then you just add refraction.
No, we know that the refraction is causing the differential measurement because we know where the object is and we know how far away it is. All we're figuring out is what is the angle to it in our field of view. And that angle, hold on. You don't know anything by one measurement. But differential, you know what the word differential means. Differential measurements mean we're taking measurements at different positions, and along those positions we'll have some changes in those measurements based on trigonometry, and then we can decide whether that those values of the changes best suits a flat or a round surface.
And then you go back 6 months later and do it again and get different numbers, and then you say, well, that's different, a refractive index.
No, you get different numbers because there could be a refractive index that is different, but you would still get a plot. You would still get a plot where the greatest refraction is near the surface and the least is as you go higher. That's what you'll verify. And you also will verify whether the surface will be round or flat because you'll get a value of refraction as you go up or down. Because if it wasn't for refraction, those values wouldn't change in a way that represents a sphere or a flat surface. Now, I think you're just not getting the whole differential measurement technique, which is very instrumental in figuring out what you're really seeing as far as and what those values of these refraction would be. I mean, Earth is Life just posted a video of a drone going a little higher than Vincent's drone and has an arrow on the screen and everything. And it shows some pretty serious dropping of the horizon versus that little arrow. But the other things could be happening there. Just you got to be accurate with your measurements. Get a total station. You don't need a total station. You don't even need theodolite. All you need is something that can establish a level plane. If you establish a level plane, then you get the angle that any object beneath you and away from you is. And that simple calculation, as we've talked about many times, is just the height above the surface divided by the distance to the object, inverse tangent. And then you'll know the angle. If that angle doesn't comport with that law of trigonometry, then you know something's up. Either there's got to be refraction or curvature. And if it's refraction, then you can go up and up and up and see if that rate of change comports with refraction or trigonometry. Therefore, determine whether it's a flat or a round surface.
How would you see if it's curvature or refraction? Where's your established baseline on the science of refraction?
I just got done telling you how you would measure that. The rate of change. So these differential.
I didn't ask how you would measure it.
No, what it is, it actually is a value you're measuring. You're actually looking at it and seeing what's happening. It's not the measurement of the refraction at any given point. It's the change, the rate of change of
I don't
these.
even know why I opened my mouth to even ask you, as if I thought you would actually respond to what I said.
Yeah, because we're not. I know that is a knee-jerk.
Hey, Zanuck, I got a question for you. What's the antithesis of refraction?
No refraction.
Nope. You want to try again? What does it mean when something refracts, Zanuck? What do you think you're actually implying when you say that?
That light is bending, going through a differential median through an angle of incidence based on the angle, the refractive index of the medium.
How about spreading apart or diverging? And the opposite would be converging or compression.
No,
because
because
about that, Zanuck?
No. Sorry, that's not going to wash either, because that could actually satisfy requirements for diffraction, and diffraction also is a diverging path of light, but it's caused by a whole different set of reasons.
So what's the opposite of diverging? Or sorry, diffraction and refraction. What's the differences?
They're not converging and not diverging. That's not how it works.
Nah, I asked you what the differences of diffraction versus refraction are. Can you lay that out?
Well, diffraction, the light is not slowing down; it's just changing direction. Refraction, actually, it slows down.
So speed's the only difference?
Speed is the fundamental foundation of the difference between the two concepts.
And those are the only two differences you can outline?
Those are the fundamental foundations of the differences. There's more.
I heard that part, but I'm asking you, what are the other differences?
Well, diffraction requires physical objects, and refraction doesn't require a physical object.
Okay, so there's
You flushing a toilet?
Is there any diffraction involved in light?
Is there any diffraction involved in light? Light itself is independent of diffraction, but I'm sure if the conditions are correct, diffraction will occur and change the path of light.
So you contradicted yourself then. Are you going to walk that back, or are you just going to stick with your same original answer?
I'm not going to walk any of it back. I'm reflecting.
So then you got to define physical.
Something tangible, you can touch, feel, look at. Take a picture of it.
Does light have mass?
No, light does not have mass.
Is it physical?
It is physical.
So what's the tangible component involved in light for it to be physical?
Well, that's a matter of, you're getting philosophical now.
It's not philosophical. This is how we define terms.
Well, you make the definitions, and I'll fall within those guidelines. How about
that? No, I'm questioning you on how you're perceiving things, since you always seem to have all these answers. I'm just trying to make sure it's logically sound.
It is logically sound.
Well, it seems like you've already contradicted yourself a few times.
Physical. Light is physical. We can actually intangible because we can
light's physical, and so implying it has tangibility.
Well, its tangibility is limited to the effects and the things that we can visibly see. Now, we can't touch light. It has no weight. It has no mass. We can't feel it. But it has.
So there's contradiction number 3 then.
No. It can have certain effects that acts like it has mass. Solar sails in space would work because the effects of photons hitting a solar sail are similar to what would happen if we had certain particles hitting that sail in a high velocity. But it doesn't have mass, though. It has no rest mass, but it has some of the effects as if it does have mass.
So what's the material component involved in light?
There's no material component of light.
So no tangibility, no physicality, unless you want to misconstrue the definitions to fit your narrative. I got it.
I think you are. Tangibility does not equal materiality. There's no correlation between something having form or shape or weight or size and whatever else you just mentioned. Material.
You said physicality.
I
asked you to define physicality. I use tangibility. Tangibility implies materiality.
No.
So they're all kind of connected.
Okay, that's not true. So just because light is physical, but light is not material, because material I would define as something you can actually touch or feel or see. Touch, feel, and see, all three would be material.
So what's the difference between tangibility and physicality, or materiality, as you put it?
Well, tangibility might just mean, depending on the context which the word is used, it might just mean applicability. It might be applicable. It might have relevance. It might have.
Well, we can't just twist the definement of terms to fit your narrative.
No, because it's context. Context.
Hold on. Let's not, guys. Please don't. Hold on, Zanuck. Please don't interrupt, guys. If you do, I'm just going to temp mute you till the other person's done. All right.
It's good. I don't got time for all that. You guys go ahead, man. I just wanted to showcase that. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. If you want to have something, how is it? Tangibility. Tangibility. How is it relevant? What relevance is having a discussion? That's how much tangibility it has. Doesn't mean it has to have material touch and feel. Light is, the tangibility of light versus tangibility of the fact that light can bend, or that there's a material like a rock. I mean, what has physicality? Does light have physicality? Well, only in the sense that we see things. You can see light. Is that tangibility? I don't know. You tell me how you want to define that term, tangibility.
Well, I mean, I thought you already defined it, but that's fine.
No,
it's okay.
It's really about the context for which these words are being used. If you want to say physicality is something that some people can say it has physicality. I don't want that thing to hit me because it's going to hurt if it hits me. That physicality is different than the physicality of you're looking around, our world and everything in it, and saying, I can see light bouncing, reflecting off of a mirror. That's tangibility to me. That shows that it's real. I can see it. It's physical. It's a physical phenomenon. It's in science. It's in physics how light behaves. But if you want to say, is it physical? Can it hurt you? Can you touch it? Can you feel it? No. You can see it. Is that relevant? No. In this context that I'm using the word, you could say, no, I'm not. That's not physical. That's not tangible. So you have to set out how you want to define these terms, and then ask the questions, because I don't even know what you're trying to get at.
I mean, it's not up to me how we define the terms, is it?
Absolutely. Context is a very, very important part of communication, and it's very important as far as physics. Like, again, we can use words that are defined different ways, and that's why dictionaries have several, 4 or 5 different meanings of each word. Pseudo, for example, very different in physics than it is in normal linguistic type of usage.
How many possible pseudo forces are there out there in the universe, Henrik? Zanuck, are you there?
He might be counting in his head. Hold on. Hopefully it's infinity. Hopefully it's infinite amount, and we're just waiting. Just keep Zanuck. Just keep counting, bud. Just get back to us whenever you're done counting.
Yeah, I want a precise number, Zanuck. I don't want just some bulk quantity.
Yeah, write them down. You know what? Write them down. That way we'll have a coherent list after, and we can go over the list. So write them all down. I'd also like to know where the science dictionary is. If pseudo means something different in science, like where is the science dictionary, and can we get a definition on that? Or you know what? Just tell me where the science dictionary is. And if all the science dictionaries are the same, like out here in the real world where we're doing real stuff, not some pseudoscience nonsense, but in the real world where the dictionaries, all the definitions vary. I'm sure if you're doing science, they're all exactly the same. So actually show me I want a couple science dictionaries, and they better all line up, bro, because you guys can't be working on different terms and definitions within the body of science. I mean, that would get crazy. You think I mean this thing, but you would think I mean it. Like, whoa. Physics, Zanuck. The physical reality we live in. Give me some physics definition books. Some dictionary, some physics dictionaries. Is that what they would be called? What do we want? We want a physics dictionary. Because you said the definition is different in science or whatever. Science dictionary, give me something, bro.
And when do we want it? Now.
It's called a fictionary. That is the right terms, Jerry.
That was good. That was a good one. A fictionary.
I like Pictionaries, yeah. Because if it doesn't have pictures in the book, man, I'm just not interested.
He's calling Rumpus right now for advice. You'd think they'd forget about that thing we were going over yesterday. You'd think they would like try to take that out of their minds, where the ground rises up on their sphere, and one guy on one side, one guy on the other side, and the ground rises up without their sphere expanding, their mythical globe expanding. Like, how do you sell that, man? Like, how do you not, like, after saying that once and being rebutted, how do you how do you not hide from that? Like, how do you use that as an argument again? It's mind-boggling.
Bro, when you start doing the anti-portal on a globe thing, we got to start putting one of those, those bendy tape measures they use for tailoring or whatever. We got to start putting one of those tape measures around the circumference of the sphere before you even go into that raising up thing. That way we know. That way, because the tape measure, it doesn't matter what reference frame you use. You heard Jay Ace yesterday. You're still in a reference frame when you're looking. Who cares? It's the numbers on it. It don't matter what reference frame you're in. That number is going to be that number, no matter where you're looking at it from. So what, dude? Just bringing up irrelevant shit. That's how you know it. That's how you know that I had them right there when they just start bringing up totally irrelevant things.
Yeah, there's really nothing that they can. What can you say about this? The only thing you can say is reference frame, but that ain't gonna save you. That definitely ain't gonna save you. Could a reference frame make something move in two different directions at the same time? Simultaneously? Back and forward? I think not. So if you shoot a gun and let's say you shoot a deer, right? And you see it straight line, bang, the deer's gone. If you look at it from a different point of view, does the deer make it alive somehow?
The deer's actually, the deer's actually coming towards the bullet because of the bending and warping of space time.
It's coming towards its death. Yeah. It's like nonsense, man. I mean, it shouldn't be given more than 2 minutes thought, really.
Like, you don't even have to talk about forget reference frames. What's happening in physical reality? They say the ground's raising up. Okay. The ground's accelerating up. Fine. We get a ball. We put a tape measure around it. We have two opposite sides of the ball going in opposing directions, raising up. Does the sphere get bigger? It would obviously have to by necessity. Reference frames is irrelevant at that point because we have the tape measure around the ball, and you can now see. Oh, it read 10 inches. Now it's 11, or it's still 10. You would see be able to measure it. Measurements. This isn't no bullshit. It's a period of what I see. No, this is an actual tangible thing. See, that's why tangibility is a huge thing in my book. Things can look different. There's optical illusions. Stuff's happening. Like, tangibility is where it's at. That's how we know so much about the world, from tangibility. You think You think we made any progress just looking at stuff? That doesn't really do much. It can help. It could help. I'm not saying it's nothing, but the tangibility is how we got as far as we are now.
Absolutely. You can't guess that stuff. Absolutely. Somebody
You think the
tells
guy
you that.
making a wheel? Go ahead.
Go on.
I was just gonna say, like, the guy who invented the wheel, like, he didn't get anywhere by just looking at it. He had to touch something and make the wheel, see how it rolled.
Yeah, who invented that? Was that Wheeler?
It was Xanax great grandfather.
Oh, that's right. Xanax family was involved in that one. I forgot.
So you
Xanax,
think that,
one of Xanax relatives. Oh, what's up? What's up, Dan?
That's all you're saying.
What part did your family have in inventing the wheel, the invention of the wheel?
I'm sure they're related to somebody that invented the wheel, as were yours. But I don't understand what the problem is on the tangibility of phenomena like light bending. I mean, when you see a rainbow, is that not a tangible phenomena?
You say Rambo?
But in order to know how much
Rambo. When
in order to how much
pulls out his AK, he pulls out his Gatling
in order
gun.
to know how much the light's deviating from its straight line path, you would need to have something tangible, because anything less, everything optical, is just subject to refraction. So there's no way you can do it optically, because we're trying to eliminate the variable of refraction.
Well, that's why you do differential measurements. Differential measurements is the magic, not really magic. It's magic in this metaphorical magic, not really magic. It's what you do. By doing differential measurements, you then can figure out what those variances are due to and how much they're changing the light's path at any angle or at any altitude. You're just not really fully grasping that. It's just, I try to put things in extremes. Like when I teach the kids this stuff, you always take it to the extreme. What happens if you're straight above something? Oh, there's no refraction. Everyone agrees? Yes. Looking straight down. Jeremy would agree. So then we start.
Tell us about these kids, Xanax.
I don't agree. I do not agree with
Or
that.
Jerry's kids.
Absolutely not. Do not agree with what Xanax just said at all, in any way, shape, or form.
Well, let's see. I have to give you an analogy to something else that with differential measurements would give you the actual value. Something you can't measure it and have any confidence in what is happening at a single measurement, but as you change, you then determine. It's kind of fundamental to our reasoning and logic as a human. I mean, we don't know whether, for example, you look at two cups on tables. Have you seen? Was there something posted yesterday about the guy that has the picture on the wall and those two coffee cups? Was that yesterday? And then the guy's in this video and he starts and he takes the picture on the wall is really a postage stamp thing right in front of the camera, like a couple inches. And the coffee cup in the distance is actually this really big coffee cup, size of like a cooler. And the coffee cup in the front is actually really close. So you don't
Let's
know
not
about
talk about
the point is you don't really know what any of the size of any of these things until you move some distance to the right or left, up or down, and suddenly that perspective tells you if those objects really.
You mean a different vantage point of perception?
Okay, you're talking over me. What did I say? Since I'm going to test you, what did I just say?
Yeah, you said it appears to be as such, and so you have a different vantage point of perception, and then you have a different reference frame of observation.
I said none of that, and I didn't mean any of that either. So you see what
you
happens is you're trying to be so creative by thinking about what you want to say before you're listening. You don't listen to what I say. If you see something in the distance, two cars, for example, they look like they're the same size, and then you don't know if they are or not. You really can't tell what those two things are. As soon as you move over some distance, you'll be able to determine that one is a model and one's the real deal and how far away they are. But you couldn't tell that until you. Oh, I got that chick. I'm mesmerized by the dancing girl. You can't tell anything until you move. That's the most
What
simplest
the fuck
form
I
of
just
differential
said, bro?
measurements. No, you didn't. You said frame of reference and this and that, and perception. And no, I didn't say any of that. All I said was,
Yeah, I'm
move.
speaking in your nonsensical terms, bro.
No,
So
I
that,
don't have
When you move,
verbal
you have a new
communication technique. You do. You move in one direction. Take the measurement again. Differential measurements. That's all I said. And then you can determine what those objects are and the size they are and how far away they are. That's analogous to how refraction can be determined as well. You can't tell if something's looming up or looming or sinking by just looking. But you can tell what they're doing by moving up or down.
But Doofy argued the opposite. He said that the sun setting and looming or something proved that the Earth was a ball. So now you're contradicting Doofus.
Yes.
So Doofus is either you're right or Doofus is right. Well, I'll lean towards you being right, Zanuck, because you're my boy.
Thank you, brother. No, there's some serious refraction. That's almost mind-boggling to understand how much refraction the sun is going through at the distances that it is and how much atmosphere it's going through. And of course the angles too. But we do know if the sun is below level that something's up there. That doesn't work for how refraction works.
So what's new over there at CERN these days, Zanuck?
I really don't know.
You don't talk to your cousin anymore, or what?
He's not working at CERN.
Oh, was it LEGO?
My nephew. He was working
Legoland or LEGO or something.
No, he wasn't at LEGO. He's a particle physicist. He's doing nuclear fusion. That's his thing, and he's also doing. What was his last project? It's kind of like nuclear fusion reactors on spaceships. They're having an extension of the things he's working on, how it will be used to propel objects in space.
It's crazy.
Spaceism. It's like Scientology.
Got to keep your phaetons down.
I know, right?
What's the connection between science and Scientology, Zanuck?
Well, science is based on evidence, right? And as long as you have evidence, you're not really Scientology. Scientology is based on money and Tom Cruise.
Why did they add science in the name?
They try to give it validity.
Oh,
they try to give it relevance.
Interesting.
They don't they have like something called dietetics or some shit like that in Scientology?
Oh, that mean L. Ron Hubbard? Diet.
Well, yeah, dietetics or something like that.
No,
yeah, it's sort of philosophy.
Like it sounds like dietetics or what is it called? Diametrics?
Yeah. I think it's dietetics or something.
Is it dietetics? No.
I don't know, but it's like a philosophy.
Dianetics.
Did you say Dianetics? I think it is Dianetics.
Diabetics.
It's about your mentality or something, and how like your spirit comes from space or something. Some weird shit. It's a weird philosophy.
Psycho-cybernetics. It's like one of those kind of terms. Dianetics. Yeah, I think it is Dianetics.
Yeah.
I don't know the world.
I went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out what the fuck. I went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out what the fuck those Scientologists were talking about, and I never really found out. Like I could never just sit down and say, "Here's a sentence that describes what they believe." But I know. It's fascinating, weird shit.
I talked to quite a few people who say that dietetics or whatever is quite profound or whatever. I don't know. I personally haven't looked into it, so
Well, here's the thing. Here's what happens with religions is they pick and choose good stuff from other religions and other practices, and just how you should be in general, and then they apply a bunch of dogma too. So it's like you don't know how much of it is good, how much of it is dog shit, how much of it is like wasteful worship. You know what I mean?
It's all a scam from beginning to end. It's designed to get their money. What they do, they have these what they call clearing sessions. So they put you in a room, from what I know, with one of their auditors or whatever they call them, and then you got to pay for this. Sorry?
clear your bank account. They clear your bank account.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, bro. And you got to pay for this, and you got to tell them during this session something in your life, something bad. They try to make you like bring out stuff from your life, you know, if you were raped or whatever bad stuff that has ever happened to you, you know? So that's what it's all about. And they make you pay for it. And there's steps to clearing. Yeah, it's a scam from the top to the bottom.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
man.
some like what is that thing that Freud did? Not psychology,
Psychoanalysis. Yeah.
Yeah,
Psychosomatic.
that's what that sounds like. Yeah, psychosomatics or psychoanalysis. That's what it sounds like. That Freud
Psychoanalysis.
shit.
So here's what it is.
Yeah.
Hijack real therapy and call it something else, try to do something else, make it a little more sick and twisted. They hijack real, like what you're supposed to do is help yourself from the traumas that you've experienced, right? Do self-work, forgive yourself, forgive others, all this kind of stuff. But instead they made it some weird fucking religion. They made true self-work some weird religion. Yeah, in my opinion.
I heard Zanuck got baptized at a Scientology church.
It's all coming together.
And that's why he's broke. Zanuck, you still there?
I am.
Can you explain 0 point energy?
No.
Is it a thing?
A thing as in, find the word thing.
In the context of a noun?
Yes, it is a thing. I mean, well, no.
Is it?
Yeah, it can still be a thing and not be tangible.
Is it accurately defined, or is it just like some misconception of?
I think it's a little obtuse.
You want to touch on that at all?
I don't know enough about it really to expand on that.
Do things
what's your
seemingly pop
understanding of
into and out of existence, or is that just like
things can come in and out of existence? Yes.
where they come from?
They're already there. They don't come from anywhere.
So then, how are we saying that they come into and out of existence? It's already existing. Is that a walking contradiction?
Because the existence is defined as something having relevance in your surroundings, and relevance is relative.
Yeah, let's define that.
I mean, a baby comes out of a baby. I guess is if we're gonna talk about something that goes from non-existent to existence. I guess
Well, I think that's a good
a baby.
I think that's a good one to touch on.
Does a baby exist in the womb? Is it existence, or is existence only when it's born?
Well, no,
Yes,
it exists in
it obviously exists in the womb because it kicks around and kicks in the mom's stomach and shit, and it expands the mom's stomach to be bigger. It's quite obvious when a female has a baby inside of her.
But wasn't the baby already there before it was in the womb, being that it was in her ovary?
I thought that it technically doesn't exist until fertilization. There's like fertilization is when the zygote is formed, and then there's conception when it goes onto the womb and starts growing, and then there's after conception and there's birth where it comes out of the womb or whatever. There's like the 3 steps: fertilization, conception, and birth. Technically, it doesn't exist before fertilization, but I guess its components exist, which is the male and female sperm and egg.
Right. It's genetics still there, kind of analogous to like an acorn, right? And an oak tree, right? Like they're genetically identical, 100%.
Well,
but
it's a little different because the child's genetics are always going to be unique in comparison to its mothers and fathers because it's a combination of both. So technically, like, the combination never existed until fertilization. That's why it's like a natural newborn unique thing. But the actual, like, physical material objects do you kind of understand what I'm saying? Like, the sperm and the egg are
I get
two
what you're
separate things, and then when they combine in such a way that they create a completely unique new thing. So I don't know.
Well, my point to that was that the genetics from the egg is already there prior to the conception or the baby, what have you. And so same thing with the sperm, like those genetics are already there. Like until they come together to create this new genetic identity, identity, then we already have these two things existent. It's just the fact that they came together to manifest, right? Like there was nothing created. The components were already there. We just manifested or unlocked this this new I don't know what you want to call it, genetic sequencing that wasn't necessarily put together. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so I guess the combination was created new because it's a unique combination. Like no one else has that combination unless you have a twin. So the information, I guess, is new, but the actual material substance is not. So no new material came into existence, but the information, like this code is a new code that's never been seen before, you know, like a unique specimen, all of us, every living thing. So I don't know.
I mean, even twins, twins aren't exactly identical. Like one will have a mole somewhere, the other one doesn't have it. Shit, right? It's close, but kind of like no cigar.
I mean, we're taking it a little far with that, but the point was is that the components were already there. Like nothing spontaneously came about other than this new sequence of code.
Right. Yeah, so I could say that there a new information developed, but no new material developed. Like the material was already there. I don't know how you would classify that. I'm too sure. Do you know about Plato's forms, Dicelo?
Plato's what?
Like forms or something? Form versus substance.
Plato's cave. What is it? Tell us what it is.
So basically, Plato says that there's like our seen world, and then there's the world of forms, and that basically substance inhabits different forms, and that's what I guess appears to our perception as reality, but that these forms exist like in a timeless state. And so like the form of a dog always existed, even if you killed all dogs on earth, like the form of a dog still exists in this reality of forms. And so like essentially everything that has existed or will exist already exists in this like dimension of forms. It's just it's not, I guess, inhabited by substance.
Yeah, it's not actualized. Right. It's kind of the comparison between, like I was given a couple days ago, with gold, right, attached to a host rock, right, where the gold is in the host rock, but until that gold is extracted and in a concentrated form, it's not actualized. It's potential. What is potential is not actual, and what is actual is not potential. Like it's these two, I guess you could say, forms of existence, which is the separation between dilution versus concentration, which is why everything is a signal to noise ratio. If that makes any sense.
Plato's dope. First of all, let me just start with that. Right, Plato's awesome. And I actually think that could be the case where there's shit going on. We can't see it, sense it, whatever.
Yeah, and it's basically essentially like, so like all the buildings and stuff, all the creatures, anything in this physical reality that has like a structure to it, like that structure apparently, like according to him, already exists. Like I guess the blueprints of anything that will exist already kind of exist somewhere. Like I don't know, bro. I was reading up on it. I was just so fucking tripped out by it. That's kind of neat the way he describes it.
Super deep stuff right there. It's good shit. Like we should all definitely take some time to dive into that, try to make sense of it.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about that, and I was like, that kind of like gives a third option for evolution in a way, you know, that if this structure of like a wing is just something that just naturally occurs and substance, I guess, fills up, take this form, like, and then we can see that insects and birds both have wings, and like planes that we fucking make in the air also have wings. So that's like, I guess, one example of a certain form being existent and manifesting in multiple, I guess, dispersed ways.
No, man, it's different because birds are organic. They came that way, and an airplane is mimicking the natural thing. Made by
Right, but
man.
an insect that doesn't address the insect, right? Because a bird and
Yeah.
an insect both have wings. So like,
That's true. Those are similar, insects and birds. Yeah, flying
What
insects.
about a seed? There's seeds with wings that utilize the air to disperse themselves in various locations.
Oh yeah, those little
I mean,
helicopter dudes that we collected as kids. Yeah.
great.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, instead of it being in a random chance evolution by Plato's, I guess, theory of forms, the wing, like the actual form of a wing, already pre-exists there actually being any real wings, but then it manifests itself. And it kind of makes sense because if you look into reality, there's places where they manifest completely separately of each other. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. Aerodynamics exist regardless of any other thing that interacts with the aerodynamicy, right? Then, so a wing interacts with aerodynamics, but aerodynamics was there first. Maybe, I don't know.
It's kind of interesting because, like, if these Greek guys got all their fucking knowledge from these Egyptians, right? From these like Persian, Babylonian, like this is where they got all their knowledge. These are all the civilizations that predated. Right? And then, like, if you think about a pyramid, that's a form of a pyramid. That shape would pre-exist them putting bricks
That's
there.
actually I've heard that.
Does it make more sense to build with the form that already exists than against it? Maybe it's just the fact that once you know these, I don't know. Go ahead, Daiso. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that that geometry, I've heard often, put that that's like the most perfect geometry in the universe. Like what makes the the right triangle the perfect geometry in the entire universe, and like why is that so agreed upon? Does anybody have an answer to that?
Sorry, what was the question? I was muted for just a sec.
The right triangle, the Pythagorean pentagram in triplicate, i.e. the right triangle, like why was that held so heavily, like in regards to being the most perfect geometry? Like what gives it that qualification?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we hear that it's, you know, the three is the biggest one here. The triangle is
It's the 108, 36, 36 geometry to be most precise. But and we see that like within pyramids, right? Like even the pyramidal, however you say that, geometry harkens that sort of quintessence of
What were those
perfection.
numbers again?
108, 36, 36.
36, 36. Isn't that half
108.
of a pentagram?
Yeah, that's
That's
a
half
third
of
of
a
a
pentagram.
pentagram. A third.
That's a. Oh, I was thinking of a pentagram, like the star points.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
72.
yeah. That's
Each of
that
them is
star, that
72
pentagram,
degrees, right?
maybe apart from one another, but if you were to break it down to a shape, it would be that triangle. That I think it's called the right triangle. So, but that pentagram has been hijacked over time by a lot of like different religions and metaphysicians. But essentially, it
That's a tenth
spawned
of a
from.
circle. It's a tenth. 1/10, right?
I don't know. That's beyond me.
360 in a circle, 36 degrees. So it's a circle divided by 10, essentially. Decade or whatever.
Decahedron. Yeah.
And then that's how you get that whole. They get that whole phi ratios from the pentagram as well. It's the how would I say? It's the
I don't
ratio
know.
between the sides of the
Yeah,
pentagram.
exactly. It's the divine ratio. It ties in with the golden ratio. It ties in with all sorts of. It ties in with Ken's incommensurability. I mean, it ties in with structures naturally in nature. Like everything follows this this divine proportionality of 1/5 to the power of -3, which works out to 0.23608. But there's more to it than just saying, you know, this divine golden ratio. There's a lot more to it. Like that's not even scratching the surface.
Yeah, and Pythagoras. And you have to put like a pentagram on your hand or something, and then show it. They get into Pythagoras' like secret location or whatever. Apparently, was the thing, and the whole. If you take the long side to the second longest side to the third longest side to the fourth longest side, all three of those ratios are that's phi ratio.
If you take it to the end of the road, supposedly it boils down to the holographic paradigm.
What's that?
Where the parts make up the whole. The parts that make up the whole contain the image of the whole, and vice versa. If that makes any sense.
Kind of, I guess. But I'm just wondering then, how are you differentiating?
So like if you were to take a picture of something, right? And you were to just subdivide that into like a bunch of different pieces. Each one of those individual pieces would contain the image of that whole picture in its entirety. And the whole picture contains the pieces that make up the whole image. Like it's this fractal holographic.
Doesn't that mean each one of these pictures would just be the bigger picture? Right?
It would contain the bigger picture, yeah.
But if the bigger picture contains the smaller picture, and the smaller picture contains the bigger picture, then you start at the bigger picture, you go down to the smaller picture. The smaller picture would have an even smaller picture that contains it, right?
So like if you were to take a negative image of a hologram, and you were to cut out a section of that image, that small section would actually contain the entire image within that negative hologram. It's kind of weird to think about, but it's
Do you
true.
have
It's
a?
undeniable.
Do you have something I can look at with that hologram example? Maybe like a link, or because I'm curious, but the way you described it, I'm not sure if I can really visualize. Like I'm not really understanding.
Yeah, like just taking a picture and cutting that picture up into a bunch of small pieces, and then taking a microscope and zooming into that small piece, you would actually see the entirety of that picture you just cut up. Like that's, I guess, the best way I could put it.
Right?
Right. It's a fractal holography of the entire hologram. Like that's like, I guess, the basis of the holographic paradigm.
Wait, but is there like an example of this? Because like
Yeah,
it's
like you
outside
can
of a
do that
fractal.
yourself. Yeah, it's not just words being put together. Like you could actually do.
What do I do?
Maybe Google negative image of hologram. I don't know.
Okay.
Like actually dived into it for myself, but
Negative image of hologram.
or negative hologram, fractal. I don't know. I'm just trying to throw out some keywords.
Reconstruction of negative image in holography. I don't know if I'm on the right place. There's a lot of complicated shit though over here. Why are there no hologram negatives?
Negative image of a hologram. Just type that in.
That's what I typed. Yeah, I typed
Oh, okay.
exactly what you said. Negative image of a hologram. Yeah. The first, why are there no hologram negatives? Wikipedia, holography, ResearchGate, image reconstruction in direct view holography, negative lens with an input complex amplitude transmission, the path of light with the human eye. Chapter 9 from MIT courseware, holography lens and the inline Gabor hologram.
I'll see if I can post something. But this is kind of like what Henri Poincaré, who was the guy that Einstein stole like most of his works from. He was big into this this holographic paradigm thing, which I thought is kind of interesting. Let me see what I can find here and post.
Well, my thing is, we all know that like Einstein's stuff is shit, right? So let's just address that. But what's to say some of the shit isn't correct? It doesn't have to all be wrong. Like, I don't know. Not talking about like stretching and whatever, but I'm talking about like time travel and shit. I don't know. Like, even if Einstein was wrong, it still wouldn't mean that time travel isn't possible. And maybe it's not like you get in a car and go back in time, but maybe you can transmit information from the future to the past somehow. I don't know. That's at least what I seem to have come to the conclusion that there's evidence of.
I'll post a video here in Livestream. Sure you can guess whose video it is, but 23 minutes after the hour.
I got it.
I got 5 minutes. I'm gonna see what the fuck he says within this 5 minutes. I'm gonna share my screen here. I just had to back it up a bit.
I'm watching this shit right now on your.
Come on, Ken.
Bro, but that's kind of like what they're saying, Dice-Low.
I
That
know.
their happiness of itself. Like,
I
have you
know.
seen happiness? Like, happiness of what? Like, what was happy? Like, no, just happiness. That's what they're saying with waves, bro.
Right.
That's crazy.
It's no different than a force, right? A force is what something does, not what something is. But yeah, let's carry on.
Yeah.
Centrifugal field. Did you call? Did you call? Do they have permits? No parking anywhere. Sorry, guys.
Time is a number 4.
Yep. Oh yeah, the Chinese hate the number 4. Bad rock.
Yo, die slow. Die slow.
What up? What up?
Can you go back like 45 seconds and replay that real quick? I just want to listen to that again. Oh, these fucking ads, huh?
I know, bro.
YouTube is such a fucking like bitch platform now. Like fuck.
The fucking gimmick.
Bro, this is what
Alan was
Alan
talking
was.
about.
Yeah,
Yep.
bro.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, okay.
Uh,
Bro, I like that. I like that. That?
what's up?
Just keep going. I want to hear that fucking part again that he said, dude. That was like.
You want me to
was-
back it up?
What was that when he was talking about the hydrogen, bro? The light
Oh,
and the beyond gamma ray.
yeah. He's
That's
just
what I'm
saying
trying
that an atom itself is ultra high energy light. Essentially, it's he called it a dynamo. It's a spherical frequency where the wavelength of the frequency has been canceled out due to the fact that it's many magnitudes above gamma radiation. So it's instead of acting like a transverse wave-like propagation, it's a purely a longitudinal wave-like propagation, meaning it's got no wavelength to be measured within the picometers that they measure it. And this is what he calls hard light. He essentially says that light and matter are synonymous, only separated through their effects. But yeah, let's carry on and see what
I
he
have
says.
to agree with him, bro. I came to the same conclusion without even watching this guy's shit. That
Yeah,
all
he's
the
got a
other
whole
elements,
formula on it.
Oh no, I was just talking about the hydrogen part. That all the other elements are just hydrogen
Yeah,
combined
they're
together.
right.
But
They're
what I want to see this guy's formula and shit. I never thought about this whole light and stuff like
yeah,
that. Yeah, I
yeah.
never
I
thought
can
about
post
that
it.
before.
Yeah, I can post it after the video or something.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, bro.
Okay, let's just finish it up here.
Dude, that's kind of funny because Kronos is the god of time and death. Kronos or Saturn, time and death. And
What
then you say
number
that
planet
Thor,
is Saturn?
in the solar system, what is it? 3,
From the
4,
sun.
Mars, Jupiter 6,
Okay, so it'd
Saturn
be like 7 or 8.
7. I think it's
Yeah.
7. Because Earth,
What
I
was
mean
number
Mars
4?
is. Wait, no. Earth is this is the heliocentric model. Earth is 3, Mars is 4,
Yeah.
Jupiter is 5, Saturn is 6. Saturn's
Okay.
6.
Okay.
Yeah, Saturn's
No
6.
no
But
correlation. It would have been
4 is
funny if it was number 4.
4 is Mars.
Okay.
Okay, I will say welcome, gentlemen, and maybe ladies. I don't think there's so many ladies in a forum like this, but if it is, I will say welcome. Yeah, Johnny is in home, and what's up?
Well, I gotta get working here. So I don't know if you want to finish this video on your own. You got about 3 minutes and 15 seconds left, but
all right, thanks,
I've
bro. I
got
got the link.
yeah.
I got the link from you as well.
It's
Open on another tab.
Sorry, guys. So I was not streaming. I was just coming in, but the stream is closed. So
We're gonna put together a debate, Johnny, with you and PMAC.
Okay. The stream is closed, then everything is okay to go and talk about something?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Yeah. For me, it's obvious that if you have a flight time of 4 or 6 hours and you are time lapse, and you are flying over a globe, everything has to go above you systematically, absolutely. And then we have the real life of it, a pilot that's doing it, and you can see it's not happening. Then you have simulation, what should happen. It's not showing that is happening in real life. What can you say, you guys, that is against the globe? Oh, no, against the flat earth, I mean, that you guys that are living on a globe and against the flat earth. Or topographical plane, if I will be more specific. So, there is no fucking answer. Exactly. There we have it. It's absolutely end of the discussion. Everything has to go above you if you are flying around a globe. And the star you start with has to go above you. But if it doesn't, then you're not on a globe. It's over. Finito. Nothing to talk about anymore. We have to find something else. And Johnny is speaking. But it's open for everybody to answer. But there's no answer. I don't hear anything. Nobody can say anything against it. Maybe it's the final nails in the coffin. I'm just wondering what's the answer against it. There's no fucking answer. It's finito. Every fucking shit talking, and there you get it. Flutter is the winner in the end. So you are living on a topographic plane that's been improved endless and have a apparent horizon, not geometric horizon, because it cannot be found. There is no geometric horizon. You cannot find it because it's not there. I'm just wondering, why do you think that it's not there? Because it isn't a globe of 3959. It has been debunked. And if it has been debunked, then the whole model of the heliocentric model has been debunked. It's wrong. Now we have to do something real work. Yeah, it's not over. We can fight over a lot of things, just like there's an infighting in the FE, because they are going over it. We know we're on the flutter. Then all the things come in. That's a lot of things. So you don't have to cry over it. Everything is over. No, it's a lot of things that we have to fight over. But the reality is, it has to be horizontal, up and down, like it is, just like we see it, and just like we feel it. Yeah, what's about, how it works, what's behind it. That's science. That is real science. So, just come over, all of you, over to our sites, and let us find out. Really, I really mean it. You have to understand that we are right. Just go over and take the next step. There are a lot of work to do together. Okay? Oh, do you want to be anti-flat earther and play like a fucking child all the fucking time? It's over. Please. Okay, if you say, oh, Johnny is just a stupid fucking idiot, okay, say what I'm stupid about. How can you define your fucking globe fucking fantasy? Tell me about it. I'm absolutely open-edged. I will listen to you, but I don't think I can, because you don't have anything, nothing. What do you have? I cannot find anything you have. Absolutely zero.
Is that Scarface?
Have you seen the movie? I love the movie, but you know, you are the Scarface if you're on the club side. In the end, you will be taken down.
You're the Scarface of flat Earth.
No. All of you fucking guys is a fucking Scarface. You have a scar, all of you.
You're Scarface specifically when he's sitting in the restaurant saying, "You need me."
Yeah, I understand because you see me like that because I am a character like that. But in this issue has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with Scarface at all.
Except you're the Scarface of flat Earth. All the Globers are afraid now. They don't want to get cut up.
Yeah, of course I am a Scarface in that perspective. Yes, I am. In that perspective, I am. Yes.
Well, not to change the topic, but I don't think there's. But what was the resolution to? Or does anyone have an answer to Zanic's point about rising, dropping, high altitudes?
Hey, can you speak out of your fucking mouth or your?
What was that?
Oh, sorry.
Nobody understands what you're trying to say.
Jeez. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's better.
All right,
It sounds a lot better.
All right, cool. No, I don't know if anyone was here earlier, but Zanik always brings up this point about the horizon dropping at high altitudes, and it should always stay in the center because on an infinite plane, if you apply Cartesian geometry, it's going to be...
Oh, what are you doing now? Are you going down? Are you going to sleep now, or what's happening?
Wait, who verified an infinite plane is my question.
Well,
who went and walked out or drove out or flew out to infinity and said like, "Yup, I'm here at an infinity and it's still a plane." Like, who the fuck did that?
I shouldn't have. I mean, I was using his phrasing, but I guess even his argument still works even without an infinite plane, just with an extended plane.
We are not talking about the infinite plane. We are talking about the reality of our world. We don't know all the answers. You don't know the infinity if you are living in a globe fucking fantasy either.
Do you want to ask a rule? Do you have an example of an extended plane appearing to be at the same level no matter how high you go up? Because as far as I can assure you, I've been on a lot of decks and a lot of fields and a lot of places that have extended planes, so to say, and all of them will actually their edge will actually look lower.
Okay. Okay. My answer is it doesn't matter. Of course, you can make mathematical, but everything has to be from the sea level, and the sea level is the mathematics that we take from the topographic plane. You cannot make any fucking measurement without have a flat fucking baseline in the beginning. So that's the truth of it. And all navigation or whatsoever you want to do, or triangulation in that.
Hold on, Johnny. Before we get too far off the point, I just want to jump in real quick just to say, if we're always observing the horizon, as in it's in front of us, and we rise up, it's always there, no matter what. And if somebody's being intellectually honest with you and engaging with you on an intellectually honest level, they're going to admit to that, period. So you taking on that as some kind of fact, please go back to the drawing board for more.
No, because you have to take in you have to take in a perspective of a long distance.
You drunk fuck.
I'm not drunk. I'm. Why do you call me a drunk fuck?
You're wasted, bro. Don't even lie. You're fucking.
Really?
You're on like two Mickeys right now as you speak.
You cannot talk about what we are talking about. It's at home against my person that you are doing. That's wrong.
To address a rule or whatever. as well, like the horizon is actually a visual phenomenon. It's not an actual physical location, because an object can be actually visually seen on the horizon, and then when you go over to the object, the horizon is no longer there, it's somewhere else. So looking at a horizon, a visual phenomena, will never tell you anything about a physical object because it's a visual phenomena. Just like looking
Well
at a paint,
stated.
looking at a painting, right? Looking at the dudes and the characters in the painting will never tell you anything about the actual paint they use and the material. Like
You're not
just oh,
saying
like
anything. You're just talking without
No,
saying anything.
Johnny,
bro,
slow
can
your
someone
roll,
silence this
slow your
drunk
roll.
fuck?
Exactly. John, because Noah made a good point. If you can observe the horizon, you're like, oh, hey, there's a water tower at the horizon. Let's go inspect the water tower. Then you jump in the boat or whatever, head off into the ocean to go inspect the water tower that happens to be out in the middle of the ocean. And guess what? The horizon's no longer there. The water tower's there, but the horizon ain't because it's moved further away. Very good observation, Noah. Well done.
Well done.
Yeah.
And his action is, can we move this guy? It's a cancellation because it's not fitting in your fucking court thinking maniac behavior.
Okay, so I'm aware that it's a visual phenomenon. I'm just saying, like, if I were to steelman his argument, we see in Cartesian geometry, so using trigonometry, if the plane is extended and you go up high, the horizon line, aka that visual phenomenon, should always be divided at the center of your vision and never below it. That's his argument.
Central vision. What is the central vision?
Center of your field. Center of your
That
field.
is your field of view. Yeah, exactly.
Bro, can someone, like, for fuck's
That is the
sake?
personal dome we are talking about.
Johnny, give him a chance to speak, bro. One at a time, please.
Okay, no problem.
I'm just so yeah, that's the steelman of his argument, right? So like, what possible explanations? Well, I guess the easy one is that you don't see in Cartesian geometry, so I guess, or Euclidean geometry or whatever.
Yeah, see, you already know because that's the reason we have levels, rulers, yards, and shit, is because we can't actually eyeball shit because we don't have perfect Euclidean vision. If we did, we wouldn't have to ever measure anything. We could just look at, oh yeah, that's perfectly what this is, you know, like.
Yeah,
we wouldn't.
To be fair, it's not yet been quantified yet. The non-Euclidean geometry. I mean, I guess people say hyperbolic geometry, but that's not really like.
I don't know about that. That sounds kind of, that as well sounds ridiculous to me, bro. You can look at things and things look distorted, bro. Even from close up, there are all kinds of fucking things happening. It's not actual, bro. There's a reason Euclidean geometry was developed. It was to help us build things because we couldn't fucking just do it with our eyeballs alone. Like, our eyeballs are not like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they were trying to build bricks and shit, you have to put a fucking string up next to it to make sure it's straight, because you can't just place it on and know it's straight yourself. Just like when you have to inspect, like, if you have to put up any type of structure, you have to use a level, because you can't even tell if the fucking thing is straight or not, or if it's on horizontal or not. Like, so, like, to say that you were going to look at something and determine the nature of it, when we know that in just day-to-day building objects, we can't even rely on our eyes alone. So it's absurd to think that you're going to look at the horizon and come to some determination when you can't even, with your own hands, build a fucking wall without using, like, thing.
All of that is fine. And again, the argument is based on the presupposition that we're seeing in Euclidean geometry, which, fair enough, I would also disagree that that's the case. But this is not for that argument, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, at least it does.
Well, we know that's not a fact. What's the facts that their I guess
So
argument is based upon?
So
The fact is that there's a horizon. We all agree that there's a horizon.
Well, the
that
fact
doesn't
is
prove that it's a ball. What does a horizon have to do with a ball?
Sorry. Also, I would dispute the fact that, like, you can't gain anything from your vision because, based on the fact of the rectilinear propagation of light, you can ascertain that something which is blocked by physical curvature would not be visible to you at a certain distance if you were on a globe. So you can make that, point, and that's why they had to come up with the whole standard refraction thing, which is unproven. But I'm just fair it's not. Visual information isn't completely ruled out as a means of evidence. It's not. It's just that.
Well, you have to bring forth the evidence, but the first thing that you said was evident was that you see in Euclidean geometry, which is not evident. It's not even true. It's the fact is that you don't. So
Yeah, but
that right off,
can you
that's
give
kind
an
of like
example why
what's
it's
the
wrong?
actual
You're not giving an example
what's the
why it's
actual
wrong. Why it's wrong?
I'm
Can you
talking
give an
to a rule. Can you stop interrupting me?
No,
And
I'm
let me
just
let me
everybody.
address the guy I'm trying to talk to. You can talk to a rule. I'm not trying to talk to you, bro. I'm trying to talk to this guy because he's bringing up like an actual point. So first off, what is the actual like evidence you're bringing forth? Because that's not evidence. That first part. Your second part was that you see a horizon. Like I'm trying to figure out what you said. You had a steel man. Could you please like get to the evidence part?
I'm not providing any evidence. It's not my claim. I'm just like steel manning his argument. I don't even know if he has any actual like proper visual like verified photos or footage of this rise and drop.
So his is it horizon drop? Is that the argument that when you look at the horizon it drops? Is that what the steel man?
It's not in the center of your vision because as per Euclidean geometry, if you were to assume that again, big contention, big question mark there, it would be in the center of your vision, right? It would keep rising up.
With the presupposition that you live on an infinite plane and that you see in perfect Euclidean geometry, which both are false. But then, so I guess the only thing that's actually not just an assumption or a presupposition is the actual horizon drop. What do you think about that, Gillian or Johnny B? Horizon drop.
It has been proved that we are living on a plane with many evidence. What is your evidence? What is your evidence? One fucking proof are you living on a spinning globe?
Well, John, let me give me a sec. I posted up 2 pictures for a friend to consider at 1 minute past the hour. One picture is a local guardrail on a balcony that is approximately 55 feet in the air. In the distance, you'll see a water tower. In the distance past that, you'll see the floor meeting the ceiling, i.e., the sky meeting the ground, forming the horizon line. Then I posted up a picture beside it showing the sun and its mighty glory, along with, again, the floor meeting the ceiling. Now, again, those 2 pictures, one taken locally, showing the cityscape or the townscape in the background, along with this high altitude picture, seem to both match in horizon line from left to right, forming a very straight line. So I'm not too sure where this quote drop comes from, maybe observed from left to right, but from local or up that high, we don't see any kind of deformation where the floor meets the ceiling. I withdraw. Thank you for the space, Noah.
You were talking about straight line. How can you make a straight line in a chord division? Everything has to be to the middle of the earth because of something is holding you from all directions because you're on the globe. But how can you say that in the same time talking like that? You're contradicting yourself and the whole thing. And you don't understand that. Are you stupid or are you just blind?
What are you calling stupid, John?
Oh, there is no answer there. You're just trying to say something. You're thinking because you know I'm right.
No. Are you talking to me when you say, who are you calling stupid? Me?
No, not you. I'm talking about.
Okay, cool. I didn't check you on that.
Yeah, I'm not talking with you. I'm talking about the. No, sorry. No. No, I am the talking point. No, I'm not talking with you. No, absolutely not. I'm talking with the guy I was talking before. But he's hiding now and he's not able to answer the question because he don't have any answer. And we have a measurement. Who is we? The people that know the Earth is not a globe flying through the space and in different directions, and nobody knows about it. In physicality that we know of so far, it is impossible. Everybody will be no fucking life will be on this fucking spinning ball if that was true. It will be a fucking chaos. But it's not chaos. You have a specular reflection, and everything is very, very still and at rest. Very, very nice. Nothing is happening. It's a foundation. We are the foundation. We are on the foundation of the world. We are in the center, and everything is revolving above us, just like a clock. Everything is exactly the same time. Everything, nothing is moving, but the sky is moving. Yes, that is because of the movement of quantum locking, and everything in the sky is in quantum locking. And quantum locking is because of extreme cold and magnetism that keeps everything on going. And you can demonstrate that for yourself in a small scale. And then we have downward bias. Oh, you can yes, we can demonstrate that also with static electricity. That is absolutely clear. And you can manipulate it. But so-called gravity of a concept of space and time, people call it the space-time, but it's not space-time, it's space and time that they are talking about. So they are talking about the fourth element. Yes, what is the fourth element? Yeah, spiritualism, maybe. It will work, but it's not physics. Yeah, I'm not against spiritualism. No, I know it is something that is, but in physics, no. Not in simple physics, it isn't. So take it out. There's no fourth. We are living in a three-dimensional world. That is the physical world we are living in. Yeah. Then we have the spirit and we have the soul and everything. You can call that the fourth, but it has nothing to do what the physical world is doing. Absolutely nothing. So shut the fuck up. Gravity. Who is the first man on the club side to define gravity? Nobody can, because what is gravity? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. That's the answer. But everybody say, oh, gravity do that, and they don't know what it is. It's fucking retarded. It's only retarded people that talk like that. So you are retarded if you think like a fucking globe tarts. So if you're on the globe tart side, then you are retarded. Doesn't matter. I cannot help you. It doesn't matter. Okay, I can be nice with you, but you're out. And everybody, think about everybody that was dropped out of the school. They are the most intelligent people that has to save the world, because all of these intelligent people was deceived, and they are the stupid. It's like a parody. It's a fucking parody. It's quite funny somehow. There was military intelligence and so on. They are saving the world, and you guys, that was so fucking clever. You are the stupid one. It's fucking funny. You are, and therefore you have so hard to come back and say yes, I was the stupid one. But I understand that you had everything to be very, very, because I had more capacity in the brain, but in your soul and who you are, nothing, absolutely nothing. Stupid. So, I mean, people that was not gifted so much is more clever than you. That's impossible. It's a fucking, it's almost like a paradox. But that's exactly what's happening. Your people are this great on math and everything. Yeah, you're great on that. How can you be so fucking stupid?
Johnny, what are you doing, man? We can't just sit here and call people retards and stupid. Maybe we need to move the conversation along. Does anybody else have anything going on? Anything they want to talk about other than ad homs?
Question to the ballers. When does level deviate from horizontal? An easy one.
Are you asking in theory or in reality?
In reality.
But they
In
would
the
say
real world.
anywhere from a point, right? That's what they're gonna say.
I think that's their answer, yep.
They would have to prove that, though, right?
Yep.
Where is that proof? Oh, Nate left quick. Dang it. I'm going to call him out.
It's a simple question. Maybe it doesn't deviate to some of them. But I think it has to, no?
Yeah, in their model, it's a constant deviation from each specific point. So any movement, any direction along that horizontal plane. So if you're at a specific point and you establish a horizontal, any direction that you move in relation to that horizontal plane that would be considered in line with it, you would start to have a deviation from that horizontal that they would call level.
Yep. They would call that level, correct. The deviation from horizontal, which is a drop, they would call that level, correct. And if you extrapolate that and ask them questions, which I have, level to them, believe it or not, I hope you guys are sitting down for this one. Level eventually makes a circle in their world. No takers? No ballers takers on this one? Who told me it's a circle? Blue Marble Science.
I mean, that's their theory, but they have no actual demonstration of this. No actual physical demonstration of it.
Correct. Everybody knows you go to Home Depot, you get a spirit level. Now that thing, there ain't no curve on that thing. Any way, shape, or form. So they're trying to tell you that, and they have told me, people have told me that if you get a 6-foot spirit level, it's not level all the way from one end to the other. They told me that if you take a plumb bob and hang it on either end of a 6-foot spirit level, it would show deviation. I kid you not.
I have a 4-foot spirit level that I was actually using this past weekend. I didn't see any of that taking place. Of course, I wasn't using it in that manner, but
Yeah, can't they just say like the amount of degrees you can measure, you can't measure finite enough to even tell if it's exactly 90? So that's what they're really doing on this whole thing.
nonsense. They claim that they can measure like inches, thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles away. So
arc seconds, yeah.
So I have a question for everybody here. I get that they try to use the translation of these arcing measurements to non-arcing measurement units. Is that a good methodology? Is it as accurate? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they do with these alleged visual optical measurements. It's never going to be in inches or feet or miles. The measurement that they claim will be in some sort of arcing measurement to begin with, right? Radians, arc seconds, arc minutes.
Yeah, is it like 1 degree equals 60 arc minutes or something?
I don't know the exact scale, but either way, if you run that out, like I have a yardstick in front of me. You old folks might remember what a yardstick is. You'd use it because back in the day, people would actually buy fabric and make things, right? And it was sold in yards. So you would have a yardstick, which is 36 inches. So I have one in front of me, and it's a straight piece of wood. Now, if we're measuring in degrees, arc minutes, radians, arc seconds, is that a straight line or is that a curved line?
I mean, I feel like the name arc itself like tells you it's a curved line, right?
Yeah.
I think it's in 1 degree, they have 3,600 arc seconds. So try to imagine that. 3,600 lines that they say they can differentiate. Try to imagine that.
Yeah, like what are you putting that onto? Like what kind of tool could even, I don't know, that makes no sense. It sounds unfalsifiable.
Well, the way to falsify it, right, is like, okay, if I take an object that I have in my office, like a skateboard, and I can put this yardstick on that skateboard and measure that it's 8.25 inches wide. Now I can take something like my camera tripod that has little marks on it, right? And I can look through my camera and I can see that, okay, when I line up the center view of my camera, which I have with these little marks that are on my camera screen. All right, I line that up. I see that that's on mark 1 on my tripod, and then I can move to the left hand side of the skateboard, and I can see that now I'm on mark 3 or something like that. And then I could go measure the skateboard and say, okay, the distance between me and that skateboard and the arc measurement that I'm getting, that difference there, right? That from 1 to 3 equals 8.25 inches. But I have to know the distance and I have to know the size of the object in order to get those measurements.
Yeah, in a room with no atmospheric conditions, you can do that by trial and error. That's how they figured out the speed, right? Like you want to make a radar gun to test that someone's going 30 mile an hour. You have to make someone do 30 mile an hour and calibrate the gun to that, right? So it's
Right.
all a calibration ordeal. And then they go out and they're like, oh, well, now I'm just going to take this out and look at a mountain 75 miles away. And they think it's going to scale up just the same way. It makes no sense.
Correct. You have to have a lot of known stuff. Now you can measure this all out, and you can try to build what you think is an accurate way of measurement. The only problem is the tools that you're utilizing are only good to a specific degree. Like my yardstick has markings on it that delineate inches, half inches, quarter inches, and like 1/8 of an inch. But each one of those marks has depth to it. So there's only a certain amount of accuracy that I can get with this tool. The problem is they tend to use these tools that, like I think Rakia alluded to earlier, with something like an auto level or theodolite or something like that. They're not going to use those tools for much more than 200 feet, because then they're going to start to get inaccuracies in their reading. And he even indicated plus or minus, right? A deviation down or up. Inaccuracy.
Yeah, I find it interesting too that you could use that yardstick and build something, and even with those inaccuracies, be pretty accurate. But then when we want to measure the Earth, we need something more accurate for a bigger object. Like, I don't get that. It's bigger, so the accuracy should be like, it should be easier since it's bigger to measure with something even more inaccurate.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I can build something with my yardstick, and just like you said, the tick marks are a little bit off, but I could end up with a product that's usable in the end. Now I want to go measure the Earth. I don't see why I would need such precision, because the Earth is huge. So if I'm off a little bit here or there, whatever, I still am going to measure the curve eventually. Like, why on the small scale can we be off a little, but then on the large scale, we can't be off at all? Like, that's weird.
You mean we don't get an inaccurate measurement at the large scale, but we do at the small scale, is what you're saying? With the tools that they're utilizing?
Yeah, like, well, I mean, if our yardstick is good enough to measure and build something with, but it's not good enough to measure the curve of the Earth because we need more accuracy. The curve of the Earth is large, it's big, it's something that we should just be able to measure at, like, if we go further distance, we don't have to have as accurate of a reading.
Yeah, I mean, if we are trying to utilize something like a yardstick to measure it, but nobody's trying to do that. Nobody's presented any type of evidence that would be in relation to actually physically laying the yardstick upon the ground, right?
Yeah, I mean, comes down to like how many flat yardstick segments exist on a globe, is what it ends up like. How are we even able to use this and be inaccurate and build something usable? And then, but that would not be good to measure the Earth with.
What do you propose should be utilized to try to measure the alleged curve?
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start to measure curve that you don't see anywhere. Like I wouldn't even go about it. But I think that the celestial navigation and like those ways make sense if they're taking a flat baseline. Or you could just do like SC was saying before, take your 4-foot level and put 2 plums off of it and see if they're parallel. But the bottom line is they're going to say it's 1 degree per 69 miles. So if you're off 0.0000001, it's in their favor. And we don't like what tool measures that. In construction, you have a thing called a speed square. It's just a 90-degree angle. But I mean, they would probably even say the speed square is not 90 degrees.
Yeah, I have a speed square too. It's out in the garage. I have all kinds of measuring devices.
But like, how can you verify that your speed square is 90 degrees and not 89.999999999999999? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, you don't really need it to be that accurate in order for things to be built.
Until it comes to measuring the curvature of the Earth, right? How weird is that?
Yeah, no, I guess I kind of get what you're saying, is that we have all these tools that we utilize that are not necessarily what we would consider, I mean, what is 100% accurate, right? Because it's kind of like the paradox of the shoreline paradox or something like that, where you're always going to be drilling down and halving something to get more and more accurate.
It's like working with that OCD guy. You know what I mean? It's like an over compulsive disorder to have to check if your speed square is 90 degrees and to like have to count seconds and then be like, oh, seconds are enough. I need to count half seconds. Oh, half second. That's like, it's just like over compulsive behavior. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. That's not a fact or anything.
Yeah. No, I get it. And I just find it interesting that even to this day, there's no actual measurements, man. Everything is a calculation based on an observation, not an actual measurement. None of it.
Yeah, like I'm gonna use a tape measure and I'm gonna build a doghouse, and you get a theodolite and you're gonna build a doghouse. Let's see, who ends up with a doghouse at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could probably build a doghouse with the theodolite, but it would take you so long to be able to do it. It would be ridiculous.
So they need to start building this mile-long tape measure if we really want to get this curve figured out.
Could you imagine be like, hey, all right, we're gonna have a contest of building a doghouse. You have to use the theodolite, and your measurements can only be done at a minimum of 4 miles of distance from everything that you're going to be cutting.
Yeah, exactly. It's so weird.
I would love to see that doghouse.
I mean, if you think of these skyscrapers they build and everything, they're like making sure that the angle isn't exactly 90 from the floor to the wall, because if it is, you're gonna have this weird shaped building according to them.
Not only that, bro, the tall skyscrapers, they have this dampening system, it's called. Guess what it is? It's a freaking pendulum thingamadoo. And it sways back and forth to keep the building. When the building goes one way with the wind, that's how they keep these buildings from. Because when you're let's say on the penthouse and the wind is blowing, your thing is swaying back and forth. You know that, right? The buildings are moving.
Okay, so they have to have a weight to counter that, is what you're saying?
Yep, exactly.
Jeez. Hopefully that weight is also countering the spin of the earth.
Yeah, it serves dual purpose. Yeah.
So they have something that works kind of like a interesting. I didn't realize buildings had that. Okay, so you'll have those in boats lots of times. They're called sea keepers, and it's a big weight that's in the hull of the boat that will, as the boat starts to list, it will shift weight to the opposing side, right? So the side that would be coming up out of the water. Say it's listing towards the port side, it would shift the weight to the starboard side. Like this little weight that's down in the hull will shift to the starboard side so that it counters the listing. It's called a seakeeper.
That's exactly how this works. I'll post a picture on one of these. You'll freak out, guys.
Yeah, I mean that obviously would make sense to help the boat plane too, like when you first take off, right?
Yeah, I mean, riding in a boat, being out offshore in a boat that has a seakeeper compared to one that doesn't is night and day.
All I know is like when you're on like a little canoe with an engine on it, you got to put your fat buddy in the front so that way it'll plane out.
Yep.
Check out the post I just made. That's what one of these babies looks like. Look at the size of that thing. And trust me, it's hanging plumb. It has to.
What building's that in? Do you know, Essie?
I'm not sure. I can find out though. All tall buildings have one of these. Usually they're 2-3 floors they take up. Yep. So physics wins every time. They say Pseudoscience? No, we have the science on our side. They have the pseudoscience over and over. That one is on the Taipei skyscraper in Taiwan, that particular one that I posted. But every single skyscraper has one of these things. Or some of them have water.
It's interesting. What do they call these things?
Dampers, I think they call them. That one's called a tuned mass damper. I just dropped where I found it. Now notice the word pendulum. Uh-huh. And they say we bring nothing to the table. We bring stuff to the table every day. That one apparently is the heaviest and biggest in the world.
I'm about to hang a AC unit on the wall straight. Should I get my theodolite or my spirit level? What do you guys think?
Just eyeball it.
I will. I will just eyeball it. That's the funny.
Yeah, so the Seakeeper that I was talking about, so it operates off on like the same principle as a gyro, like holding its rigidity in space, right? So it's got this weighted like flywheel. So when that establishes like it's horizontal, like the spin, if you have a gyro or you have something that's spinning and you try to like move it, there's that huge resistance to movement. That's kind of what the Seakeeper operates off of.
Yeah, I've seen. I think Rakia was telling me that they have gyro, like a gyro kind of a thing that keeps it balanced. He was telling me about a mechanism like that that they actually install on ships. Yeah. I have a question. Can a plumb bob hang plumb on something moving, especially rotating?
I would probably say no. Plumb in relation to the moving object. If it's being hung from an object that's moving, I don't know if that.
Yeah, being hung from a moving object. Yeah.
Not an object that's accelerating. Well, I guess it's always going to try to find plumb, but it would swing. Depends on how heavy it would be, I guess. If you're talking about an object that's moving on Earth and the plumb pointing downward.
Relative to what? That was a joke.
I know.
What's up, man?
So a plumb bob on a rotating, like on a lazy Susie, hung on a lazy Susie. Let's just put it this way, make it more clear. Can it ever remain plumb?
I think that's kind of sexist, but all right.
I would say if it's moving at a constant rate, but it would be turning. So I guess it would be in relation to the amount of weight, how fast it's turning, whether or not you're going to have enough of a, is that centripetal force to have that plumb bob deviate outwards, right? Pointing towards or being flung outwards, kind of like swings on a carousel, right?
Yep. So think about it. You're on a merry-go-round and it's spinning. You're holding on to it. Do you ever not feel that force trying to throw you off? Even if
Feeling
it's
it would
steady.
be dependent upon how fast it's rotating.
Yeah, well, at a speed enough for you to feel it, right? Which is just about any speed. Can you ever imagine a time when you're not feeling that force trying to pull you off?
I mean, think of it this way. You know how they have those big like swing carousels at the fair, where the swings start hanging straight down. People get on them, and then they start rotating it, and the swings get almost parallel to the ground, depending on how fast they're going.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same kind of concept as you would be talking about with like a plumb bob.
Exactly. Oh, here we go to the once a day thing. Yeah, they always do that. Once a day thing. Buddy, 800 miles an hour where I'm at. If you're at the equator, 1,000 miles an hour. Doesn't matter how you look at it. That ain't gonna save you.
Yeah, once a day just is still going to have the same effect. I mean, they just want to say, oh, because it's once a day, that's all that, it's such a small number, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, somehow that thing, that force, shall we call it, disappears. No, it doesn't. When the merry-go-round is a swing and you feel that it wants to throw you off, nothing you can do or say that's ever going to change that.
Yeah, think of it this way, right? If you had a clock, like the arms of a clock, and you put them directly at the North Pole, and let's say for baller's sake, hypothetically, the Earth is flat, and this clock that goes around twice a day, right? It's a 12-hour clock. If you're residing in your current home and one of those arms comes past you, how fast would it be going?
1,000 miles an hour, whip you right off the head.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, there ain't no way around this. Like I said before, you can make the Earth the
It's just
size of
going around
Jupiter.
twice a day. It's only twice
Yep.
a day, SE.
Yeah.
A plumb bob rotation twice a day will keep gravity away.
Yeah, the simple tools, man, it's so easy. Like, Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you know they're trying to be deceptive, when they try to just constantly shift it to something that sounds like it's less than it actually is. Every
Yeah,
time that's the
exactly.
tactic.
It's once a day. It's so far away. It's barely noticeable. It's almost parallel. Yeah. Good luck with that, guys. It's only level and horizontal at a point. That's one of my favorites. But I think lately some flat earthers are competing with the ballers with this Earth going upward business.
Oh, the upward motion? No, I mean, I kind of see where they're starting from. I don't think that their conclusion's correct, though.
Yeah, definitely not correct.
I like that analogy you laid out yesterday with the leaf and the rock and the stream, and God, that was so triggering for them, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like all analogies, they fall apart to a certain extent, but
Right. But just seeing how they reacted to that, man, they were just wow. They spiraled.
is that when Kosho lost his shit?
It was slightly before that, but yeah, he kind of came in defense for Zanuck, and then they kind of like fumbled over each other's feet a little bit and contradicted each other, and then Kosho tried to walk it back, and then yeah, he just rage quit. It was pretty funny. I felt bad after that, honestly, like because I was like, all right, see you later. I like Kosho, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if you were around, but he came back in and apologized, and I apologized to him. I was kind of interrupting him, but it's like, dude, I hate when you're like, hey, I've only got a second, and then somebody just wants to like fucking monologue and say the same thing over and over and over and over just to get
That's
you to
right.
like tell them to wrap it up and then fucking lose their shit.
He said like the same thing 3 or 4 times, and Elijah called him on his shit. He just fucking erupted.
I blame Jeremy. He keeps antagonizing him. He says he's going to demote him from the top 10. So this is on Jeremy, this one.
So you think he feels the pressure every time it comes in to deliver? And the
Yeah, to
pressure's
defend
getting
the
to him?
spot. Yeah.
The pressure's getting to him?
Yep. I
Not gonna
wish
get
more
it.
of them could be more like Kosho, you know? Less angry, like even though Kosho is like I have him as the top, one of the top sophists, right? He can come up with stuff on the fly, right? But Yeah, most of the time he keeps it cool, collective.
Yeah.
He's got a sense of humor, dude, and that's the part I love most about Kosho. He's definitely got a good sense of humor.
But don't forget, just like any used car salesman, their job is to ensure that the dealerships get the best end of the deal, no matter what,
Oh
regardless.
yeah, for sure. Like I guaranteed, if we got Xanax interpretation and definement of like said words such as tangibility, physical, and material, and we got Kosho's definements of those words, like they would totally be different. And then you put them in the same room together and like hear each other's definements, and then they would all of a sudden agree. It's just funny.
Well, yeah, you were talking to Zanuck earlier today, and he was trying to relate some tangibility to light and all that kind of stuff, but he wasn't really doing a good job of it.
Oh no, he fucking screwed himself. He equated physical to tangibility, and then equated tangibility to materialistic. And then when I started like further pressing him on it, like it just all fell apart.
What was he talking about? The tangibility of like a rainbow or something like that? I can't remember.
Rambo, that's what it was. Yeah, he started talking about weird shit. But it didn't hold up. It didn't hold any weight whatsoever.
Yeah, he's trying to say that a rainbow is tangible. The fuck it is. Go touch it. This isn't Skittles. You can't taste the rainbow. It's not tangible, but you can think of it as tangible. It's a pseudo-tangibility.
Right, that's where he started getting into pseudo shit. And I'm like, so how many pseudo forces do we have in the entirety of the universe? And he just went dead fucking silent. His answer in the past was an infinite amount. I think he was
How
too
many
scared to say it
pseudo
this time.
wheels does it take for your How many pseudo wheels does it take for your race car to move down the track?
Is it a pseudo race car?
Yes. Pseudo race car.
Well, from that reference frame, you need 17.
From the reference frame of the race car, which is where we placed the passenger in the race car. Oh, he was struggling yesterday with that.
Well, you didn't actually place the driver in the race car. The race car came to the driver.
Ah. Fundy, your mic is all messed up. We couldn't hear you.
Fundy's in here. What up, Fundy?
I'm staying quiet since Mike isn't so good.
I don't know. Fun. All we heard was your boyfriend Mike is so good. Something about that.
You said he's fun delicious.
Don't fundy mute fundy. So I don't know if you ever mentioned it the other day, SE, but in your utopia scenario, who survives? I forgot who it was.
The way I see it, the most likely I thought of this is the people that two scenarios, right? You either team up with a lot of people trained. Americans are good at this. You find a high spot, you claim your ground. You got like 100,000 rounds of ammo, perimeter, couple of hundred people, families. One way I see, or the other way is you have a boat, you have an escape route of water, and you find like an island where you can set up base, like any small patch of land. That will eliminate like 90% of the people that don't have ways to go on a boat.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
that
the
just
two
goes
things.
back to the internal struggle of the camp itself, like because that's kind of like the same paradigm or the same scenario I gave when I was talking about like finding new land, right? And, like starting a new community, if you will. Remember, and like we got into like how would we govern ourselves without falling into the same issues we have now.
Well, that's a whole different ball game. I'm just talking about survival, the end of the world scenario, like people leaving the city. Remember, the people in the
Yeah.
city are the most vulnerable. Yeah. So we're talking about escape routes and bug out bags and stuff like that.
Right. All you need is paracord and toilet paper, right, Jeremy?
Well, Jeremy's pretty freaking prepared. More than most of us. I was surprised.
He's got like 10 different bug out packs everywhere.
Yeah.
I
Angela, have you
didn't
heard?
hear any.
Go
Real
ahead.
quick, I didn't hear anybody say a magnifying glass. I think that's probably like one of the best, fire starters you could have because it'll never run out. Granted, you can only use it during the daytime, but anyhow, what were we gonna say?
No, I was just going to ask if you guys have ever heard of seasteading, the concept of seasteading.
Is that like being a nomad on the ocean?
No, it's people have come up with the idea, and I think it was bred out of the lack of confidence or the disillusion with current governance. I've come up with the concept of basically building permanent structures out at sea, like man-made structures out at sea that are kind of like sustainable. So basically, like similar to oil platforms, but large enough to have homes on it, grass, soil, all that kind of stuff. Basically,
Oh yeah.
creating a man-made island that
yeah.
allow for the ability to try out different forms of governance.
Yeah, I like that idea. Definitely. I think that's a
Kind of the
cool one.
same concept that the United States was supposed to be, but just
Right.
in sea version.
Right. Well, you would be within maritime laws, like as long as you're like so many feet from the shoreline, like you would have like almost like your own law and jurisdiction and shit.
But here, I don't know where the maritime laws, how they're written, but if you had something that was attached to bedrock, extended above like flood or high tide, and you're residing upon it, is that considered falling under maritime jurisdiction?
I think what separates it is how close it is to that shoreline, because like each nation owns X amount of surrounding water around their, you know, their nation, as long as they're, you know, bordering an ocean. But so as long as you're like outside of that, I'm not sure like if it matters if you're anchored to the physical bedrock or not. I don't know if that would play a part.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I know that Scientology started where basically they were on a boat to begin with to avoid a lot of the laws and regulations of the land, and then I think they moved on to the land.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Hmm. But yeah, I've seen some floating islands, man-made floating islands. One of them, I don't know if you ever heard of it. It was a guy who basically took water bottles and filled them up in burlap sacks,
Oh yeah.
and that's all he did was just float around collecting these water bottles. They would actually like you know, through the tides and whatnot end up coming to him, and he'd just kind of gather them up and sack them up and attach it to the island, and eventually he had like a whole new portion of the island itself. But yeah, he was growing vegetables, trees. Such a cool fucking video.
Yep, I've seen that. What a great idea. I mean, he's literally just, instead of polluting the ocean with trash, he's taking all the trash together to create something floating on the water that allows him to be somewhat sustainable.
Yeah, fucking awesome, dude.
I think his name was Kevin Costner, right?
That was a great movie, by the way.
Have you guys heard about that two Italian engineers who built an island off coast of Italy in the Mediterranean? They did it out beyond the jurisdiction of the Italian government, and they made it. They turned it into like this little party island. We're living on it. Eventually, the Italian government set in a SWAT team and extracted all the people living on it, and then they attached explosive to all the pilings and blew it all up. So it probably, and then the UN made a new rule. They doubled the jurisdiction distance from the shores. I think it was 60 miles originally, and then they made it 120, but I'm not sure about those numbers.
Which is ridiculous because that just increases the depth to be able to like put pilings down and stuff like that.
I don't know, but I saw something about China creating the world's largest man-made river. You guys seen it? You guys see anything on that? I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I thought that was kind of interesting. So I think Africa's doing something with creating this giant dam, which is going to they're doing something to the Nile River. I don't know if they're trying to create like a hydroelectric system or what the fuck, but we got a lot of money going into this dam.
Yeah, so a lot of ideas have been conceptualized around the concept of seasteading, right? Not only trying to figure out how you would be able to um, grow crops, sustain soil, like all that kind of stuff, but also um, farming in open waters, like fisheries, having fisheries and farming of fish and aquatic life within net-like structures and stuff like that. So there's been a whole bunch of different ideas, right? It's kind of giving people a blank slate and saying, hey, here's our parameters. What can we do to brainstorm to come up with new ways and ideas to do some of these things? It's pretty cool.
Isn't your biggest hurdle going to be like desalination, like efficient desalination?
I would presume so, yeah. But I would also contemplate a very large portion of what you're building and structure being able to capture and retain fresh water from rain.
Yeah, well, for sure that would obviously be a a good avenue.
It's
But how?
obvious, but it's not obvious. There's once you start to think of one thing, a million other things come up.
Right. Like how would you store that abundancy of water? You know what I mean? Like you would have to have proper storing, and then you would have to have that not affect the flotation of the structure itself, because obviously that's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
But then you could just kind of put it into the ocean, I guess, within its own confinement to kind of counteract that to a degree.
And that's the thing.
Yeah,
A
I
lot
mean,
of the concepts are floating. A lot of them are, anchored to the sea floor, not floating, like on pylons and stuff like that. So there's whole bunch of different concepts.
yeah. It would be about what's going to be most efficient with less room for error, requiring a minimal amount of technology or material. I think it's doable. Definitely think it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be certainly an abundance of food when it comes to aquatic life. If you build your structure in a way that attracts that aquatic life, or having the ability to kind of farm that aquatic life, you would certainly have a large sustainable food source in the form of a decent amount of protein through fish and stuff like that.
Yeah, it would really be about the plant life, because I don't think there's too many plant species that deal with salt water that well.
Sea grapes.
Help.
Yeah.
You could have seaweed farming.
for sure.
You get your fresh water from the rain. That's how sailboats.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yep.
I just feel like it's key, man. The sailboat seems like key to survival.
Yep.
Get away from everyone. Go
Water.
do whatever. Keep moving all the time.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, if we built this this floating landmass, if you will, like we'd have to be able to power it somehow in the sense of like getting out of harm's way. Maybe there's a tsunami warning, or I don't know, pirates or whatever it may be. You know what I mean? We've got to have a way to fucking move this thing.
Pull up to an island, collect a bunch of coconuts, man. Sounds like retirement more than escape plan.
Yeah, it definitely does sound like a nice idea, man.
Well, I think most of the initial ideas of the concept of what they call seasteading, right? It's kind of a mixture of living at sea, like on a boat or something like that, but also like homesteading, right? So like establishing something that isn't just a boat, right? It goes kind of outside of that. And it originally, or at least I got into it or started hearing about it originally through people that were just kind of like, all right, we don't need to fight against the system or any of that BS, right? We just need to figure out a way to get outside the purview of some of the governance that we seem to be under and figure out a way to survive in an area that's not bound by some sort of tyrannical government like most areas of land seem to be these days.
We could have a steam powered engine that's utilizing Fresnel lenses.
Oh, that's a good idea for power. Yeah.
And weaponry.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Sign me up, though.
Okay, putting you on the list.
Awesome.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's all this talk of like destroying the environment. We need to go off planet, right? Let's dump trillions of dollars into figuring out whether we can live on another planet. You can hear my air quotes, hopefully. But then there's like no investment into, okay, if you guys claim we're running out of land and we're doing all this shit, why not utilize this vast ocean?
That Hawaii thing looks a bit dodgy, doesn't it? Has anybody been looking into that? Oh. Loads of videos on BitChute about it now. It's going to be the newest smart city. So this is what they do. They just burn them out, pay next to nothing for the land. Well, I'm sure it's still a lot, but not quite as much as before. And then they do the whole green agenda, renewables, electric cars, electric, solar energy and all the rest of it. It's pretty good. Larry David says,
Wait,
pretty,
are you
pretty good.
telling me crises arise that just so happen to have the ability to be the catalyst to push agendas that we're already talking about?
Yeah. I've just been watching
No.
that, something on that, Machiavellism or whatever it's called. They basically set fire to the back of your house and then come and knock on the front door and sell you a fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
Great. And business is good by the looks of it.
Business is lit. It's on fire.
Do you see all the boats on fire as well? Oh my god.
Nah. Bro, I don't pay attention.
No, I don't usually, to be honest. I'm kind of out of it now. I just flick on to odd little bits and bobs.
Yeah, all the houses, cars, and boats, and all kinds of things are burnt down, but the trees are okay.
I just don't get how the boats are burned. That don't make any sense to me. I don't know. Maybe somebody could explain it to me.
Magic?
They're also saying that
Magic.
Oprah House didn't burn up, nor Ellen's.
Wait, how did a boat burn up? Is that what you asked, Andy?
Yeah, if you look at the clips, they've got there's all the boats are burned as well.
From the same fire, not like a separate
it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I've seen faulty wiring on boats cause fires, but come on. The same fires are causing those boats to burn down?
Yeah, it's not just one boat, it's all the boats.
You've never seen pictures of wooden boats burning down to the waterline?
Nobody's saying that boats can't catch on fire.
Okay. Oh, there's a huge wildfire. Everything caught on fire.
Everything did?
Everything inflammable, yeah.
So everything in Hawaii burned?
In the one section, yeah, pretty much.
I've got you turned way down, NASA Shell, sorry. 59 I've got you at.
Lower. Turn them down.
Very understandable.
Yeah, I actually blocked my first person the other day. I didn't even know you could do that. I blocked the I don't know, what Indian squatting dog or whatever his name is. I didn't even know I could do that. So, and Dogs are Gods, he's my next one. The next time he comes in, he's getting blocked.
Just blocking all the dogs, huh?
Yeah. And there's another one as well. There's a third one. I can't remember who now though. They seem to be saying there were a huge conference on renewables, turning this this smart city. Basically it's Maui. I don't know Hawaii that well, but just from flicking on the videos, that's about what I've gleaned from it. So they had a conference, and then this is literally a couple of months ago. I don't know. The thing is, I don't pay too much. Like I said, like you said, Dave Palm. The truth of stuff. It can. I don't know. There's a lot of deception in that as well. It's almost like the controlled opposition or something. I don't know if you agree with that.
Everything is controlled.
Yeah, but I don't know. When I see these straight lines with these fires, that just seems dodgy to me. And then the things, like I said before, with them plots in Paradise, they're burning everything. I mean, just everything's gone. And yeah, it's certainly interesting. I mean, if you have a house fire, well, any kind of fire like that, you would think there'd be things left over, right? Like your bathroom or like an oven, or there'd be some bits that, there'd be something left over.
I don't know if your oven would be able to survive those temperatures. Probably the first thing to go.
But it is, when you think about it, though, I mean, I don't know. We're just seeing that more and more. We're just seeing. Have you seen all these fires across America as well? I've seen a few of them. I don't know if these are related.
I mean, fires happen, obviously. Naturally.
Yeah. I mean, it's how they kind of, and they need to use fire, don't they? Sometimes to, it actually helps. Breaking another wildfire is that Sabine?
I was hearing
Louisiana.
something. I was hearing something about the telephone poles being bent over, like almost to the ground, where they were like arcing from these high winds. I don't know if that was like some naturally occurring event or if that's like
Well,
something.
I've heard that if your environmental agenda isn't catching fire, sometimes you got to light a fire under everybody's ass to get them moving.
Yeah. It says here 20 Texas wildfires just happened last night. That's August 14. This this drive-by is awesome. You should definitely watch it. Drive-by bitch slap.
Did we just have to tell Peyton Asperchill that he's turned on so low we can't hear him that he just leaves? Is that all you have to do?
Yeah, I didn't actually hear what he said. What did he say? I'm sure it weren't worth listening to, but
Mental note, guys. Mental note.
Jeremy was making me laugh yesterday when he were like, I think he was talking to Chaiki, I can't remember, but he were like, noted. We wrote it down.
Oh yeah, when he just kept going on, and Jeremy's like, I already told you we wrote that down. Are you finished?
I want to ask Chaiki whether they're going to, build this statue to Adolf Hitler in Israel. I mean, it's only right. Makes sense to me, anyway. It's a little David Irving humor. just a little acknowledgement. I love that on Curb Your Enthusiasm, where the one where the Palestinian chicken store. I don't know if you've seen Curb Your Enthusiasm, but like he gets with this Palestinian lady, and when they fucking in bed, she's like, "Oh, you occupier?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm an occupier." So good.
Nice. Nice. Larry David's great.
Yeah, I hated Seinfeld. I didn't find it funny
Really?
whatsoever. But Larry David, guy's age like fine wine.
Have you revisited Seinfeld?
No, I hadn't.
You should do that.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I watched a stand-up, I watched just Jerry stand-up, and not a titter. There wasn't even a titter. I don't even know if there were a smile. I was just like, I mean, his stage presence and the way he commands that stage, that's good. I mean, that's second to none. But in terms of just his material, I just don't find him funny at all. So
I mean, his MO is like just pointing at, like, observing and pointing out just kind of the idiosyncratic things that people do, right?
yeah, I just don't. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a funny thing because Louis C.K. he did this thing where he came to this realization where he was basically getting divorced. He were in a bad way, and he basically said to himself, "If I have to go out and say these fucking words, these jokes that I don't find funny anymore, obviously, he said them for 1,000 times. If I have to go out and do this again, I'm going to kill myself, basically." So he went out and he did his strongest bit, which is his closer. He did it first. He purposely fucked himself, and then he had to just improvise. And so that is what started him changing his material year on and year out. Instead of just doing the same jokes over and over again. And that's why you see this. Why he evolved into this. I think he was best comedian bar none. Like, so far ahead of the rest, in fact, it kind of ruined me watching all the rest of them. So, yeah, people like Seinfeld and Jay Leno, they do the same material, and they've just add a little joke here and there, but it's essentially the same material they've had for 30 years. And they always say the secret to show business isn't to show, hide the fact that you're working, sort of thing. And this is where Louis is so great, because it's as if he's spluttering his way through it, but he knows every nuance. He knows every move of this spluttering that he seems to be doing, and it's as if he's telling it for the first time. That's the thing about it, and he does it so well. And it's interesting. For me, there's Louis, and then Dave Chappelle, and then a lot of average below them two, sort of thing. But it's subjective, isn't it, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I find a lot of a decent amount of Seinfeld jokes funny. Just kind of like the way he just takes something that's so common, but you just kind of think about it a little bit more, and the deeper you think about it, it just kind of becomes kind of laughable. Certain premises or certain things that people do, or things like that. I don't know. I find it funny.
I think Norm Macdonald is probably the best of all time.
Yeah, Norm's great.
Yeah, I think Norm's good too. I don't think his stand-up was quite as good as Louis, though. I don't know. There's lots of reasons I like Norm. Like, if you really like struggling for something to do, I'd highly recommend you watch somebody's put a compilation of all Norm's appearances on Letterman, and just there's like 2 or 3 hours of it, you know, and that's fun to watch, just to watch how it progresses. Because the earlier days it weren't quite so good, because it was, you know, first of all, they didn't know we could just go back and watch it. You know, that it was just meant to be that one thing, and it's supposed to look natural, but it's all worked out. That's the thing. And it's only until later, in the later ones, you realise that he's much more easygoing, and there's still some bits worked out, but it's more of Norm fucking with Dave. So he's like, he'll ask him a question, and then he'll take it in a completely different direction. Like he'll ask him something about what's the most amazing experience he had. The idea was that he was going to mention watching his child being born or something like that. But instead, Norm took it a completely different way and said something about, I can't remember it exactly, but it was like taking liquid meth or something like that. Since I tried meth, and you can see it on Dave's face. He's like, what? And Norm just takes him in a completely different direction, and it's like, that's good to watch that. But yeah, if you got no to do, go watch Norm on Dave Letterman. But as a stand-up goes, I don't know. I mean, Norm used to famously walk a lot of rooms, you know, meaning that they just leave. People just leave. Like certain comedians would take pride in that as well. What was that guy's name who used to scream, who Joe Rogan loves, from 80s? Sam Kinison. He used to walk a lot of rooms. And so you just get a couple of stand-ups in the back who are just laughing their head off. And all punters, people are just walking out, just filing out of the place. And apparently Norm used to actually meet them at the door. Like he'd run round and meet them, and he'd shake all the hands and say thank you, which is hilarious. That's very Norm. But apparently, when he killed, he didn't do that. That's funny.
Let me give you a Seinfeld joke real quick, and you tell me if it's funny.
Okay.
Just what is the parking situation at Special Olympics? Is it still just 2 spaces? No, you don't get that? Don't like it? No.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a Seinfeld guy. I don't know. It just, as I say, I watched his entire stand-up. Not even a titter. Nothing. So I just don't find the guy funny. I don't know. It was kind of interesting to see him on that. Did you see him with Ricky Gervais and Chris Rock and Louis when they did that Talking Funny? That was kind of good. They just had a bit of a round table and they were nerding out on stand-up and comedy in general. But Seinfeld's got this. He's got this like tier now where he's just up. He's just up here. He's like, he's almost like he's looking down and like sort of in this higher judgment. And it's, I don't know. I just, oof.
Oh yeah, he's always been there. He has the arrogance for sure. But that's because the dude has probably made more money than anybody off of his comedy, which kind of gives him that ability to look down his nose at others.
Yeah.
Is that a J joke? I don't know. Could be.
Oh yeah, well, it does remind me a bit of that, about a bit of the supremacist thing, where it's like, some people are just built to basically serve, toil and sweat, and we're going to capitalize from that. And so I don't know if I'm reading too much into that. Maybe I do think behind closed doors he's like chuckling and thinking, look at these fucking stupid guy. Possibly, I don't know. But that's nothing to do with why. Like I said, because Larry David, I love Larry David. and he doesn't seem to have that same thing. I don't know.
Well, Larry David is who wrote Seinfeld.
Yeah. Well, he wrote, but yeah, he did Team Effort, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe revisit it. Maybe revisit it.
You guys,
I oh,
Queen fans?
You are Coach
fan
Show?
of, fan of the band Queen or Queens? Like
The band, yeah, and the
right.
Indian singer. Do they have the lead singer from Indian background, Freddie Mercury? You guys a fan of these guys?
I mean,
I like Queen.
they're
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just setting you guys up for something. Don't worry.
I mean, Freddie could belt out a hell of a tune. There's not too many people who can sing like that.
Just wondering because
fat bottom
there's
girls
like
make
this
the world go
fear.
round.
That's right. Well, that's true. And
Not for Freddie though.
That's well. I think he was bi, but regardless, because he was married to a woman, wasn't he? But regardless,
What was he by?
Well, I'm setting you guys up, man. I'm trying to set you guys up because
I love when the setup
are-
is letting us know that you're setting us up. It's always a
well,
good
you gotta
setup.
tell. I'm a friendly guy. If you guys are my buddies, I'm not gonna, surprise attack you. But I am because what was this? Oh yeah, that these guys from Queen and Freddie Mercury. Oh no, I was gonna say the Jewish people. They're not very scary. Like my father was a Jew, my grandpa was a Jew. These guys are Jewish, but a lot of people are afraid of them and they're supremacists or something like that. But Queen had a song, "We Are the Champions," right? Is he a supremacist? Is he somebody that should be feared? I mean, everybody that thinks that any culture, any peoples are going to think of themselves as the best, like we're the best. It doesn't mean that they're like if you're killing other people in that name, that's one thing. But if you're just claiming it, I don't see why that's a trait that should be feared or something like that. That's something that's not unique to Jewish people. It's actually employed by any peoples really, any sort of group.
Yeah, I mean,
But can any other group look down their nose at people the way that they can?
that's a hell of a conk as well. But I was just thinking of Talmud and how it's like, what does it say? The men are like cattle, and the women like whores.
That's a Talmud, right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to drag the conversation down, but you were taking us in that path.
I don't know what I was walking into. I sound like I was walking into a conversation like that. That's why I brought it there. But
wait, you're Jewish? Get out.
Yeah, I only say this because I got 9 minutes to get ready. But just
Are
keep
you a
talking. I'm gonna
Jew
listen.
or are you just Jewish?
I'm Jewish. I don't practice. I'm a pro. I'm an expert.
All right.
But I'll listen because maybe I came in at the wrong tone because that's what it sounded like it was going. Actually, it comes up a lot to be honest with you, but I don't think that it's unique. I think you can sort of frame any people's if you want to be like have a fearful frame for a people's. You can set any people's up like that and say, oh, look at the black supremacist or white supremacist or Jewish supremacists. Like they think they're the best. Look at them. The Queen supremacists. They think they're the champions of the world. Like you could set anybody up that way because everyone's going to say that about themselves. I think it's only fearful if they're actually doing something about it. Like if they're using that to set policy or agendas or something like that, then it's should be fearful. But I don't think it's fearful for people to be proud of who they are. But by the way, I don't stand by the Talmud. By the way, so
I mean, you know, I know a lot of these groups. They love to claim that they are God's chosen people. Most groups do that. Yeah.
Well, there's only one group where it's true, though. Just kidding.
See, that's why I love Kosho. He's funny. He's a funny guy. He's funnier than Seinfeld.
Now, you're like my
The
girlfriend loves Larry
Palestinians? Is that who
David.
you're talking about?
Yeah, the Palestinians. That's right. The Canaanites. No, but my girlfriend loves Curb Enthusiasm, but she doesn't like Seinfeld, the show.
Yeah,
But she likes Seinfeld stand-up. Seinfeld stand-up's actually it's pretty good. She just doesn't like the laugh track. It bothers her. But yeah,
I think you cut out there, Kosho.
Not a fan of the laugh track.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the laugh track is a bit of an issue. Yeah, I agree. That's probably that's one of the reasons I won't be going back to it, Napalm, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. What sitcom comedies, right, didn't have a laugh track in the 80s and early 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was watching actually Seinfeld's Comedians in Cars Drinking Coffee or whatever, and he had Norm Macdonald on. And he
Yeah.
was talking about Norm Macdonald was talking about when he was on Roseanne. He did an episode of Roseanne, and he said he was reading the script, and he was like, "These jokes, we're gonna bomb because like these jokes suck." And then like he was real confused because like the jokes compared to like the jokes that comedians write weren't funny. But then he did like the episode and stuff. He's like, "Don't worry, the audience is sort of in the game with us, and so it's like they know that when there's silence, you just have to laugh. Basically, like after somebody talks, it's like they have to laugh." So
Yeah. I mean, Roseanne's closer was a really good one. It was "You're not very feminine." I'd say, "Suck my dick." The great closer, by the way, that. But yeah, I actually do like that show. I will say that for Jerry. That's a good show. He's actually managed to do something there that's like, I mean, it's like doing nothing. It's like doing what you do anyway. You just go and get a coffee, and he's talking to comedians. That is a great thing. I often say that with Jay Leno. Look at Jay Leno. I hated the Tonight Show. Well, was it? I think it was the Tonight Show. Anyway, I hated that. I thought he was terrible in that with that because it just seemed very fake. It was very put on, like very contrived, like you're interested in these 20-year-old pop stars or something. But you watch him in J Lo's garage. Oh my God, he's amazing because he's really interested.
He's a really funny comedian, and so is Letterman. They're really funny comedians, but you have to understand those shows. They had to write, for 4 nights a week.
Yeah.
They had people come and write, 100 jokes, so they're all going to be basically shit. There might be 1 or 2 funny things they say, but they're just kind of like, just like, easy, cheap jokes.
Yeah, the point is though that like I say, if you watch Jay Leno's garage, he's interested in cars. He loves like his steam. He does his the little the steam portion of his garage where he's got the old steam engines. He's got some from England, in fact. He's got some steam cars. The one that belonged to what was that guy's name? Him who went indoors. It went a bit nuts by all accounts.
Huh?
You remember him who was like a gazillionaire back in the day? I think he begins with H. Oh, what was his name?
Was it American?
Yeah, American guy. Oh, that's going to do me head in now. I've got to look. Him who did the play. DiCaprio portrayed him in that movie with the planes.
Gatsby?
Oh,
that guy, the plane guy, yeah.
Yeah. Hughes.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes. Yeah.
Thank you, Napalm. Do I have to look it up now? Yeah, that steam car that he's got, the I think that went 127 miles an hour or something back in the day, like in, I don't know, 1920 or something. So they're interested, them steam cars, for sure. I think, in fact, they were a record. They did a record with one of them. I can't remember. I just remember they got like 2 canoes. That's how they built the body. They sort of put the engine in the middle, because that's how they did the drag back in the day. They dragged them through the water, to see the drag coefficients. They didn't have the tunnels, the wind tunnels, so they just dragged them. They went to each boat company. I forget the name of I think it was White something Brothers. I can't remember who it was now, but they basically got 2 canoes, and that's how they built this car, and they set a record with it. Like over 100 years ago. I think I've got a picture somewhere saved.
It was the first water-powered car.
Steam powered.
Yeah,
It was something like this, I imagine. It's interesting. Anyway, so yeah, if you watch, because I watched a load of Jay Leno's Garage, because I was going to buy a car at one point, and I did buy a car. So I was watching all car stuff, and so I'm just sorry, somebody's messaging me from another server.
No, but yeah, that show with Jerry Seinfeld, it's got a lot of different cars on it, a different car for each comedian. But yeah, if you watch more of his stand up, he's pretty prolific. Like,
Jerry,
everything he says, yeah, he's a pretty funny guy. If you don't,
not
like
to me.
show,
I don't know.
very
I
good
like
actor.
that show though. That show's good. I love the. He's a Porsche guy, isn't he? He loves his Porsches, and yeah, them old Porsches are awesome. The what is it? Can't think of the name. God, my brain's just not working today. I'm thinking of that. I'm thinking of that bit from that particular one where he does where Norm does that president, fucking Nixon.
Oh, yeah,
Remember, he does the interview and he's like
yeah.
the Watergate thing, and he's like, you could say they had the listening devices and wigs. I just fucking love that line. It's so good.
Actually, I just saw that episode the other day. And Norm's one of my favorites stand-ups.
Yeah, I was thinking about something else then. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by other service. I just bought some. I was talking to this Jackie chick on another server, and she recommended some oil. So I just bought some. Can't think what it's called now. My brain's just not working today. It's great. That's another thing. DMSO. That's what Amanda Vollmer always talks about. But what's that oil I just brought? Aramanth oil. Apparently it's rich in this stuff called squalene. You ever heard this? It's like from shark's liver or something like that.
I just use Astroglide.
Anyway, she's
what is this oil
happy
for?
with it. She takes it and also puts it on topically, and she was saying her skin's like glowing, and she's really happy with it. So I'm like, oh, sweet. That's why I love coming on these servers, just to get a recommendation.
Yeah.
People's testimonials. It's good.
You get a lot of that in here, and that's why I love gems too. There's a lot of smart dudes in these servers, and a lot of information. I don't even watch the news anymore. I just get all my information from here. Found out the president, or not the president, but 45/47 got charged with like 18 indictments. I found that out in Jim's server, but yeah, I was trying to was trying trying to express the argument that it seems to me obviously that this is politically motivated. Like there's a political motivation to charge him like this with these crimes, like, you know, basically so he doesn't run for president or have a chance of winning. But that didn't pick up any steam. I think, or a lot of people think that these are just authentic, you know, altruistic charges.
What? Who's that? Zion Don?
Zion Don? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Zion Don. Okay, yeah.
Well, you know, I was going to go for Teflon Don, but you know, I went with Zion. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not like a fan or anything. Like, if anybody thinks that if you defend, or if you're not anti-Trump, then you're like pro-Trump or something. But to me, it just seems strange that, you know, there's this much sort of villainizing, like they're vilifying, I guess. This seems unnecessary. So I'm trying to just call that out, but you try to do that, people think that you're like sucking his dick or something. So,
well, I'd just point out that it's not real. It's just all theatre, as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know, because in your paradigm, it wouldn't make sense to me why he was being charged with 18 indictments.
Well, it's the same reason that Alex Jones apparently got charged, whatever it was, $1 billion in fine or some shit. You know, it's the same nonsense. It's not real. It's theatre for the masses, for the guys.
Well, that's what I mean too. That's what I mean. In your paradigm, the paradigm with Donald Trump and Alex Jones thing, it doesn't make sense that Alex Jones would be fined or charged or anything like that. Like, why? What? That doesn't give him any credibility. Like, I don't think that if they were supposed to be like, what do they call that? Like, what do you call that? The like a fake enemy. What do you guys call that? Opposition.
Controlled opposition.
Yeah, controlled opposition. There you go. If that were the case, why would they charge him and then sue him and all that kind of stuff? Why would that be a thing?
I told you it's theatre for the masses, and in the case of Alex Jones, it sends a message out as well, doesn't it? About misinformation.
Okay. Okay, I can buy that.
Yeah.
If it was 5 cents, I'd buy it.
I'd buy that for $1.
No, but I mean that's logical. It makes sense. I can go with that.
Yeah, think about that, Coach. Like, they are literally controlling the false information and utilize their intentional false information to ensure that nobody else can put out information aside from them, thus it be deemed false.
All right. This is why I like you guys, man. Because like you know, just on the surface, it would seem like you have a fucking argument for any of the stuff you guys say. But then I ask a question like that, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's pretty plausible. I'm not saying I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying that, yeah, that's a reasonable stance on
right.
why that would be controlled opposition. Yeah.
The average person's question to that would be, well, why would they do that? Why would they have to do that? Why would they be doing that? Can you prove that they're doing that? Blah, blah, blah. The question is that why would they do it? The question is, why wouldn't they be doing it?
It seems like you said, instead of theater, like it seems like over theatrical. And actually, the one thing I would say is it seems very risky, like engaging in this type of stuff regularly. It seems like it would set yourself up for a risk. Like if you ever get revealed, if any of this gets revealed at all, it does seem. Although I guess that's not that risky because you can just sweep that under the rug.
Who's going to reveal it? You're the one that's looked to as the authority figure. And anybody that does reveal it, you just deem them as a crazy conspiracy theorist. Actually, and then when that becomes too saturated, you just call them conspiracists. You change the term.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say that's what makes what you guys are saying dangerous, is because it is plausible and it is sort of I mean, I don't have an argument against it. You know what I mean? So it definitely does seems like something that could be possible. But then now the question is, how do you decide whether or not this is true or what appears to be true is true? You know what I mean?
Well, it's just how the game's played. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've been doing this for centuries, and who knows, maybe millennia. So it's just, if you know how the game works, then you just, I don't know. To me, I like. How could you explain this and I hate this term, but normie? How are you going to explain that to somebody? You're just not. So, and it's really about you. That's the way I see it. So
Hey, my question. Go ahead, Andy. Sorry.
No, go on.
My question persists though, because now that I've agreed with you guys that this is plausible, and this narrative that you're suggesting, I can imagine it existing in reality. It seems like there's a place for it in reality. The question is, in any of these situations, like the Alex Jones, Donald Trump, or whatever it is we want to talk about, what is the truth? Like, now that we know that both cases are reasonably possible, that it's either it's possible, for instance, that Alex Jones really was charged and sued, and that was all authentic, or that was just a theater, just to kind of shut up conspiracy theorists, show them that they can be silenced. Like, how do we decide which one is the truth? Like, it's one thing to show that both these are possible, but how do we decide which one is the truth?
Well, I just go from the fact that secret societies run this place, and so they'll have like a tribunal. They'll have a hierarchical system, and the people like your Fauci's and your Bill Gates, they'll be quite low down, I imagine. I don't think they'll be at the higher tiers. They'll just be the people that they just push forward. For the for us to someone to point at, basically, and say, look, he's the bad guy. The people I'm talking about, you've never seen the face, you don't know the name, and so, I mean, that's where they get a lot of the power from. The fact that you don't know who they are, and they're obsessed with your name in capitals. I was trying to talk about this with somebody the other day in a shop, and I don't know why we got onto that subject, to be honest, because we were talking about Buddha. So I've got no idea why I've gone to the birth certificate and all that stuff, as you guys already know all that stuff. But it is a funny thing to think of this birth certificate and the the corporation, if you will, USA Inc. It's an interesting topic, and it's clever how you make a slavery system, but nobody's aware of it. That's the best bit. Nobody's aware of it. So, have you seen all the movies as well lately? I'm just looking at movies, and there's so many like dystopian type movies where it's like you get a 1%. Like, I was just reading the little, the summary, and like, oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look on Rotten Tomatoes and see what the summary. And there's so many where it's like you get a 1% of these like elites, so-called. I hate that, and they like live in paradise, and all the rest are just fighting over the scraps, and there's a lot of that. There's a lot of programming there as well, isn't there? So that's kind of interesting. I was just watching this a little bit. I watched the first episode of this Korean one called Black Knight. Exactly same sort of premise. So anyway, I don't know where I go with that.
So let me ask you a question, Andy. Do you think that they are intentionally changing whether it be gender and or race of characters that have been well established through generations in order to further the divide and agitate the races?
Well, yeah, but also that falls into the depopulation category through eugenics. If you ever studied eugenics, you'd know that's why I keep saying to people, and people freak out, and they're like, "Oh God, look at that!" And I always say, "How long can it last? Really? How long? They're not having kids. Only a couple of generations, really." So if you think about it from that perspective, I'm sure this place has been built up and knocked down many, many times. So yeah, that can't last much longer. And also, I've tried to talk about this before, but it's difficult. I was just talking about this with Loggy. We don't know exactly. There could be some sort of benevolent reason why they're doing some of these seemingly evil things. That's what they look like, don't they? But there could be some reason that we don't know about. Because let's face it, we're just pissing in wind. You can have some. There's definitely, which I've talked about before, this resonation, this truth that resonates, that's inside of us, that, call it discernment, that's God given. And so try and explain that to your Kosho, that's going to be tricky. But I think the people who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. And when you hear truth, you just know it. You just know it. That's really hard to explain. But yeah, there could be all kinds of reasons why this depopulation thing, this has been at the forefront of many of. I've seen so many things on that, and I'm sure a lot of truthers have too. Like we had Royal Family talking about it. What did Prince Charles say? Or no, it was his dad. Well, not his dad, but I can't remember that guy's name. I'm terrible at royals. Who said he wanted to come back as a virus or something when he died. But I suppose less said about that, the better. Now we know about germ theory. But yeah, I don't know. My brain's not working properly today, guys. Sorry. I get days like that. That's what being an alcoholic for 10 years will do to you. Don't drink, kids.
Are you sober now?
Oh yeah, I've been sober for a long time. And I always give it over to God first. I always say thank God, because yeah, I was in a terrible state, and this is why I mentioned that the other day about the that line in the Bible which says something like judge not lest ye be judged, and it seems very obvious to me that that's a pointer to the inner monologue. And my inner monologue is still very much there, but it's not oppressive like it used to be. It's very much manageable. And as I said before, the ego's bread and butter is blaming and complaining, and it reinforces that inner monologue, if you see. So all of a sudden, you see this judge not lest ye be judged. It puts a very different stint on that, doesn't it? Because you hear that and you think, oh, he's talking about don't, throw stones in the glass houses, Mum said, or some kind of, God, some sort of bearded dude on a cloud ready to punish your reward. No, it's not that at all. It's very much an inner phenomenon. It's got nothing to do with this, an outer thing. Isn't that interesting? And this is why I say there's a lot of people attacking this book, and there's a lot of wisdom in there. There's a lot of great wisdom. But, I've said before, this Bible's got to go for many reasons. And usury is up there with one of them, Yeah.
Not to get into a biblical debate or nothing like that, but just to address what you said.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people misconstrued Matthew 7 to basically be like, hey, don't judge. Let everybody live however they want to live, basically. But there are various scriptures, like John 7:24, judge with a righteous judgment. Right? Judge all things. Judge sin within the called out assembly. Judge matters between the brethren. 1 Corinthians. Judge preaching, judge false spirits and those who preach false doctrines, counterfeit gospels. Judge the works and the workers of darkness. judge false prophets. It just all over the scriptures. Judge them by their fruits, right? Just want to make sure, just to make it clear that we are to judge. That's how that's what discernment is, right? Divine discernment, wisdom that's given to you from Yah, allows you to be able to judge the things of the world righteously, according to the word. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all.
I find that verse is one of the most quoted verses by people who hate the Bible, actually.
Well, it's interesting too. I think North said it yesterday. Don't misconstrue condemning and judging, right?
Yeah.
I want to say to the guy who's been sober for a while,
Yeah.
that's a big deal.
Yeah,
And
it
I
is.
think
Yeah.
that's amazing, and you're doing an amazing job.
Oh,
And the
thank
best
you.
is still yet to come, you know? Yeah, I just want to encourage you. Awesome.
Oh well, I don't honestly. I appreciate that so much, but I really don't need it because that the hiding at the bottom of a bottle. I mean, my girlfriend left me at the time. Very cliche, but she didn't want to be around me, and who could blame her? I didn't want to be around me. Hence the hiding in the bottle. So yeah, it's yeah, I could talk about that all day, to be honest, because, and I feel like I should. I have talked about it quite a lot on these servers, so probably shouldn't. But yeah, I could also recommend you, like I could write a vitamin cure, because a lot of these things are just a lack of vitamin and minerals. But for me, it was terrible panic attacks and anxiety that I had for years, and so I was kind of self-medicating. And at some point, it just made sense to me, to the insane ego, of course, to never be sober, essentially. So I was drunk every hour God sends, and for a while. And I thought, I'm going to party my way out of this place because I'd seen enough. And so, yeah, I had to learn to live sober. And that was very different. That was and it's funny because I've said this before, and I mean it very much, because we often get this question of this God, he could have made this place without. So it's such a stupid line of questioning. But I had this like epiphany that even suffering had its place and can sort of awaken you to certain things and help you very much. And it helped me a great deal. And I saw it so clearly. And it was like, oh shit, if I hadn't gone through that, I wouldn't have seen this other thing. And so, isn't that interesting? And yeah, that I had all kinds of revelations through that terrible suffering that I went through, because I couldn't move for 2 years. I couldn't move. I had to just lay in one place. I couldn't move. I actually, after about 18 months, my uncle Harold, he was 95. He was on a walker, and he outwalked me. I'm not joking. I had to literally tell him to slow down. He was quick on that thing. I'm telling you, he was moving, and he outwalked me. Yeah, and I was probably about 35 at the time or something. I don't know, maybe a bit older. But yeah, I was in a terrible place, and I couldn't. Everything was too stimulating. So I actually stopped watching TV. I can actually remember the date this all sort of capitulated. I was projectile vomiting and still trying to force this alcohol down me. And it was November 28, 2015. And I stopped watching TV as well on that day. And I was basically raised by TV as well. So it's weird to just stop everything. But everything was too stimulated. It's almost like I'd broken the stimulation centers of my brain. Very odd. Like I couldn't, and when I say I couldn't do anything, I couldn't do anything. You all kosher?
I think it was something like, hey, you know about the B vitamins?
Sorry.
You're not coming through. You're breaking up a little bit, Kosho. It's not too great.
Breaking up.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet as well. But yeah, Lion, I do know about the B vitamins. That's kind of what I think happened, because basically that's part of what happened anyway. I learned through this guy called Andrew Saul, Saul. He's called like the mega vitamin man, and he says that the B vitamins essentially work better together. So you should take a complex if you're going to, and you need to be taking about 300 milligrams a day if you're drinking a lot of alcohol, as I was. And so he says he put it like this: it's a big giant Ferris wheel without any oil, because the B vitamins sort of, and it's like seizes up without the oil, and that's what happened to me. I just came to a fucking stop because of the low or no energy production, and I basically couldn't move, and you realize the karma of this place and
So
how
Ashley, so your body was reaching a terminal limit.
Oh, yeah.
where your production levels were down, and clearly it was alcohol related. But I was dating a girl for a little bit who was an alcoholic. I didn't realize she was an alcoholic when I first met her, but she had, like, in the morning instant withdrawals. Like, that's how I knew, because she would drink straight liquor, but she would
Yeah.
hide it from me. But like, if she didn't, everything would be, it's hypersensitive, like you're saying. It's funny because, like, the lights, like any loud noises, like anything would annoy her. Her own children would annoy her
Mm.
because they were just they were loud. They weren't really that loud, but to her they were extremely loud. The lights, everything. Was it the same for you?
Yeah, like I say, everything was over. I couldn't watch TV. I couldn't do any. It's weird, but it's like I was a DJ for 10 years, and so you can imagine all the different music that I've been exposed to, but I couldn't even listen to music. And then eventually I was able to have a bath, and I'd stay in this very deep bath for a long time, because I used to do that, but with wine. So, that was kind of, sometimes I'd drink whiskey first thing in the morning as well, but like, say 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd have a deep bath and a big, like, that, those big glasses of a wine glass, but it's like it holds up like nearly a pint. It's a huge glass, and I'd steadily sip that, and by the time I'd finished that glass, I was just about sort of normal. I wasn't drunk in any way. I was just not shaking anymore, sort of thing. So, yeah, that's a terrible place to be, by the way. If you're out there and you're listening to me now, and you're in that situation, oh my God, I feel for you so much, because
Yeah. I want to add too, bee pollen actually really helped me a lot. And bee pollen has B vitamins in it.
yeah, the B vitamins are great. If you do like drink even casually, you should really take a full spectrum CBD oil, because that will sort of form a protective barrier around the central nervous system. So I'd take some CBD oil before you start drinking. It's a good thing to take in general, to be honest. Then I'd also have a cocktail of vitamin B complex and vitamin C, because obviously C is an antitoxin. So yeah, I could draw you up a really good hangover cure. So much so that within 10 minutes of you taking my little cocktail, you wouldn't even know that you'd been drinking the night before. But that's kind of dangerous, don't you think? Because I think you're supposed to suffer from that. I think you should suffer some. And also, the inflammation that you get from drinking far too much, that I don't think can be helped no matter what vitamins and minerals you take. There's all sorts of great things for inflammation, but fasting ultimately is probably the best thing for inflammation. So yeah, that because that's what happened with me. I started drinking again, as most people do. I started drinking just beer, like I just drink German beer, and I stuck to that as well. And that lasted for about 3 years, say. But I got quite a belly on me, you know. And people think, "Oh, you fat bastard," but it's not fat; it's just inflammation. And so, yeah, I remember I was sat on the edge of my bed looking down at this big belly, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't need this." And I were off balance. I was terribly off balance. I remember. And I've said this before. I took that at CBD. I took the because my friend, sorry, my brother's friend came back. Tom, he came back from America, and he brought back. And this is a long time ago, so I don't know whether it was allowed or what. But anyway, the point is, because I know they're really strict about that kind of thing now. But we can only get the hemp version of that in the UK. But obviously in America, you can get the proper cannabis oil, and that's what you need for what I'm talking about. And that's what this little bottle were. And I just had the tiniest little bit, and I swear to you, in less than 10 minutes, I felt so much better. Like that off balance feeling I had, which made me feel so uncomfortable, it just disappeared. So quite an amazing thing. Best hangover cure is a run and hair of the dog. That's a slippery slope there, Kosho. Well, you know, when I used to do the whiskey in the morning, I used to do it with a lot of water because that's what Winston Churchill apparently did. It weren't until I started listening to David Irving that I realised what a fucking scumbag this Winston Churchill was. You know, I think it were all theatre back then too. I think Hitler was just a puppet as well. But in terms of because they needed a bad guy, you know, every good story needs a bad guy. So, but in terms of character between Hitler and Churchill, oh my God, Hitler was way better. Yeah. So anyway, the point of bringing Churchill up was that he used to drink because he was an alcoholic, you see. And most impressive thing about the man is that he lived well into his 90s, and he was an alcoholic. I mean, that's something you don't see, you know, if you look around.
You know
Alcoholics.
why? You know
Go on.
why Churchill was better? Because he was alcoholic and Hitler was just a meth addict. Much better than alcoholic. Right?
Well,
Winston Churchill was a heavy smoker too. He used to smoke tobacco till he was 96 years old. I heard.
Well, apparently his staff called it his little cocktail, which was just whiskey and water. They called it his dishwater. What in this part of the country we'd say dishwater. So I started drinking this dishwater on the back of learning about Winston Churchill. But that's a real slippery slope. That
90. He lived till 90.
it's impressive. But yeah, he wanted to gas the German people in World War II, and of course it was against the Geneva Convention. And he said, I mean, this is like David Irving used to do the talks where he'd have the writing, and so Churchill likened it to a change in fashion, like miniskirts. He said, "Oh, what are we doing with it?" You know, because he really wanted to gas the German people. And it's just a change in fads. It's just a fad sort of thing. Now, ironically, if he had tried that move and he had, he'd have got his way, the outcome of the war would have been very different because the Germans had much more potent gas than we did. Than the mustard gas, they developed it, you see. So it could have been a very different outcome. So, like I say, when you learn a little bit, I'd type in David Irving, Winston Churchill, and you learn a little bit about World War II. It's great. The real history. Because what tends to happen is all these historians, they all quote each other, right? There's a mainstream story, there's the storyline, and they all just, they're holding each other's tails, basically. Whereas David Irving actually went to the people. He had the diaries of the SS officers' girlfriends, wives, partners, secretaries. He really did his research. So he's worth looking. He's a great speaker as well. So, I mean, was he a racist? Yes. That's safe to say. But I would put it more like he was a product of his generation. That's a better way of putting it.
He was a racist, drunk bigot that happened to be prime minister. That's all. Just another man, no better than any other man.
No, well, I'm talking about David Irving. Was he a racist? Because obviously the Jewish stuff,
Oh, I thought you were talking about Churchill. Sorry.
In terms of Churchill, yeah, he was a proper scumbag. But yeah, I mean, Benjamin Kosho, you're breaking up terribly. But yeah, he's well celebrated Zionist was old Winston.
Yep.
We see Benjamin Netanyahu, whatever his name were, but he's celebrating him, saying what Kosho is not happening, dude. You have to wait for that satellite to come back round.
Is it breaking up?
Oh, you sound better now, dude.
Hitler was a drug addict. He was a heroin addict. Another winner. Look into the lives of these guys. Sorry?
I was laughing at your comment. I don't know what Kosho was saying. I have no idea.
He said math addict. He was a math addict.
Yeah, well, apparently he instructed. That's where we got meth from. I don't know if this is true. Apparently he couldn't get heroin because of the World War II, and he instructed his scientists to make an alternative, and that's where meth came. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's a story going around.
Yeah, and then didn't they roll out that whole methamphetamine agenda in the 50s? Like, remember that whole thing? They were like selling like these pills to like housewives, like that whole speed. Maybe it's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess methamphetamine is a little different than.
No, it was definitely meth, man. It was definitely meth.
Isn't there different forms of it?
Hitler did meth. So that's my Siri. Yeah, Hitler did a lot of meth, dude. And not only that, he hold on one second. Okay, so anyways, Hitler he would have these parties. He'd have these parties, like dinner parties, where he would do meth all night, and then he'd keep his guests over, and they'd be watching movies late into the night, and they didn't know when they could leave, and they never were allowed to leave because he was on meth the whole time. He did a lot of meth.
I don't understand.
You know what meth is, right?
I don't understand how meth was supposed to be a heroin replacement. They're completely different drugs. I don't.
Are you sure, bro? People that are heroin addicts, don't they put them on methadone? Legal
No, methadone is not methamphetamine, so.
I'd have to look into what methadone is, but you got a point. Methadone sounds like meth, but I don't think it's the same. One's an opiate, one's a stimulant.
Yeah, amphetamines. It's like speed. Methamphetamine. And
this is like the difference between taking an Oxycontin and taking Adderall.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adderall is like a form of meth.
Difference between that.
Now
hold on. When you're an addict, when you're a heroin addict and they put you on a program, what do they give you?
Methadone.
Or Suboxone.
Methadone, right?
Yeah.
So how could
Yeah,
it be not like heroin?
Because methadone is not methamphetamine. Methadone's totally different.
Yeah, methadone's not methamphetamines, man. Which I left or straight.
Go straight.
I think some of us are confused about the terminology here.
Yeah, the methadone is a substitute for heroin. That's like a heroin type drug. Methamphetamine's a speed, which is the opposite effect.
Thank you. That's correct. Yep.
So basically, you know, we should already know this, but like opiates, bro, are downers. They make you, you know, sleepy, and you see people nodding in the streets, like standing up. Where speed, bro, you're gonna be running around. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be. It's a stimulant, and if you mix them,
I thought that was weird. Yeah.
If you mix it, they call it
speedballing,
Speedball,
which
yep.
is like you're playing with the devil right there.
There you're dead. Like you're
Oh,
one beat away from a heart attack. Yeah.
That's usually cocaine and heroin, but yeah.
Yeah.
Now imagine if Einstein would have been on meth, what kind of crazy theories he would have came up with, right?
Well, I don't think he came up with any of his theories.
You won't come up with any on that. You're like, I have to sleep, bro. You're like,
It was all plagiarized.
Imagine
from
old
what I hear.
Albert on a little bit of meth. He would have been coming up with some crazy formulas.
No, dude, you didn't hear Albert stole all this shit, or it was attributed to him. It wasn't even his ideas.
No, yeah, I know. I'm trolling, bro. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yeah, he would have come up with like even worse stuff that was like way off base if it was actually his idea. You're right.
Is it true that he used to pee on himself or defecate himself because he was so into his formulas? Did you ever hear
I don't
that?
know about that.
Like he
I know he was cross-dressing and marrying his cousin or something.
I heard that he was so into his formulas and his equations that he didn't want to like go to the bathroom and forget where he was at or whatever. Like, so he'd literally like pee on himself.
But we
I
just
heard
established everything's ripped off or is attributed to him. He didn't make it up anyway, so that makes no sense.
All right, fair
But
enough.
that would be a story they pass around to troll people, right? Like, oh, he didn't even have time to shit. He was coming up with this shit so much, you know, he had to concentrate so much on this. He didn't even get up to go to the bathroom. That's how crazy, awesome, smart this guy was to not even get up. He's pissed his pants.
That doesn't sound very smart.
Exactly.
How many brain cells? He couldn't shit right.
Well, you know, it's funny because like the most famous picture is him sticking out his tongue. And like we all thought that was like him just being like, "Hi, I'm smarter than you." But now we know it's like a troll. It's like, haha, I was like the one they attributed a bunch of bullshit to.
Yeah, my brother thinks it's like the ultimate chutzpah. Like they get somebody who's sort of kind of below average, and they make the whole world think he's the smartest guy in the world. You know?
Yeah, Chauncey Gardner.
You serious?
You know who Chauncey Gardner is?
Einstein?
Yeah,
Well, it's you know, my brother he thinks there's
Was he pretty smart?
he thinks there's celebrities out in the outer ponders, you know, that are fake dead, you know, fake where they've like they've died and they're now on this paradise somewhere, which I think's fucking ridiculous, by the way.
Well, most
But
of them are
anyway.
still around as other people.
Yeah, like stuff like that. I don't subscribe to shit like that. But anyway, so listen, I'm going to post this thing. It's called doctoryourself.com, and it's obviously not medical advice, but but it's basically a vitamin cure for alcoholism.
Is that what you used?
Yeah, well, eventually. But I was given some grace, perhaps, from the creator. I'd say there's nothing more powerful than that.
I was gonna ask, did you laugh a lot as a kid? Did you always have a great sense of humor? And then like when you started drinking, you didn't really laugh as much. Now you're back to your old self?
No, I suffered terribly because there was all kinds of like my dad was an alcoholic, so there's a lot of abuse, and then he died in a car accident when I was 7 years old.
Oh.
And so there were a lot of anxiety, and I had terrible panic attacks. So the first half of my life was pretty terrible, and I realize now that all that suffering has played its part for me to have a really good second half. as weird as that sounds.
Yeah,
Well,
you
not
just got a
bad
really
after all,
jovial.
really.
You got a jovial, good sense of humor, and you seem happy.
Well, I mean, like I say, that piece that this is what I was saying to Loggy earlier about the unless you've got some access to that stillness inside, which basically gets obscured by mind stuff ultimately. Unless you've got some, like for instance, my brother, he makes guitars, so in that moment you could say that that's his little meditation, if you will. You know, like I remember a while back when he showed me his new guitar that he'd made, and these are fucking amazing, by the way. And so all self-taught. And
Have you
and I
ever
said
shown
to,
those to Flat Earth Dude, by the way?
no,
I talked to him about that. You know, he's a luthier.
no.
Kenny Flat Earth Dude, he's a luthier. He makes guitars too. So.
Oh,
Bring it
right,
up, man.
okay.
Like your brother, yeah.
Yeah, and I sort of said to him, "What next?" You know what I mean? And he knew exactly what I meant because, you know, it's in that creative moment where you feel sort of at peace and you feel it feels good, right? And if you could learn to do that without anything at all, that for me is what I ended up doing, and it's not for everyone, I don't think. It's a weird thing to say. It's not for everyone. You don't want to feel peace, but what you find is no people cling to the pain because it's familiar, and they'd rather cling to that pain than step into the unknown. So anyway,
You're saying you found peace in letting go of the pain?
Well, the funny thing about the emotional pain body is that it's got to be faced. It's got to be addressed. You can't sweep that under the rug. It's not possible. It's got to be. The idea is that you especially if it's something traumatic when you're a child that you carry with you, because what happens is you run away internally. You run away, and then you could say, I guess, something gets trapped. It no longer flows with the harmonious functions of the body, and so it needs to be addressed. And the idea is that you go through this journey, as I did with Eckhart Tolle's The Power of Now. You go through this journey, and you realize that now you have the emotional maturity to face it. And when you face it, and by the way, I was the biggest coward in the world. The biggest coward in the world. So if I can do it, you can do it for sure. But I realize why people don't want to face their inner stuff. I absolutely understand that because it's messy in there, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just watched a series, actually, by the way, that you might enjoy for this reason. It's called The Crowded Room. It's on Apple TV. The guy had like this multiple personality disorder because of his trauma from being a kid.
Yeah.
That shattered him into all these different personalities, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. So the idea is that you now. I mean, this is the thing. We sort of, especially men, we tend to be like 12-year-old, 50-year-old, but mentally 12-year-old. If you see, but the idea is that no, you go through certain realizations, and then now you have the emotional maturity to face whatever needs to be faced, and you have to have that realization of now that everything is now. Ultimately, when you think about the past, you do it now, and when you think about the future, you do it now. And so that's a very deep realization when you realize that time is illusion. Ultimately, and especially to who we are beyond the ego, because we're spiritual beings ultimately. Anyway, I'm going to post this thing, and it's, like I said, it's from dryourself.com. It's about alcoholism. And so it goes into this story at the top but you need to scroll down a little bit, and then it'll show you like a vitamin cure. So you got your C and your B complex, and then it goes through a few other things, chromium and L-glutamine. And this was made by a guy called Abram Hoffer, who was the partner of the person that founded Alcoholics Anonymous. His name's Bill W. Right? Everybody kind of knows that. They've heard that name.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, this guy Abram Hoffer, he was also an alcoholic, and they founded that together. And he's a great man. I've got a video.
Do they recommend that through the AA program? That formula?
Yeah, I think they do. I think it is. Yeah, they basically worked it out for AA. I've never been to a meeting, but I've looked through their material, and I like it. I think it's really good. I realise people get put off by the spiritual or cult aspect. I've heard people say things like that. Oh no, that sounds like a cult. So, but
Well, it meets almost every requirement except for a couple. But it does operate kind of like a cult too, in that from what I saw, that it's like they get you. They encourage people to come back for more meetings, and also encourage the idea that there's no way they could ever do it on their own without the meetings. So it's kind of like a little bit like a cult in that way. Like, you better come back or you're not going to make it. There's no way you're going to make it. And the first step is like the admitting or supposedly surrendering completely to the will of the big book or the 12 steps, and that you've given up all willpower of your own. And I think that's kind of like the one that if somebody's not at that point, I wouldn't recommend it, because it seems like people get into it. If they're not totally given up on themselves yet, then they shouldn't just like totally give up on themselves, because maybe their willpower, like you didn't need the program to do it for yourself. And I think there's way more power in that than being dependent on a program. When you agree with that, maybe?
That's the stuff that I went through, though. I don't think that's tricky, because to actually ask for someone's help seems very weak. But the truth is that's a strength. That's, you see, it was through my own sort of pride and sort of, I could never. I was terrified, and so the idea that someone is actually asking for help, that's a powerful thing. They shouldn't be ashamed of that. That's a brilliant thing.
No, I'm not saying there's a difference.
No,
between
I know you're not
asking for
saying
help
that.
and
I'm just saying that
you can do anything on your own. Yeah.
The reason that I didn't go through any programs or anything like that is because I was a coward, and there was all kinds of issues with that. So I needed to figure it out on my own, and I realized ultimately that the alcoholism was a bandage. It was a band-aid, if you will, to something that was deep rooted that needed to be addressed. And so I knew that, and I didn't want to face it. And so, once that was addressed, and it was like putting a big sack of bricks down, and then, now I don't need the alcohol, and there's no urge there at all. And then I could go to the job of, I hate that, I don't mean job, but for lack of a better word, of now healing myself of what, of what terrible thing I'd done to myself.
Right. Well, at least you can laugh about it.
Yeah. I'd like to address something said about AA, actually. The thing that people admit they're powerless over is alcohol, their obsession with alcohol, and that they can't manage their own lives because of the obsession. Just totally takes over their mind, and that and they are able to overcome that because of the help of a higher power of their own understanding. So I totally get about like the cultish thing, especially when people don't fully understand it. But I mean, it's all donation based. It's totally anonymous, and you're free to go as you please or not go. I just think it's helped a lot of people.
I do as well.
I'm not saying it hasn't, but it does act like it also has a dominance, almost like a monopoly on the from what I've heard, that it's like there's a lot of these other programs are having a hard time, doing like a different holistic approach or maybe some alternative approach because it's kind of dominated by the AA. Like, they almost, I don't know if they directly threaten other programs, but it does seem like it's dominant and that, they want to make sure that's the 12 step that people are going through for whatever reason. I'm not trying to make a conspiracy out of it, but, there probably is one there a little bit.
I mean, it seems to me like, okay, I said, I think they've helped a lot of people. If you want to listen to some real raw, testimonies, I've said this before. Go to YouTube, just type in AA tapes, and like Anthony Hopkins has done one, and he's done a couple, in fact, and they're really worth listening to, regardless of your relationship with alcohol. Just go and listen to that; it's really good. So there's loads of good, sincere these testimonies, these alcoholics. I said this before, that one guy who ended up under a bridge trying to inject a needle he picked up off the floor, tried to inject wine into his body, stuff like that. And, he clearly lived to tell the tale because there he is telling his story. And it's some really good stuff. I was listening to it because I was like, okay, I'm going down this road. What am I letting myself in for?
My point in what I was saying, though, by the way, it's I know someone that had got involved with that as like a go-to first before they really had given up on themselves, and they said that a lot of the people that were there that did that ended up like going off after the program or leaving the program and then going back to what they did, at least so they could then say it was their decision to quit. Because they don't want to attribute it to the program, because the program's saying you better come back or you're going to fail. But the program's saying, well, if you went away and you stayed sober, then then it will take the credit for that. But if you come back, if you go off and drink, then obviously it's because you left the program. So it was kind of a catch-22. But a lot of people had to go and do it like for themselves, so they could then test themselves to see if they were able to go without it on their own. And if they're really not able to, then yeah, that might be their only alternative. But if they're not at that point where they're totally surrendering and they know they have no willpower of their own left over it, then it's not the best for those people. That's all.
Yeah, I've said this many times as well. I recognize in myself that there was something in me that wanted me dead, which is probably a better way of saying, fuck, I'm a total asshole. That's another way of putting it, and you recognize that, and it's just an honest, very honest place to be, and just realize, that you're fallible, you're human, and you're going to make mistakes. And so, it's a good place to start from. I was going to go somewhere with that, but clearly I can't remember. So
I wonder, what would be interesting is Flat Earth became part of like the AA program, like whether that would be like something that would cause people to want to drink more, or actually like help them find God, which would probably be the result more than anything.
That would be so funny. You are powerless, but the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, like we should just infiltrate a bunch of AA meetings and be like, hi, my name's George. I'm an alcoholic, and I realized that the Earth is flat, and just do like the whole flat Earth thing as part of your like, reason to want to be sober or something, and just do like all the groups. You guys are about truth and facing the truth. Let me tell you the truth. We're not on a freaking spinning ball.
Notice Fungi just post Fungi. Keep changing it. He's posted the Alan Carr book, Easy Way to Control Alcohol. I read that. It's pretty good. Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Spoiler alert, by the end of the book, he tells you that you've just got to give up altogether. Because he starts the book by saying, we can back it off a little bit.
Yeah. So
and by the end of it,
Alan Carr's good, man. Like I read his book, The Easy Way to Stop Smoking, right? He just uses repetition, basically hypnosis, linguistic hypnosis, to get you to quit doing what you're doing by implanting subconsciously different trigger points for when you go to do the action. And it's really good. And I think, you know, it's tough for other people. I just wanted to say this real quick is that it's so hard for people that have never experienced some form of addiction to understand, one, how hard it is to overcome, and two, how hard it is to maintain the sobriety or staying away from that substance.
Definitely.
That's like was it NLP? Alan Carr was using kind of like a neuro-linguistic programming.
I'm not too full up on NLP, but probably.
It sounds like it from what you're saying. Like if you were afraid of a spider, you would do like an image of a spider really big in your mind, and then you would that doesn't scare you, that you like ice cream cones or something, would be like the small image in the corner. And then you would go through this exercise of switching the images. The spider becomes the small image, and the ice cream cone becomes the big image.
Well,
And then
I mean,
when the spider comes around, then you can switch that image and have that kind of like exercise.
that's I mean, that's good
Yeah.
for some people, but that's not really like going to help a lot of people with the roots of their addiction. I mean, you got to like understand why that is that you're like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no
Can I
other.
say it's like go away from the question? Say, do you like ice cream? Yeah, I do like ice cream. But can you answer my question?
What are you asking now? Was Flat Earth question now? You want to go to Flat Earth?
Yeah, listen,
Yeah,
I'd like to say a few more things on it if you don't mind, and then I'm going to go for a drive, I think. But so for the audience, UK audience, the Alan Carr's like a camp, like a TV guy.
Yeah, it was
And
funny. It was funny.
And that's not him. That's not him. It's spelled slightly differently. It's spelled with an E, and I think Alan Carr spelled with an A. That's where I think the difference is. But they both called Alan Carr. Anyway, he uses this analogy of the pitcher plant, where he says like, basically everybody who drinks is in a pitcher plant at one level or another, and that clearly I was at the very bottom of that pitcher plant. So your Aunt Lucy, who's celebrating the holidays with you, who has a bit of a brandy or whatever it is to join in. She's not in the pitcher plant, basically.
Yeah, I like brandy. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I was saying I like brandy. Yeah, okay.
Nice. Can you pop yourself on mute, Johnny B, just for a sec?
No problem. If it's a problem, of course.
No, yeah, just pop yourself. Thanks. So anyway, one thing worth mentioning is that there it is. One thing worth mentioning is that what people perhaps don't realize is when you start drinking, that it slows down that mind stream. It slows it right down, and that's why it feels really good. Because that. I don't think it takes a certain amount of awareness to realize that these thought streams, they're actually, as I said before, with mine, it was oppressive. That's what it was, and to be able to step out of that is a wonderful gift. And so that helped me a great deal. I had no idea that I didn't have to follow the thoughts, if you see. And so with me, it was almost like an elastic band, because, like that thing that turns around and tightens it up and tightens it up. That's what it felt like to me, because I was always drunk, always. And so if you can imagine, it's not unlike in terms of, it sounds a bit silly, enlightenment, whatever that is. I mean, the point is, there was very little thought because I was always drunk. And then all of a sudden, when that elastic band snapped, it all came all back flooding through like fucking. It was just such a mess for a long time. It was really, really fucking chaotic in my head. Like, you can't even imagine. You can imagine being alcoholic for 10 years, and then all of a sudden, boom! It was just like, it was so fucking bad. And without that teachings of Eckhart Tolle and being able to step out of that helped me so much. And I just wanted to say before I went that helped me a lot to be able to step out of that, because we talk about addiction quite a lot, but the addiction to thinking, people don't realize that. People don't realize that's a thing. And these thoughts, they pull you along, don't they? they're like, "Come with me." Right? They're very, they pull you along, and you get caught up in this mind stream. You don't realize even, and so
It's getting very, very long story. I'm just
yeah. I'm sorry. I just
Wait a minute. I want to make an analogy or just one more comment before you go, real quick.
dude.
Yeah, I do think that I think there would be like a flat Earth AA interest when you think about it, because there's so much nihilism that goes along with the globe mindset that you'd think that maybe there could be a whole branch of it that's kind of like that flat Earth AA mindset, where people are letting go of this addiction to thinking they're on a ball, which is a total contradiction to the experience that they're living, which could have a lot to do with alcoholism when you think about it. I mean, I was joking the other day when Jazz Akanda was in here. I'm like, is there a point in the day where you're just like you think that we might be right, and then you just go straight to the bottle, or what is it, right? What do you think, Johnny? Is that what it is?
And also, I really want to say something about it, because he is talking about he was, and he is acting and talking and taking a long time to say a fucking story, just like he's drunk. He's talking like he's drunk. I say, I'm not drinking anymore, but he's sounding and making the same effect, just like he's fucking drunk. That
sounds like you're calling the kettle black right now.
So what can I say? Okay, I have a critic. I say I don't think he's sober at all. There's something wrong with him. He's not on the right level.
We were all enjoying what he was saying. We were all enjoying it. At least I was.
Yeah, I just think you're the ultimate counterpoint to what he was talking about on the opposite end of the spectrum. So
yeah, perfect example.
You know what I mean, Johnny?
So he's not sober at all. He has to be sober.
All right, Johnny. All right, dude. All right, it's not very productive, is it? What you're doing right now? So.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're coming in just to put somebody else down, that's not really productive.
Whoa.
Yeah, don't do that.
No,
I'm here to put somebody else up. And that's Johnny B. Johnny B's my boy.
Oh yeah.
I don't stand for nobody.
You're
putting
Johnny
B.
I don't know about your boys, for sure.
I'm not taking nobody down.
He's
I was
drunk
just
on the globe, just like
analyzing the problem.
Drunk with
I'm
power.
not trying to take anybody down. That's the latest thing I will do.
Well, anyway, in my little study to get better, I seen all I studied all the best. I studied Carl Jung. I studied, like I say, I went to the very the precipice of my psyche, and so I know all the games, Johnny B. But nice try, son. Nice try.
I'm not following. I was thinking about something else.
Well, if you butter, because I asked you to put yourself on mute, it's because your mic was open and I could see the green light.
No problem. I can call mute. There's no problem.
Things seem to take forever when you're drunk.
Jeez, I feel for Gio. I really do. Fucking people he's got to put up with. But yeah, I do feel like I need to come in here and talk about this kind of stuff more often. Not for me, Johnny, but for the audience, because I realise that people are suffering terribly, and I can be quite selfish. And sort of,
you cannot talk about me and at the same time say tell me.
Oh my God, dude. Okay.
So
whatever.
how do you want it? Can I respond to you or not? Okay, if you don't want me to respond, I can go to mute. But if you're talking about me, then I have to. Then I cannot stay on mute. So what do you want? Do you want me to stay on mute or not?
It's a standoff time. I don't know.
I'm waiting for answer.
Yeah.
No answer.
Just keep waiting.
No, it's no answer. Okay, then I will stay live.
Your prerogative.
Yeah, it's very strange, but it's just like it is. That's life. What can I say? Okay, guys. I am serious. I'm not a fucking drunken guy that's talking with you. I know what I'm talking about. And everybody knows that's following me. And guys that know me know I know what I'm talking about. So don't take me so fucking easily.
Blow into the microphone. We'll get a breath analyzing test. We've got new Discord extensions that can measure your blood alcohol level.
Alcohol level, you don't know that. I am not drunk. I'm just talking and all that.
You might not be drunk enough. All right.
Not yet. Maybe later. Maybe it's possible. I will be, and then everything is open. Everybody can kill me if I get too drunk.
There you go.
But I don't think that will happen.
But Johnny, do you find it difficult to debate with people that are drunk and really not understand? It's hard to understand their words, and especially when they're just kind of like antagonizing the conversation rather than contributing to it. That's what I always think. I can't stand debating with drunks. Like, man, are you even going to remember this debate? I mean, if I ever had a point that you agreed with, would you even remember? I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying, when people are wasted, it's just trying. It seems like a waste of time.
Did Andy leave? What happened?
I think he went to go listen to some Eckhart Tolle remixes. And drive.
He said he was going to take a drive. Gonna go for a drive.
It's got like a red Miata with the convertible top. He's gonna put it down, let the wind blow through his hair.
I want to see a horse about a girl.
Yeah.
Was that the
Did
line?
Johnny filibuster him until he left, and then when he leaves, Johnny leaves? Gee, mini Christmas. What's going on?
We were kind of giving him a hard time. We were
win in Rome.
Yeah.
Johnny B.
I do think though the flat Earth and the AA that might be a happy union there. You think about it.
Not people that really need AA. It's serious. You can't cross train them.
Right, but I'm thinking that it could be like I mean, a lot of people are giving up on their lives or giving up on life in general because of maybe some of the ridiculousness that the globe mindset includes. Possibly, right?
That's maybe, but I don't know, man.
Well, I know a lot of people find God or find the truth of the creation of their existence. There's an intelligence to this creation, at least. That's one of the realizations. It seems common along the time.
I mean,
giving up the globe, right?
Like the creator's like a big concept, It's like wherever you meet that idea is kind of like where it might be for you, but that's not all of it.
What does that mean?
Like if you can meet it through, you could meet the creator through sorrow, or you could meet it through like a bunch of like you tried real hard and you studied real hard and you prayed and meditated and stuff like that, and you contacted, you know what I mean? There's different routes to it, but where you engage it is where it is for you. It could be many places though. You could find it many places.
Well, atheism and globerism kind of go hand in hand in a way, right?
What? Yeah. Well.
Elaborate.
Maybe. I don't know.
New perspective. Give me a new perspective. Elaborate on what you're saying.
There are very few atheist flat earthers, is what he's trying to say, I think.
Yeah.
Right,
atheism, Like if you're like a lot of people do seem to think that there's you know, a connection with God when they realize they're not a spinning ball, right?
Let me
And
give you a new perspective real quick.
all right, the boy band version. Let's get the boy
The
band
boy
version.
band version. So there's a lot of people on the planet, a lot of people on the globe, and I believe a lot of those people believe what they believe, and especially if you believe in the universe, you can have an infinite amount of ideas of how that came about. Like me, I believe in God. God made, you know, this Big Bang thing happen, yada yada yada, the universe, the Earth. Some people believe that it just happens naturally, no God, whatever. There's a lot of different possibilities. So, yeah, there's atheists that believe in the globe. There's also people that believe in God that believe in the globe.
There's
Now
no.
let's fast forward to the flat Earth. Flat Earth. You're a flat earther. You believe the Earth, the extent of the Earth is a snow globe, where there's a flat plane and a dome around it, and when it snows, somebody shakes it up, and that somebody is God, and God invented the snow globe. In that
No, I
paradigm,
don't believe that.
you almost have to believe in a God, in a creator. In the
No,
other
I don't
paradigm,
believe
you
that.
can't believe in God or creator.
I just gave
And
up the
so
globe.
this is the reason why there's more atheists.
facetious.
This is the reason why there's
He's
more
being
atheists in
facetious.
that paradigm, and there's no atheists, almost no atheists, in the flat Earth paradigm, because you can't have atheists in a flat Earth paradigm. It's not because
He's
there's
being
some sort of
facetious. Second of all, there are
combination.
flat Earth atheists, but I understand your facetiousness because it probably rubs you the wrong way. Being a globe believer, if that's what anyone believes, and you know, hearing flat earthers talk about you guys, like bigots, saying that hey, you know, they don't believe in a god. There's no room for a god, and this, that, and the third, and blah blah
I didn't
blah.
say that.
When we all know damn well there was so much. It's like religions for everything, and most people like who believed in the globe hadn't even thought about a flat Earth. So it's like. I hate that. I hate when people say that. Oh, you know, they don't want you to know about flat Earth because you find, you know, the creator. It's like,
I
nah.
wasn't even saying that though. I was saying that it could be a good subset to the AA program for people because they may have given up on things, and maybe it would be like another way of like awakening to a whole new reality in the way that they need to when they're in AA. You know, that's all. And that there is atheism in the globerism mindset, and I'm not even a Christian or even religious, and I don't think that there's
Well, let me
necessarily even a creator. I don't even think there's a creator necessarily.
But
I
there's
think this whole
give you
thing
real
could have
quick.
atheism in the
created
flat Earth
everything's
mindset. Like
intelligent
Glat
at its core, right? Everything's
Glat
intelligent at its essence.
yo, you don't have to monologue. Glat Flobe is an atheist. So like that just kills
I'm
your
not an
argument
atheist.
right there.
I'm not saying that there's an argument. I'm
Is
not
your
even trying
name
to make an argument.
Glat
I'm not
Flobe?
saying all flat earthers are not atheists. I'm not even saying that.
So,
All I was
so what's
saying was that
the
it could
point?
be a good subset to the whole realization that they need to stop drinking. That's all.
They needed to stop drinking before they found out about flat Earth. What they need to
Sure.
do, what they need to do is find themselves.
Like
Yep.
if the globe was seriously causing you to drink, then yeah, it works. But nobody's drinking because they think they're on a ball, right?
No, I'm just saying I think that finding a lot of people feel like when we realize they're not on a ball, that they find themselves, regardless if it's about God or creation or any of that. It's about finding yourself. And I think that's good. It's totally coordinated. It totally goes hand in hand with that idea. That's all.
Opposite. It's like, oh, you've been lied to. You know what I mean? There's like all these like
Yeah, it
things
could
going
cause you to
on
drink.
you don't know
I was
about.
just putting it out there as a topic to discuss. I wasn't even trying to make a point.
It's like
I was
the
saying I
opposite.
think this.
Yeah, are you sure that? Yeah, I mean, the idea that the globe actually could contribute to addiction, because there is a perspective of being in this kind of isolated, insignificant worldview, and the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm kind of plays into that. Could that actually put you in a place of like, on a deep underlying fundamental level, like what's the purpose of life? We just evolved on this random quote unquote planet. We're in a huge vacuum. We're hurling through space. Anything could kill us at any time. Like there's a lot of potentially like nihilism and meaninglessness, like that fundamental lack of meaning that could lead people to be addicted. It's just like drown all of that in a drug of some sort.
Exactly my point. Thank you, Jim.
Maybe not the case for everyone, perhaps. I'm not saying, but like, yeah, that definitely could just, that lack of meaning, lack of purpose, lack of, a special position and a larger integration with the world in a way that could isolate people into, a lot of those thoughts, like just like, F this, F my life, F all these problems, I'm just gonna kind of, use a
Right.
drug.
I'm just out for myself. I'm not out for everyone else necessarily. It's all about competition. Whoever dies with the most shit wins and all that kind of stuff.
True.
Why is it a fucking Glober thing and not a fucking anybody thing?
Yeah, just to be fair, both the globe and the flat Earth models have plenty of evidence to point to a creator. The heavens declare the glory of Yah. Nature itself declares the glory of Yah. Inside nature itself, at the microscopic level, scripture is clear that from the creation of the world, the invisible things of Yah are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. Right? We're talking about biochemistry, the little molecular structures, and the way that the DNA has self-correcting mechanisms at play, right? Even has eternal power and divinity, so that they are without excuse, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, denying the glory and denying
Amen.
the idea that there is a divine architect behind the creation of all things, whether you are on a globe or a flat Earth. But I do agree that the heliocentric model.
It could have been all that just intended for the little speck in the swarm of specks in the ever expanding universe. Yeah, totally. It could have been all that special stuff
the
for the one
Goldilocks
speck.
zone. We just
the
happen to
Goldilocks
be
zone.
in the perfect area for temperate water.
Beneath the other waters, underneath the firmament.
Yeah, they always have to have a Goldilocks zone for everything. Right? Everything like a Goldilocks, just so that it's just big enough that you can't see the curvature. Just
Kids believe so.
smooth enough that you can't feel the acceleration. It's like the Goldilocks thinking makes them sound like dumb blondes, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's probability versus purpose versus what do you call that? What do you call that? Well, you get it. Purpose. Whatever words go with
I
purpose.
get it, man. Yeah. By the way, there's only one fucking Goldilocks zone.
Oh,
Only one Goldilocks
intention.
zone.
That's right.
Right.
Intention.
You can't feel acceleration at all. There's no Goldilocks zone for that. Okay. And there's only one Goldilocks zone. There's not a
Speaking
Goldilocks
about
zone for
concept,
everything.
that's
There's
one.
one Goldilocks zone. It's in between Mars and Venus.
Speaking about concepts, that's one.
It's like a children's story.
That was a fine ass. Never mind. Sorry, my bad.
It's a
It would be
children's
funny
story.
to do like the Goldilocks version of the flat Earth, though. Like trying the different Earths. Like this one's spinny. I don't like this one. I feel the spin on this. This one, I can't. I can see the curve on this one. Here's one that seems like it's stationary and flat. This is perfect. This one's just right. Is that Jenny in here? Jenny, what's up? I haven't seen you for a while.
What's
How
up?
are you? What's up? How are you?
I'm doing pretty darn good. What about you?
Doing all right. Yeah, I've seen you since way back at 24/7 a while ago. Still singing songs, making music?
I never really. Well, I mean, I was
Do
just
you
kind of
sing, Jen?
singing.
Are you singing now?
Well, I mean, I
Heard
haven't done anything flat Earth. I mean, I was just singing like a Harry Nilsson song or two. I mean, but
right. I just wondered.
actually, I've been really into this one old Salt and Pepper album, Very Necessary. It kind
Uh-huh.
of it's stuck in my car, so I just just leave it in there because I like it. And so there's a lot of really good songs on there. I've been like kind of okay on the lyrics with, so it's kind of fun.
Nice.
But yeah, I like
Well,
all kinds of music except for new country, new rap, because it sounds like demons write the lyrics. And I mean, I even kind of like elevator music. I mean, not all the time, but
Depends what
anyway,
elevator.
what's new with the combo in here?
not much. Actually, I was going to ask Dice though. There was a video I heard earlier. He was referencing that maybe he was watching along with somebody that he was saying was the same thing that Alan was saying. I don't know if it was something I hadn't seen or if it was Alan's video or what. I don't know if he's here or not. Have you checked out Alan's stuff with his GPS and preferred direction of light and all that kind of stuff yet?
Can you do a really short like summary or recap on what that is?
Well, he just looked into a couple different people that did a lot of tests with Dayton Miller and this other guy named Wang that was looking at the direction of light as far as east to west or west to east goes. And it seems like they were making corrections for the GPS with a absolute reference frame, and then making like ad hoc corrections after the fact to try to attribute it to the rotation of the Earth when it actually seems like there's a difference in the speed when it's going along with the sun direction. Not that it's necessarily from the sun, but kind of like pointing out that there might be an ether wind here that's attributed to this preferred direction of light.
Hey, so he was looking. He's looking into the people who are looking into.
Yeah, well, there was Dayton Miller that did like 5 million like different tests, not all at once, of course. I mean, not like all separately, but like certain
5 million tests.
readings. He was getting 5 million readings of some sort, or something like that, some ridiculous number. But he was like basically going off with all of the different challenges they would give him and saying, okay, well, I'll do it with these weather conditions, and here you go, here's the results for that. And then they hired his assistant to come on after he died and discredit his work.
Wow. All right, so ultimately, what is this going to say for flat Earth? This whole thing.
Well, it seems like that there's a stationary Earth because there's absolute reference frames that used for GPS. Is what he's saying.
Oh.
And that a GPS and interferometry actually is more of a support for our side rather than the globe side.
There's no such thing as support for a flat Earth. The Earth is a globe.
Okay,
dude.
so wait,
Whatever.
are they finding GPS to be accurate?
It's very accurate.
Okay.
Are they finding it? Do you ever use one?
Who's this guy? Who's talking?
Yeah, I mean, there's a discussion happening. If somebody wants to debate the Rob Noxious guy, we could move to that. But
that
we
guy.
can't just let some guy just randomly try to start a fight or whatever.
You use one?
Hey.
There's no support for flat Earth.
Jenny?
That's really productive.
Good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, you too.
All right. So anyway, what were you saying about that? What is this going to give to flat Earth? The discussion.
Let me post his videos, or one of them, or send it to you. Post it in the live stream. He's doing a lot of different shorts and kind of breaking up conversations into little bits so you can kind of digest little amounts of it instead of watching like the 3-hour presentation he did in here, or a couple hours on his channel, or the other, a couple of different ones you can check out. A lot of information.
How far up did you post it?
I'm looking for it right now. I'll post it for you.
Ah, okay. All right, so is this to kind of dispel heliocentrism more than saying about flat Earth? That's what I'm getting.
Well, yeah, just if what he's saying is actually what's the way the GPS is read, it depends on an absolute reference frame. That would actually need a stationary Earth rather than the way that they want to attribute it to a moving Earth with 2 reference points that are
All
going
right,
along with it.
that sounds like a really fun conversation. Probably hours and hours worth of conversation.
I was going to ask Kosho if he's come up with some talking points when Alan comes back to debate or talk it out a little more with them. They were going at it.
It definitely sounds like something that could easily people could go into the weeds on, like, oh, I just know how those conversations go, man.
It's not really many weeds though. It's mostly like it's pretty rocky solid.
Well, I meant like wafting off into definitions and, that's not how that works, bro, and stuff like that.
I got you. Yeah, have a good
Yeah,
time.
a lot of back and forth.
Just saying it doesn't really make it so. You can
Right.
just claim that it doesn't have any merit. But you actually have to get into the details of why it doesn't. Okay, it's like
Fair
3
enough.
up now in the
Fair
live
enough.
stream.
Okay. I got it.
There's one of them. There's others too. I'll post them up.
Any of you guys do rocket or amateur rockets? Amateur, what do you call it? Amateur rocketry, where you shoot the rockets up in the air.
Have you?
Once or twice. Never achieved that great of heights though, but some people can achieve heights of like 75 to 80 miles.
With a camera, is
How
that
many
what you're
feet
talking
would
about?
that be? Sorry, new perspective. Go ahead again.
Since even the
No,
highest
I was just asking him why he's bringing that up.
since even the highest mountains only like about 6 miles. You know what I'm saying? The reference point to how high you have to really get. Mount Everest.
80 miles is how many feet?
80.
Let me Google it.
Yeah, there you go.
Isn't space like, I know this is like double, but 30 to 60 miles or something like that?
Oh.
I don't know. There's different layers of it.
Space.
It's arbitrary.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, no, some people, because sometimes scientists will say that there's
Yeah,
atmosphere
the
that goes
carbon line, where all the gas molecules burn their bras. Electrolyte drink.
It's roughly like 450,000 feet.
I saw a short segment in, I don't know, some video where, and I don't know if it was factual or CGI generated by someone, but it was claimed to be a radar of winds that pass through the Arctic Circle. And they were saying that it goes around something, and they were saying it was Mount Meru. What would be like that radar that they use for like to detect winds on the Earth? I know it's kind of off topic, so sorry if you guys don't want to go into it or whatever. But I was just curious to check it myself. Anyone? Like, isn't there some website where you can see a radar of what the winds are on the Earth?
I mean, I've seen the radar images that you're referring to, I don't know where to source it, but there was like an
Well,
anomaly at the North
the,
Pole.
allegedly there was a what seemed to be a video, and then they also used the radar image.
But yeah,
So
Neil deGrasse Tyson's on video saying that the space station's not actually in space, and it's 62 miles up, and that's not considered space because it's still in orbit. Low
Earth orbit.
Yeah.
It's called wind profiling radar, apparently.
Well, so did you guys say this a few moments ago? How high the Kármán line would be the barrier to space, right? To the vacuum of space.
You guys also believe in the? Do you guys also believe in the extra lands beyond the ice wall?
That's a whole nother talk show.
Yeah, I'm conflicted
That's
about that. But I just want to say that the 72 miles seems to be like generally accepted amongst flat earthers, but I can't prove that, right? But it's from different independent tests that I've been doing with rocketry that seems to
My
always
first
hit
question
like 72
is
miles. Go ahead.
my first question is what ice wall?
Yeah, how do we know it's a wall?
Rob's got more strawmen than farmers in the
Definitely a
20s.
shoreline.
No, I
Yeah,
just
maybe we
I
should
just
start
pinpointed-
saying that.
What do you mean?
Sorry.
What ice wall, Elisha?
I mean, I wouldn't say anything I don't know. I mean, I can speculate all day with the rest of them, but we don't
That's
have
why
to really give up information about things we don't know.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question. I wasn't really.
Yeah, and I said, because your question included a premise that was assumed, like an ice wall. That's why I said, what ice wall?
Oh yeah, I've heard ice wall so many times. I thought it was a common thing.
Oh, don't be a bigot. You got to take every conversation as if it's your first when you're speaking to new people.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. You can't have a million different facts.
No, yeah, it does, because there's only one fact. Is that
Either there is an ice wall or there isn't.
there's only one fact. The fact
No,
that the
no,
Earth
no,
is a
right?
globe with
Eli?
the 3,959 mile radius, that's been debunked. It's a plane. That's not a shape. It's not a shape claim. That's all we know.
Okay, is
It's
there an
not a
ice wall or not? That's
thousand
all I
things.
ask you. That's all I ask you.
When I said what ice wall,
You said
Okay, so if you say
hold on,
there's no ice
let
wall,
Eli say his piece. Hold on a second. Eli, are you done?
that was it. It's like all we know is
Okay.
what claim is out there as far as shape is concerned. None of us make any shape claims, and I don't know what ice wall you're talking about.
yeah, that's a very rational.
Okay.
That's
Now
a very
let
rational.
him. Now he's gonna hold on a second. Now he's gonna respond. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, we're okay. We got it, bro. We appreciate it. Yeah, and that's a very rational claim, man. And I don't really hear that too much. But for most of the time, I hear that there is an ice wall and there is lands outside the ice wall. So if you have a different idea, that's good on you. I appreciate it. But you cannot deny that the actual narrative now is that there is an ice wall.
Actually, wouldn't it make more sense and be more accurate to say, like whoever mentioned a moment ago, to call it a shoreline and not a wall?
Yeah, that was Rob.
What's it? I mean, we know every time we go to a beach, obviously there's a shoreline and then there's the water. But have you been to Antarctica?
Nope.
Have you been to the South? Do you know what it looks like?
Nope.
Okay.
Yes, I have been. I have been south of the
Agreed,
equator.
Eli.
Can I add to the convo, please? That none of us have actually experienced firsthand, right? Most things in life, right? These things that we hear about, we talk about just through internet research, literature. Yeah, you can go to the library and get some good sources, but at the end of the day, we haven't been to Antarctica, so I can't tell you what's there. But what I can say is that from elevation maps that unfortunately do come from NASA, same radar imagery that you're referring to, Jenny, they have different maps that show elevation and contouring of the whole Earth's surface, right? And the elevation shows that at the rim of the Earth, at the extremities of the Earth, seems to be the highest point, just as high as Mount Everest. And it goes all the way around the rim of the Earth. So all the way around the rim of the Earth, you have elevations of 32,000 feet, right?
I don't know
And
about
up
all around the earth,
and
but
up. No,
I feel
all
you
the
on
way
the earth part.
around, all the way around. You have
Who says this?
elevations of 32,000 feet and
You
up.
mean on a
And I will hold
reification, like
on.
a map
Well,
or
hold on,
Who
hold
something?
on.
says this?
Well, hold
Who
on,
says
hold on,
this?
hold on. And I will say that I believe that the highest point on Earth is not Mount Everest, contrary to popular belief. I believe it's Antarctica, all the way around Antarctica. And if you keep going further into the Antarctic region, it only gets higher, right? So what we have is a bowl that we're living in, where the water is contained within a bowl. Now, yes, water is level. There's no curvature. But the crust that the water is on, if you go measure the crust does seem to actually curve upward. By the time you get to Antarctica,
Oh,
you're reaching elevations that are equivalent to Mount Everest.
all right. Number one,
Yeah, okay.
I don't know that Antarctica, quote unquote, goes around the perimeter of what we call Earth. However, yes, if you type in oceanic basin, you can kind of get a picture of what he means when he says bowl. That's pretty much what you need for a body of water. Is you need a decline in the elevation of land underneath. You know, like a puddle, like I don't know, a rut, like a pool, like a lake, like the ocean. That's true. However, what we call Antarctica, I don't know that that wraps around the Earth, although there are points supposedly that they claim are the highest elevation in land. I'll accept that. I just don't want to add to anything that I don't know.
All right. So there's two
Very
people
fair.
up. Jenny, we'll do Jenny, then Rob.
Okay, so I mean, I think word choices are very important here. So I'm sorry to sound like I'm playing games, but I'm not. I don't know if you want to use the word rim, because I mean, same with using the word wall. We don't know it's a wall, and you can't say it's a rim because you'd have to have observed the entirety of it. I mean, so I just think it's just easily misconstrued. Like when you say ice wall, people automatically think of all the way around, and we don't know that. So I don't know. I appreciate you guys putting up with my little comment there. So thank you.
All I was
No,
trying to
you're
get
good.
at
Go ahead,
was the
Rob.
shoreline. Yeah. The shoreline is the only thing we can know about water being contained. Anytime you have contained water, you'll have a shoreline. It can be partly wall, who cares? But it's definitely, in order to have containment of any water body, you need a shoreline.
Yeah, see, I think you're thinking about it differently.
Hold on.
Think about it like this. Please let me get it out. Think about the Earth, okay, by itself with no land at all. It's just covered in water, okay. So therefore, there is no shorelines. Now think
You're
about. Hold on,
contradicting yourself right there.
hold on.
Sorry.
I'm getting.
Hold
Let
on.
me.
Let him finish.
Yeah,
Yo.
at least let me build up before I fucking land, man. So,
Yeah. Don't interrupt, guys.
in the beginning, there was no land. It was just covered in water, and the volcanic fucking eruptions brought land to the surface of the planet. Okay, so therefore, your whole idea of what you have to have water contained on Earth is just it's not really the truth. You don't even need land to have water on Earth.
What?
Did anybody understand what he said?
Next. That's what I say. No.
Did
Comprende.
anybody understand what he said?
Fast all over himself. I don't know.
He said you don't need land to have water on Earth.
Okay, we're going to dismiss his entire spiel and we're going to go back to every body of water needs containment and it's contained by a shoreline. Show me somewhere that's not.
Earth has no shorelines. It's just the continents are in the middle of the
That's a
ocean.
reification fallacy. Sorry.
No, that's why my whole point was the Earth at one time, the continents were not even broke out of the water yet. The Earth at one time was covered in giant oceans. So therefore,
How do you know that?
because we can prove it.
Hold on. He said That was a reification
No, let him
fallacy you said,
continue.
and you just whistled
Yep.
right past that to continue on. Do you understand what a reification fallacy is?
Yeah, he
I
can
was
call it
letting
what he
him get
wants.
away with it for a
It's a
second.
fact. It's a fact, man. I'm trying to explain to you guys. You guys just don't want to hear it.
You're not explaining anything. You're just making claims.
These are not claims. These are fucking facts.
Nah, dude, they're all claims, and you keep stating this
Claims.
you guys
Good
stuff. Could
job.
you please just be specific within the conversation that you're having to the person that you're speaking to? Like, there's no teams here, right? We're all independent, and we all think independently of one another. Thanks.
Sorry, I was speaking
Yeah.
speaking to
I
the
was
DC as
quite
a whole.
clear in my statements too, and every one of the bodies of water that I look at is contained by a shoreline. There's not one that isn't.
Yes, because we live in 2023 and there's continents that, and honestly, your whole idea of what you're looking at is so small, is so close-minded. Think about it. Okay, you're on your beach, on your little place on the ocean. Okay, now think about all of the giant continents that are all around the world. They all have beaches and they all have things. They're not a container. They're just rocks that are sticking out of the water. It's not holding anything.
Good job.
All the
fun fact.
all the water that's ever existed on Earth is still here.
And it's all contained by a shoreline.
That's not even true. When
So
water,
where's the
when
shoreline?
water,
Where's the shoreline that holds it in for the flat Earth?
So
Like I said, I believe that Antarctica is a
You're not,
shoreline.
you're not hear Jeremy trying to get in?
Sorry, Jeremy, you go ahead.
I mean, all the water that's been here, some of it's left because we got what is it, 100 metric tons a day of gases escaping. Those gases were hydrogen,
It doesn't work
right?
like that.
Some of those gases were hydrogen, which split up, which came from evaporated water, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. All evaporated water comes back down as rain.
When water evaporates, what gases it turn into?
All water that evaporates comes back down as rain.
When water evaporates, what gases it turn into?
I don't know, the one that makes rain.
Is it hydrogen and oxygen? I'm just saying, bro. We lose 100, according to the globe model, we lose 100 metric tons of gas a day.
Yeah, gases and not the fucking water vapors that make it that high. Water vapors don't go that high.
That's what I'm asking. When water evaporates, what gas does it turn into?
This is what it sounds like when you know you sound stupid.
Oh no.
This is why we keep getting new flat earthers and less globe earthers. Thank you very much.
Kosha, what gas does water turn into when it evaporates?
I mean,
Water gas.
okay, so
Water
go
gas.
ahead.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Water gas.
Well, Terry asked me, what is pressure? And I mean, you can have gas pressure, water pressure. I mean, so it would be two different mediums with different amounts of, I guess, density and the exerted force against the barrier between the two. I mean, that's the best I could come up with without fucking Googling it. I mean, I could probably do better if I gave it more thought, but just in a minute, that's what I came up with. I mean, I probably would do it better if I was not talking to you guys, but like, I don't know. All right, Ben's making my head spin right now.
Here we go, real quick. This is from Earth Science. Oh, this is from Stack Exchange. I don't know how much you trust that, but the current loss figure is equivalent to 25,920 liters per day. That's how much water evaporates into space. Like I said, that's from Stack Exchange, so. Some places are saying it remains constant.
Oh, I thought you were talking about crypto. My bad. Did you hear some dude bought like $48 million worth of Shiba Inu?
When? That shit just tanked recently, didn't it?
I mean, it probably had some ups and downs, but I think for the most part, it's up. But yeah, I don't know. There's like a lot of talk about shit pumping.
It's not actual water that we're losing to space. It's just the molecules that make up the water. So you're still losing that, but the remainder of it still comes back down as rain.
Yeah, some people are saying it remains constant. Some people are saying we lose it. I don't know.
There's a lot more water on Earth than there is land. To say that the land is the container of the water is just absurd. The water is the container of the land.
How do you know there's more water than land?
Because we know the size of the continents and where they lie, and we know the size of the planet.
Sure you do.
Of all water you've ever seen on Earth, what is containing it?
Nothing. It's
A shoreline.
What's containing it? What do you mean containing it where? Containing it to the planet? The Earth's core.
Well, you're all right. You're jumping around in all kinds of affirming the consequent, begging the question, reification fallacies. You're just bouncing around, assuming your beliefs about Earth being globes or whatever it is, and then you're just making these blind claims. But I'm actually just trying to bring it back to like actual lived reality, lived experience, what we can actually validate and verify. So I was saying,
I'm not
like,
jumping around at all. I'm not jumping around at all. What are you talking about?
yeah, yes, you are. So what I was, you're just jumping and saying, oh, Earth is this and Earth is a ball. And okay, so I was saying, of all water that we see on Earth, there's always land containing it. There's always a shoreline. There's land
not.
underneath it.
I'm trying to tell you this, not man.
Dude, you're gonna let him finish because I mean you're just interrupting, and I don't want to start muting people, man. Please.
All right.
He's a server owner. Stop interrupting him, please.
Sorry. I thought he was done.
All right. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, it doesn't matter that I have the owner account for the server. That's not, to me, that's not, we just don't interrupt each other in general. But I forget what I was saying. Yeah, you were clipping and interrupting. What I was just trying to get to is like, yeah, you were like jumping around saying things like that there's water somewhere that's not contained by land. But what I was asking is, have you ever witnessed water and been able to verify that there isn't land containing it?
Absolutely.
Okay. When have you in your life been able to do that?
I stood on the coast of Florida. I stood on the coast of California. There's no water. There's no land containing that water. The water is everywhere.
But you were standing at the shoreline.
Yeah, but whether the land is there or not is irregardless of the water going to be there. Like I try to tell you, remember, land comes from underneath the water. Land didn't come first. Water came first, then the land.
How do you know that?
Through geological.
Were you there at the beginning? Were you there at the beginning?
No, because we have scientists who figure this stuff out. I know
Oh,
you guys
yeah,
do
they were
all
there
right.
at the beginning. Yeah, they were there at the beginning. I get it.
Well, you asked me for an explanation. I'm trying to give you one. Whether you believe it or not, that's not my problem. It doesn't require
Right,
belief.
right.
That's
Okay,
what
good.
happened.
Good. That's your belief. Perfect. Thank you for
No,
admitting that.
rock layers. It's in rock layers. You can see it in rock layers, just like the Smoky Mountains were one time the highest mountains in the world, and they were connected to the fucking the Irish mountains in Ireland. You cannot negate that. It's a fact. Those mountains were connected. Those continents came together at one time, and those mountains broke apart. They were higher than they were 2 times as tall as Mount Everest at one time, and now they're fucking the Smoky Mountains, the highest peaks, like 8,000 feet. You know what I'm saying? These are things that you can study over time, and scientists have went back and went through geological surveys, cut the ground, cut the earth, dug in the earth, and they've done the work. And they said it's a fact. It's just the way it is.
It's a fact because they told you so, right?
No, just like the Great Lakes. I live in the Great Lakes. At one time, the Great Lakes was a giant inland ocean. It was a giant saltwater sea. How do we know this?
How do you know that? Because somebody told you that, right?
No, I can explain it to you because we have saltwater fucking fossils that are found in our lakes from underneath the lakes that we've dug up that are from saltwater creatures. So obviously, a saltwater creature has to live in saltwater. What do you mean? No, we didn't. Yes, we look up saltwater. Great
No,
Lakes.
that's fine. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you there. But couldn't that also be explained by a worldwide flood of salt water? No, of course not. No, it couldn't be that.
No, because the worldwide flood was not saltwater. It was glacier melt, and glaciers are freshwater.
It was glacier melt. How do you know it was glacier melt and not a saltwater flood? You weren't there, bro.
No, I don't have to be there because I've done the research, and if you've done the research, and you know that even Native Americans speak of a flood, the Prussians speak of a flood, the Northern Asians, they all speak of floods, and it's all along this line.
All speak of floods.
They all speak of floods from like the 40th parallel, all the way down into the Great Plains. They all speak of this flood, and even in the Bible, they all speak of this
worldwide flood.
Yeah, worldwide flood. They also had the same story. They all had the same flood story. That a great flood happened. There used to be giants on the planet.
All over the world.
Yep, all over the world. A giant flood.
Yeah, and it wasn't salt water.
Well, I don't believe it happened personally. I don't believe in the flood, but no, it couldn't have been salt water because.
Good for you. Everybody else that came before you, all your little scientists that do believe in a worldwide flood, forget what they said though.
Yeah,
cool.
no scientists.
Cool, bro.
Flood.
Well, also, how do you have a flood on a sphere? Like, if you have a spherical Earth that has a certain amount of water on it, and Jeremy just read a stat that mentions how much of that water is evaporating. So where is all that additional water coming from to flood? Whereas if you have a stationary planar surface, there can be like, you can add water to a bathtub. That makes a lot of sense. We can replicate that and demonstrate that. The whole idea of water sticking to a ball, there's so many problems with that to even start with. But even if we just take that, how do you have a flood on a sphere? Where's all that extra water coming from in a ball that's flying through a vacuum?
What kind of flood you talking about? A flash flood, a tsunami? There's different types of floods. A dam breaking. I mean, there's all kinds of types of floods, man. It's a general statement.
I think it means
One that lasts 40 days. A flood that lasts 40 days.
Yeah, okay, that's a
That's
lot.
my
Yeah, your mind
belief
sounds
that
like
it
shit,
lasted 40 days.
Okay, how about this? If there was a flat plane and we did have a flash flood, the water would never recede.
No, they won't raise.
The fact that we're on a globe is why the water recedes, guys. Elevation changes, things like that. I mean, this is real simple.
Chike, you gotta fix your mic, bro. You gotta fix your mic, bro. It sounds like you're like trapped underneath the synagogue right now. You gotta fix that.
Well, let's keep
Talking to a cup.
I got
Like using like
I got $1,000. This is Xanix's cousin.
Well, pay me now because I don't know no Xanax, that's for sure.
Well, I think it's interesting to think of, like, not in some big debate type of way. I'm not trying to assert this in some debating way, but just in general, if you have like a stationary type Earth foundation, then you have water, and you could have like essentially like the Earth could function as like a free energy machine in which water can be introduced and removed from that system, either from below or above. The water's above, water's below, that whole concept, separating the waters from the waters. And then we have what we have here, and whatever's beyond those waters could be anything. That could be able to generate water. It could be able to absorb. So from that perspective, I find it interesting to think about like the deep caverns in the ocean, deep under the ground, and how that could either allow water to come in or it could take water out like a drain. And then the sky could do the same. Either like rain could actually be freshly generated and coming down from above, or vice versa. Water could evaporate and, you know, rejoin with the waters above. I find that very interesting to think about with the water cycle. Whereas on a sphere, it's a whole different kind of concept. But to me, it doesn't seem like it has nearly, you know, as many possibilities for the water cycle to function in a way that we seem to have all of the nuance with the water cycle.
What seems to perplex you about it?
I'm not perplexed by it. I just find it just invalid on multiple levels. But I mean, like, for example,
what's invalid about it?
Talk about the water cycle in particular?
No, I'm talking about what you just said. You find it invalid on so many levels. So what's invalid on what level?
Well, you're just blasting off on other topics, or you're talking about the water in response to the water?
No, you just said you find it invalid on many levels. I just asked you, how is it invalid on any level? What level is it invalid on?
Where did all the extra water come from? Where did it all go?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to stick on the water component,
I'm not sticking. I'm just going by what you just said. You said you find it invalid on so many levels. That's all I'm asking you is what's invalid. It's a simple question. What's invalid?
Well, it's not about the question being simple or not. We were on a topic, and so you know, it's not really time to just gish gallop into 400 other things about the globe being invalid. There's
No, it wasn't a globe. You just said you find it invalid. The water could do that. I said, by so many levels. I asked you what's invalid on so many levels. Like, can you name any level that water on a globe is invalid? That was the conversation. We're not mishmashing, just washing
the extra water.
Yeah, you could start with, in terms of the globe, in terms of the water cycle, because I was talking about on a stationary planar type Earth, you could have water that is coming from above, below. There's many possibilities for the water cycle to be regenerated and redistributed into the system. Like I said, absorbed, like the idea of the waters above, waters below, you could have that water coming from or going to that medium. So on a globe, however, if you're isolating the Earth and trying to put it into a vacuum, yeah, there's a lot of things that would be questions. For example, where did all the water come from? How is all the water maintained? If that much water is evaporating into space, then
the water on the globe.
Why are we not we eventually we'll just lose all the water Why would the water go up into the outside of the ball and then just rain back down? Like, that doesn't seem to fully fit in terms of the idea that clouds are just like full of water. You can fly through a cloud. It's not a swimming pool worth of water. Yet when it rains, you get swimming pools worth of water on the ground. There's a lot of issues with the globe explanation in my viewpoint, and those are just some of them.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is. How we got the water is regardless. It's we have it. So I don't understand how the Earth shape would dictate how we get its water. And like I said before, the fact that there is water on Earth, and there was always water, and there was before there was land. The land came out of the water. The water didn't appear on the land.
I don't know where you're getting that information from, but as far as I'm aware, science claims that the water actually came from space. So during the whole Big Bang event, like, Earth formed, but it was void of water until it actually came about.
It was a molten rock at one time too. Molten fucking shit at one time. Yeah, I went through a lot of changes, but I'm saying at the time we're talking about where it was being created geographically, the water was here, and then the land came later. The water didn't just start filling up a container. The water is the container. The Earth is the container. The water sits on the Earth. So whether there's any land or not, there's still going to be water on the Earth flowing in oceans. The oceans churn for thousands of years, millions of years, hundreds of millions of years before there even land popped out.
I mean, you state these things, but yes, all you has somebody else's word.
Okay, so can I give you a statement?
That's what we all do, right? That's what we
Hang
all
on.
do, right?
Let me give you a logical statement then, if you believe that the Earth is a ball. You ready?
Yes, sir.
If the Earth that you believe is a spherical object, then the surface of standing water must curve.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
You agree?
Yeah, water
Are
does
you
curve.
familiar? Yeah, are you familiar with a tool called a water level?
Yep.
You sure? Not my icon picture. That's a spirit level. Are you familiar with the tool called a water level?
I just use levels for carpentry, man. If that's a water level, then that's what I use.
Yeah, you're. I don't think you know what a water level is then, because my icon is not a water level.
Does me answering whether I know if I'm water level or not, does it allow you to keep going?
So what is a water level? What is a water level?
I don't know. Tell me what it is. What is it?
It's two vials that hold water connected through a hose.
One button.
You understand that?
Okay.
Jack, you fix your mic.
What next here? Your mic's shitty, but go ahead.
Okay. So you take one of those little vials with water in it, right? And it's got a little mark on it. Then you get the other vial, you put them side by side, right? You make sure the water's even, right?
Water's always even. What do you mean? Make sure.
Right.
What do you
Why
would
and
you have
then
to
you
make sure
take
something's even when it's always even?
Yeah. You let it equalize through the hose, right? Say you got a 10-meter hose. You let it equalize, and then both those little vials have the water at the same level.
That's not necessarily true. Are they the same height?
The vials you're holding together, the water will be at the same
just
height
keep going.
in both vials.
Keep going. I don't want to destroy
You
this.
get that, right? You get that, right?
Yep. Keep going.
Pin one of your vials to a wall. Take the other vial and take it 10 meters away. That forms a straight line, right?
I don't know, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not. This is absurd.
All right, good job. Good talk. I'm done.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah,
You
you're right.
lost.
Yeah, I know. You beat me that time, man. You got me. Sorry, dude. Talking about water level, this guy says to put a tube on a wall, and I lost. Give me a break.
Well, Rob, can you, Hold on, Rob. Can you actually continue with that? I think we could people they like to listen. The Rob Noxious guy.
Well, I just want people to understand what a horizontal plane is, and this guy obviously doesn't want to get it, so he doesn't want to have the conversation. I'm done.
No, you keep
Thank
going,
you.
keep talking. Just because I don't get it doesn't mean everybody else doesn't get it. I didn't stop you.
No, this was a conversation between me and you. If you don't get it, I can't continue.
There was a fair point made about if two like vials connected by a hose. I mean, you have to hold them at equal altitude for them to have water up to the same marker on. You know what I mean? Like you could hold one higher than the other.
What's going to happen to the water inside if you hold one higher?
Nothing.
Well, it'll spill out until it equalizes. If there isn't room enough for it to equalize already within the hose or something.
So they create a horizontal plane, a reference.
No, they don't. If you drop that, the Chikey just put a picture in the chat. If you drop any side of those lower
Oh
or
yeah,
higher,
get your information from Chikey. That's a good idea.
no water is gonna fall out of it, dude. You have to tilt. You have to tilt it down and introduce air into it to get the fucking flow going. Have you guys ever siphoned anything? How do you think siphoning works?
All right. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So we're back on the same page that they're equal elevations. We're back on the same page that the two vials hold water at equal elevation.
Yeah, just like the picture.
When does it start to curve?
What do you mean it starts to curve? There are 2 points.
It's either creating a straight line or it's creating a curve. It's your choice.
I see multiple
I'm
curves.
done.
I see multiple curves in the diagram. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 curves. Water curve. There you go.
Let's not be right. Okay, so you have 2 points connected with a straight line. You think it's horizontal? Is that your claim? That the straight line is horizontal?
Horizontal is a straight line.
That's not.
Agreed. Define horizontal for me, please.
Chuck, I don't know. I don't know. Chuck, I don't know.
We need to define horizontal. It's horizontal. But horizontal.
Hold on, Chuck. I don't know if you can fix your mic. It's very, very hard to hear what you're saying.
Hard is low. Hard is not clear.
It's
because I recorded myself. I sound
All of
okay.
the above. All of the above. Sorry, Chikey. I'm on your side, brother.
So just define horizontal. Give me the definition of horizontal.
Yeah, but
and
it's
we
a
can
terrible
so
experience for everybody listening. It just sounds so like it's just so muffled and modulated and robot.
You got to fix. You got to do something different with your mic, Chikey. It's unlistenable, to be honest. We can't hear.
Okay, I'm on it.
All right, thanks.
I hate to say that, but he's on my side usually. But I'm on his side. This is his place. I'm a guest here.
I don't know why you think there's sides, man. I mean, everyone's a unique person that has a unique viewpoint on things. If you choose to follow other men's viewpoints, then I guess maybe you're on their side, I guess, unless you have your own. But even at that, you're still your own person making that choice to just follow.
I agree, Gio, because I'm definitely a unique individual who will accept the label of flat earther, but no part of the earth is flat. That's why we have surveying tools to make flat spaces. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Gio. When I say that, I don't think of him as like you said, like we're like in a fraternity or some kind of club or something. I'm just saying he's a like-minded individual. We share the same kind of argument, and it's like I said, it just birds of a feather flock together. I'm sorry. I mean, what do you want me to say? I don't
better.
I don't follow him. Yeah, a little bit. I don't follow him or praise him, and I don't even know the guy. I hear him talking. He sounds like we speak kind of like the same type of idea, so I'm gonna roll with it.
You mean you use the same rhetoric? I get it.
I love you guys, dude. It's a lot different here, Geo, than the other places, especially the one I'm come from. You know where I come from. I'm not saying the name. Don't worry about it.
So I sound better.
I'm different. It used to. We're used to being the. We're used to being
Way
the one
better, Chaiki. Yep.
over here in Geos. You guys have the numbers.
Okay, so can you define the horizontal for me, please?
Your mom lying on her back. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Without you giving me
Hey,
definition of
I know
horizontal,
that voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's all right.
I need to define it. You want me to define horizontal for you?
No, I don't care about your opinion on horizontal.
So
To be
so
fucking
define it.
honest. Well, you're
You
asking the
define
wrong.
it. You said
Hey,
horizontal. You
maybe
said
somebody else
horizontal.
would like to.
You have an argument. You say the straight line connecting the two ends of the vase is horizontal. What is it? What does it mean horizontal? Straight line. We know straight line. We don't need to call it horizontal. So you claim it's horizontal, but you can tell me what horizontal is. Very nice.
No, what it is it's
How about this?
actually.
If it wasn't, oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, what about? Isn't it Horus's son?
Oh
Isn't
God.
like the isn't the term horizon
I'm gonna laugh super.
from the term Horus?
You guys
Right?
keep.
Now we're gonna go into etymology.
Just,
Yeah.
why not? Fuck it.
Jesus. Yeah, this is a bro.
Well, I mean,
science.
say two things. Let me say two things real quick. First thing is, despite if water vapor escapes or not, hydrogen does escape, and there's a thing called electrolysis, where we turn the water into oxygen and hydrogen, and we know hydrogen escapes. So we would lose water like that because
No, at
obviously.
that point, it's just hydrogen. It's not combining with it's not combining with oxygen. It's already hydrogen. Oxygen already can't go past there because it's too cold and too much. You know what I'm saying? There's levels to it. So the only thing that really escapes is like helium, like the lightest gases of them all. Hydrogen doesn't even like escape. Just talking about very minuscule, and it only escapes through certain things that happen, solar fucking types of things that happen. It's not like a constant thing.
Okay, that's on the
So all this story, do you know what the level is?
Yeah, hold on.
What was it for?
Hold on, real quick. This is from Britannica.com. So I don't know. Barring a large asteroid impact that can inject large swaths of atmosphere into space, the only gases that regularly escape Earth's atmosphere today are hydrogen and helium, the lightest elements in the universe. So there's that. And we take a little water, we turn it into hydrogen, and hydrogen escapes. So technically, we would lose some amount of water to that. I don't know if that happens naturally with lightning bolts hitting water or whatever. But we know we humans do it, and we know we are turning water into hydrogen and oxygen. So
We
there's that.
can, but remember the smallest spark bring the hydrogen and oxygen to be water again.
And remember, the byproduct of that is water itself. Come on, man.
I know, but if we take a water droplet, turn it into hydrogen and oxygen, some of the hydrogen escapes.
Light it up.
Yeah, but you just made water.
We're now negative water.
You just made water and released the hydrogen. You still made the water though.
No, we didn't make the water's gone. We turned it into hydrogen and oxygen. Water's gone.
Right, but if you oxidize it, if it burns, it turns into water again. When you drive your car, what do you think come out of the exhaust?
I don't know, Rob. What comes out of your exhaust? I'm guessing CO2, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, you brother.
I don't know. CO2.
Mainly water.
Mainly water. Okay. So what? I'm talking about the water we lose. He said we didn't lose any water on Earth. I'm telling you,
Who make
take
it
water.
Who does electrolysis?
I don't. No one understood what you said just now. What'd you say?
Who is doing electrolysis for what end? When you want heavy water, they do electrolysis because the heavy water breaks harder. So if you do electrolysis, the water the left are mainly heavy water.
No, we do does not electrolysis not take water and turn it into hydrogen and oxygen?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we had water, and then we use that water up, right? And we turn it into hydrogen and oxygen, right? So that we
Yes,
lost some water. Okay, follow me through with this. And then hydrogen regularly escapes, despite what Rob just said. It actually regularly escapes Earth. It's one of the lightest elements.
You think it's a stream of hydrogen that's going up. Hydrogen rises up, climbs, get to the atmosphere, stratosphere, whatever, and some of them escape. Yes, about I think
So I'm explaining the process and how we
3
lose
kilo an
water.
hour.
I'm
About
explaining
3
the
kilo an
process.
Yeah,
hour.
but hydrogen is not just water, man. I mean, water is not just hydrogen. I mean, you're acting like just because you're losing hydrogen, you're losing water. That's not the case.
I'm telling you though, we had water. We had a cup of water. We did electrolysis on it. We turned it into hydrogen and oxygen. Now there's some oxygen molecules floating around. There's also some hydrogen molecules floating around. Hydrogen escapes Earth's atmosphere regularly, right?
Yeah, but not from the
You're
cup.
not on what orders. On what orders? We lose
Metric
like
tons a
260
day.
tons. Yes.
Hundreds of
260
metric tons
a
a day.
Right.
Yeah, compared to
We don't
compared
do
to
that
trillions and
electrolysis.
trillions and trillions that we have.
I know, but you said it remained constant. I'm just showing you how we could lose some. That's
It
all.
does
Second
because
thing.
it's replenished by the oxygen from the plants, and there's a whole system going on that makes sure that it's all stays stationary. It's all fucking regulated.
No, it doesn't just
I
come out of
did the math
nowhere.
once. I did the math once to lose about 10% of Earth's atmosphere. It will take a few billion years.
It doesn't matter how long it takes. It's the point is we're turning water into hydrogen, and then we're losing hydrogen.
Never mind,
water
we're
is gone.
turning. We lose hydrogen. Whether
The water is gone.
we broke it. Okay, so
Water. We have a cup of water. That's gone. We did electrolysis. We turned it into oxygen and hydrogen. Now there's
Not
oxygen
gone.
and hydrogen floating around.
It's not gone. It's in the
Hydrogen.
atmosphere. It comes back down as water somewhere.
It doesn't come back down because hydrogen. It doesn't come back down because hydrogen. Chike,
it
your
goes
dog.
with. No, it's not my dog. My dogs are quiet.
Somebody clearly
Somebody
has
else's dog. Other people has dogs too.
That's just fucking funny. I love it.
Eli.
But
Is it
my
Eli?
dog, when he barks, it
Hold on,
doesn't bark
Chike.
like that wimp.
Chike, hold on.
Doesn't bark like that wimp.
Guys, please, I'm trying to figure out who's hot micing. I think it's Eli.
That sneaky little dog's like, I'm
Or
quiet.
was
now.
it me?
You ain't gonna catch me. You ain't gonna catch me now.
Okay, listen.
Eli,
we have
what
a
kind of
couple.
dog you got? Sorry.
You can't prove it was me. And by the way, it's a little shit too.
I was.
What the fuck is that?
Listen, guys, this is easy. We have a cup of water. We do electrolysis on it. That water is gone, right? We turn that water into gas, so there is no more
it's not, man.
water.
It's not, dude. I swear it's not, man.
So the water's still there. We do electrolysis on water and we turn it into hydrogen and oxygen, but the water's still there.
Wait
what do
a
we
minute.
turn it into hydrogen and oxygen then if the water's still there?
Jeremy, but what does it matter who breaks the water and the we lose mass, so what?
Wait a minute. In order to do electrolysis, don't you have to add salt?
No.
I thought you did. My bad.
Actually, salt is bad for electrolysis. There are better things to it.
Hey, what's up, Jenny? Eli, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
I remember, well, I don't remember, but I recall a video that Pete and Pete did about electrolysis. And they were like calling to question, what is water and all that. So, side note, sorry.
No,
Go
they
on.
didn't call it. It's a clown show.
Eh.
But you can look electrolysis and see people use other. You need ions in the water. Salt tend to be ions, but there are better things to do because the salt, it's the electrodes and stuff.
Okay, but you have to add to the water in order to do electrolysis, correct?
Yes, I think it's hard to break pure water.
Okay, that's my point. And I was it Jeremy that was talking and I interrupted?
You didn't
Or
interrupt.
Yeah, this is real simple. This is real simple stuff. There's a cup of water. We take the cup of water, we do electrolysis on it. It breaks the water down into hydrogen. It breaks the water down into hydrogen and oxygen. Okay, so
But
there's
wait a minute.
there's no water, and now we have gas. What's up?
But wait though, when you do electrolysis, you have to add a type of salt to the water, do you not?
Yeah, but whatever you have to
You
do to the
can't just
water.
raise. You just can't.
How about this, Jenny? Everyone, Jeremy, you mop the floor, you come back, it's fucking dry. The end. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but they can make an argument that that turns into water vapor and falls back down to the ground. But this
Water vapor,
electrolysis
like,
thing is a whole different story. Hold on, Eli, what are you doing? This electrolysis thing is a whole different story. You're not turning it into water vapor. You're turning it into straight hydrogen and oxygen. So it's like a different beast than just straight evaporation.
no, the only thing water vapor is possible is because we're in a contained system and we have something called the hydrological system. Like, that's why. If the gas was actually able to escape, none of this shit would happen. You wouldn't even have water, much less air to breathe. Like, what are we talking about?
Thank you. Our globe is as much a container as your firmament.
Sorry for interrupting earlier. I was just saying, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Can I get a mic check? Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
Nice. Thank you.
All right, so this is real simple stuff, guys. We got a cup of water. We do electrolysis. We break it down into hydrogen and oxygen. You know where the hydrogen and oxygen comes from? The water. So we're losing water in our. So we're releasing hydrogen and oxygen. Now, hydrogen escapes regularly from Earth's atmosphere, according to these things. So, like, I don't know. We should be losing water.
Hydrogen and oxygen don't come from water. Water comes from hydrogen and oxygen.
But when you do electrolysis, dude, what? Dude, when you do electrolysis, you get hydrogen and oxygen. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Or do you not agree?
I agree with that.
Okay.
Keep going.
So we take water. We take a water molecule. It breaks down into hydrogen and oxygen. There's no more water molecule, right?
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, there's no more water molecule, but there is hydrogen and oxygen. Some of that hydrogen escapes in the Earth's atmosphere and into space.
And on its way there, what does it
According
do?
to you guys.
On its way to escaping, what
What do you
happens?
mean on it? What do you mean what happened? Ah! I got scared.
What about the hydrogen
I'll be
that
right back.
comes in? What about the hydrogen that comes in? Solar wind. Solar wind contain electrons and probably hydrogen and helium. Some of them enter the Earth. What's the point of all of this, Jeremy? We were talking about
It all started
water
with water.
level. Water level. We were talking.
It all started with water.
Don't worry about it, Jeremy. You won't run out of water because the hydrogen that escape Earth. Not in your lifetime, anyway.
Yeah, in our lifetime.
You know, in about 500 years, Earth will be burnt. Anyway.
Yeah, we're about to get more water, man. I want all these ice caps melt and shit.
Yeah, you'll have the sun will expand and increase in intensity and will scorch the Earth. Nothing will be left here.
Yeah, not
The
good.
system will live for another 5 billion years, maybe, but no Earth. Unless we can find a way to distance it, maybe to where Mars is.
Yeah, or one of the moons of Jupiter.
Possibility, yeah. 500 million years, we have that.
Yeah, that's why we need to get all these kids smart, man. Educate them, get them as smart as they can get.
Mm-hmm. Let them understand that Earth is not flat.
Oh, they'll know that once they go up there. That's why I laughed, man. Honestly, because in the next 10 to 15 years, once commercial space flight is pretty common, it's going to be like going to Disneyland. There's going to be no denying it. We can say everybody's in on it.
You mean
I
that,
don't believe it
space
will be.
industry where they just fly up and then float up there for a second and then come back down?
Doesn't matter. You'll be able to see us not flat. That's all that matters.
Would you go on it, Rob?
In a heartbeat.
Why?
No, I wouldn't.
Because I want to be able to come out here. I want to be able to come out here and say, I have seen it.
The ground.
You cannot tell me with my
measure the
eyes
ground.
what I have seen.
You could go to the Kennedy Space Center and talk to these astronauts.
I wear glasses, so I know my eyes can't be trusted. I'd rather use tools.
I talked to an astronaut and I talked to astronaut kids too. So unless all these people are fucking lying, they're all controlled. But hey, anything's possible, right?
Yo, we ask them questions and they give you different answers. All of them. You think they got their story straight? What's going on?
Well, why'd they have their story straight? They all had a different experience. As I'm saying, I already heard that argument before.
They all have different experiences with stars in the sky.
They all didn't go to the same mission. Yeah, you can only see stars when the fucking light is not in your eyes, dude. Can you see anything if a cop shines a spotlight in your eyes at night? Can you see the moon? I don't think so.
Wait, are you saying that if you go high enough, you don't think Andromeda would be like big and beautiful blue?
Yeah, for sure. Without atmosphere, it's much better.
Yeah, exactly. You'd see them even brighter than they are now. Probably like get some form to them.
Yeah, if the sun is in your face.
The sun is in your.
Well, when you have bright objects near, the dim objects dim. You can see them.
No, yeah, I said if the sun is shining in your face, you're still not going to see shit.
You ever hear the Go Fast rocket?
Why don't we see stars during the day? Well, sometimes we can, but.
Have you ever heard of the Go Fast rocket?
Not really. What is it? The one that goes slow up or descends slow?
No, it was the amateur dudes that set the rocket up. And I think they were in like New Mexico. And when they did that, they were able to catch the moon and the sun. Impossible on the globe Earth to catch the moon on that day.
Why
totally
the globe? Why the globe? How the globe changes things?
Because the moon would be on the other side of the Earth.
According to who?
According to date and time.
The moon will be a bit off from the sun, as we see it from Earth.
Yo, the Go Fast rocket already proved the ball wrong, so I don't know why you guys didn't.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, I can try again.
How did they see the moon when the moon's GP was over Australia and they were in New Mexico?
They're in New Mexico.
That right there proves the globe. Think about it. Think about what you said. How can they see the moon in Australia when they shot off in New Mexico? Think about what you're saying.
Exactly, dude. The globe would be in the way. They couldn't see it. If it's a flat Earth,
No.
obviously you'd be able to see it because it's just above the Earth.
That rocket went how many miles up?
think like 60 or 70.
Check again.
You talk about the Go Fast Rocket Arizona launch, 2017.
Yeah, dude, did you see that they saw
Oh,
they caught
dude,
the moon?
yeah, the rocket launched from Arizona at approximately 11 a.m. in the morning, I think it was, or 9 a.m. in the morning, but in the morning nonetheless. It got to altitude. It made some kind of sound, whether it hit something or the yo-yo D-spin was deployed, either or something happened. But the interesting thing is you see the sun and you see the moon while the rocket is spinning around in the same altitude. You also see the horizon perfectly straight the entire time. But the interesting thing is when you consult the Farmer's Almanac on that date, the moon was in fact at, I think, 90% luminosity above Australia. Yeah, man.
Yeah, and the
Great
sun.
observation.
Yeah, and the sun was over like in the Atlantic Ocean, crossing from Africa to here for sunrise for that.
The Farmer's Almanac. Are you serious, dude? Yeah, I
No, you
got my.
can go to
I get my shit from
dateinTime.com.
Nostradamus too.
Yeah, no, the Farmer's Almanac is so legit. I mean, this is what the farmers use to plant their crops and base their harvest and everything
No,
according to
they
the
don't.
almanac.
It's a tourist
Thanks for
salesman
walking
thing.
all over me. Welcome to the debate stage, my friend.
Hey, brother Rob, you don't think that they can tell you the day where the moon was on the day and the time? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, they can tell you that, but the Farmer's Almanac doesn't tell you that.
All right, well, that information's out there and it's been found, and it was not able to be seen from Arizona if this was a globe, bro.
Yeah, no one's ever proved that.
Chike, you want a video so I could show it to you and then we could analyze it for the next 3 hours like you do at your photos?
Damn, Chucky's all alone over here, ain't he? He ain't got many helpers, does he?
Well, yeah, considering you're here, he's got no help.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not much of a help, seriously.
I don't need the help.
Yeah, no, I find it
I take
funny
care of
because
myself.
most of us, I think most of us that believe that the Earth is not a spinning ball in outer space, we used to believe that the ball was floating in outer space. All of us that believe that it's not a ball flying through outer space, at one point believed that it was.
Look, I bring you empirical evidence that Earth is not flat. Empirical. And you can't argue with it. You always go somewhere that is not what we're talking about.
No, I agree that the Earth that we stand on is not flat.
No, not
Yeah,
what I'm talking about.
surveying.
What that level?
We do surveying. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
if the land
let's
is
make it more.
sticking out of the ocean, it's obviously curved, right? Duh.
That level is not flat. It's not a straight line.
Prove it.
Is that okay?
That's what
Easy.
you say.
Very easy. Very, very, very easy.
Exactly. And who says we're floating in space? We're not floating in space. We're actually all the planets, all the solar system, everything's falling through space.
Right. Moving in space.
There you go. We're not
In
floating.
one way or another.
Yeah. They don't even know.
Nothing
Scientists don't even
stands
know
still.
what direction we're going. They don't even know what direction we're going. They don't know which way is out and which way is in, up or down.
There is no up and
Yeah, they're
down
lost, we
or
know.
left or right. We're moving in some direction. Everything is moving. While the universe did not froze, everything is moving.
I like this Chikey guy. You're all right, Chikey.
Hey, Rob, if there
Of
is
course
no
you would like
up
Chike.
or down on the globe, how did they figure out axial tilt?
Because that's a man-made concept of what we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? If we wanted to, we could have said that it was tilted the other way. We could have made the other way the way we wanted to, because it's all relative to what we thought of as works for us. What makes it easiest for humans to understand? The North Pole could be the South Pole if you wanted it that way, right? What the fuck?
So the Earth isn't tilted?
Of course, the Earth is tilted.
Okay, well, how do you determine the tilt if you can't say there's up or down on the Earth?
You don't have to. You don't have to know the up or down
How do you
to
tilt a
determine the tilt.
ball?
Because the reference points that we use are the North Pole and the South Pole.
Okay, did we get the hydrogen? Did we get the hydrogen thing straightened out? Or did you guys want to just move on from that? It's fine.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here for that. I'd love to hear.
I keep disconnected. I keep
whether it's
disconnected. My
tilted
bad.
or not, I still want an answer for the picture I have.
I'm gonna post a video, then you give me an answer for why they saw the moon from Arizona.
No, we'll start with the basic. Then we'll
Okay, let's all go one at a time. Let's all go one at a time, please.
One picture, 5 different angles on why Earth is not flat in the same picture.
You got one picture, 5 different angles in one picture?
Yeah, 5 different angles to look at it.
There's one picture with 5 angles in it?
No. I have 5 angles, different angles. Me have angles to show you.
Inside one picture? Or?
It's one picture, yes. Pictures doesn't
With 5
say.
angles in it.
No, Jeremy. Angles as my view on the picture.
So you got one picture with 5 different views in the picture?
Yeah, 5 different arguments.
Yo,
maybe less.
chicks can make themselves look skinny with angles too, bro.
Yeah. You're trying to catfish this chick? Chike, you trying to catfish us? As far as a horizontal line on a globe, that's going to be a no-go. Because I can go check that line. Like if you draw a horizontal line somewhere, and then I go check that line in spots along the line, according to you guys, it wouldn't be perpendicular to plumb on almost every spot along that line. So I mean, how are you going to call that horizontal when it's not horizontal? Am I coming through? Check.
Yeah, Jeremy, I heard every word. It's when you stump them, they just go silent. I get that with the water level too.
OMG.
Mic check.
So Jeremy, I can't reply when I do a search.
I got you loud and clear. Sorry, Chaggy.
Okay, you're going to make a horizontal line on Earth, on your globe Earth. Is that what you're going to do?
What is horizontal? Define horizontal.
I don't. Perpendicular from plumb, right?
Right.
Or sorry, yeah, perpendicular from plumb would be horizontal, right?
Right, but to that plumb, it will be perpendicular. You won't find any other plumb that will be perpendicular to it.
So it's only horizontal at that. Go ahead.
Not 10 meters away, they'll be perpendicular too.
So you're saying it's only horizontal at that one point?
Yeah, to one vertical.
Yeah, it's only horizontal at one
That's how
point.
we define. That's how we define the horizontal. Horizontal
So it's only
is a straight line perpendicular to a vertical.
yeah, so it's only actually horizontal at one point, and then the whole rest of the line is not going to be a horizontal anymore
No,
because
it's
it's not going to
horizontal.
be perpendicular to plumb. Chike, you're over
No,
talking me. You're over talking me, Chike. Why are you doing it?
sorry.
Sorry, you heard it. Yeah, so it's only horizontal at that one point. So there's no line to it. It's just a point. It's a horizontal at that point,
No.
and then the whole rest of the line, is not going to be horizontal.
Why you keep talking? You said you had your point. You say it's horizontal at one point. I'm telling you not. It's horizontal all along the way to that vertical.
Yeah, I heard you. You said it's only horizontal at that one point. I know.
No, it's horizontal all along the way to infinity.
No,
It's still horizontal.
okay, but I can go check it with a plumb line and show that it's not horizontal because we're on a globe, right?
No, you can go to infinity and make sure that it is still indeed perpendicular to that vertical that is very far away.
Yes. So at that one point, I'm saying out of your whole line, there's only going to be one point where it's actually horizontal. The whole rest of the line, Okay, hold on. The whole rest of the line, we can go check with a plumb line, and it's according to you guys on a globe, it's not going to be horizontal at those other points.
It won't be perpendicular to those plumbs. It's still horizontal to the original one it's perpendicular to.
Yes, I know. It's only horizontal at that one point. Anywhere else, it's not going to be horizontal.
How do you tile a house with that logic? Like, if I put a 90-degree angle from the floor to the wall on either side of my house, how do I put tiles down?
So if you have 90 degrees between the wall and the ceiling, they did not stay 90 degrees on the other side of the room. Still is.
No, it definitely is, because otherwise the tiles wouldn't sit on the floor.
Has to do with time.
He's trying to tell you have a raised foundation that's not level. That's what he's trying to tell you.
So they got to float the sides of the floor and not the middle in order to lay the tiles? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say
No,
that.
they gotta float the bottom of that concrete slab, to where it's not level to the surface of the ground, but the top of it is. That's what he's insinuating.
We're
Wait,
talking
how
about
do basketball players play basketball then? Wait, what are you talking about, dude? You're saying that we can't build a flat floor?
flat floor. No, you can't.
Really? And how tiles work?
Tiles are flat.
That's why the third temple is gonna never get built, right?
Define flat.
A tile is flat.
Tile
Not
is flat.
bending.
You not bending.
What do you mean define flat, dude? Come on, man. What kind of weird
Take a
game?
magnifying glass and see how flat it is.
Bro, I'm so glad you don't lay tile for a living. That'd be so weird. They'd be snapping lines and he'd be like, nope, none of those are straight.
So let's agree they're straight. Okay. Doesn't mean they're horizontal.
It's like, if what you're saying is true, we wouldn't be able to lay tiles on a floor, bro.
Why?
Because we would have to float the floor to make it all level, and in that case, we can't even do that because we can't find plumb from perpendicular on all points of the floor.
Yes. So what? How much of a difference it will be on the order of milli arc seconds? It's not something you perceive or you care about.
No, they put spacers in between the tiles to make sure they're all spaced apart evenly.
Right.
Are you talking about ceramic?
Any kind of
No,
tile
simple
floor.
tile.
Well,
Tiles
I've laid
have
tile
space
and
between them.
VCT tile. You don't leave I said I've laid tile and VCT tile. You know, you go to Walmart or your grocery market or something, they get those little 1 foot by 1 foot squares. We don't space those.
Oh, it's like
So
the
you have
stick
space
tile,
between
the
them.
stick tiles you're talking about. That like you like stick them to the ground.
They make them in a sticky form. We usually spread glue with a trowel.
Okay, yeah. No, I mean more like ceramic, stone.
That's called
Linoleum.
yeah.
It's called
Yeah.
VCT. They're called VCT tiles.
Yeah, all right, with your abbreviations, bro.
Linoleum doesn't even have linoleum's one whole sheet.
This sounds like portable for a school.
Yeah, that sounds pretty janky, bro.
Main tile, dude, it's everywhere. Go into your grocery market. They probably got those VCT tiles. They're 1 foot by 1 foot. They usually
I don't
got
know,
like
bro.
waves in them.
We got Trader Joe's out here, bro. We don't got no fucking Alpha Beta or whatever the fuck you're shopping at.
Dude, they're in the school. They're all over the school. Like my whole school's made up. The whole floor's almost made up out of these VCT and terrazzo.
Maybe that's the problem with
Back to school.
the educational system in your state.
You wouldn't be able to use a tile because it has 4 90-degree angles on the end. And Chinese saying there's nowhere on the ground that you could lay that tile and let those 4 corners hit the ground.
No, I didn't say it.
That's what you end up with, dude. You got to follow your logic down to the end.
Yeah, the tile is not horizontal at all points on it. So what?
It's got to be pretty big tile.
Hey, Chai,
No,
can you give
small
me
tile.
Can you give me one funny word that rhymes with your name?
Bro, we don't put the tile down unless it's horizontal, bro. If your tile's not horizontal, we're not tiling walls and shit, bro. If your tile's not horizontal, you're not getting fucking paid.
Yeah, you scrap that tile if there's a defect.
I told you it's in the order of milli-arc seconds. Who's going to see it?
How do you measure that?
Well, it's very hard to measure.
Yeah,
So
but
I
there
measure
must be
over
a way.
90 miles. I do my measurements
How do you
over
do it?
90 miles.
Like a guy laying tile, how is he measuring these arc seconds?
Well, if you have a lot of money and a good measuring device, you can do it.
We did the
However, I
same
don't.
scenario. We did the same scenario with like a 10 by 10 square mile concrete slab. Like, just say they're going to build a giant Amazon building. Do you think they would be able to get that foundation perfectly level, Trey? 10 by 10 miles?
Perfectly level, I don't know.
Well, near perfect. Within a few.
The instrument has arrow margins, so it won't be perfect.
Yeah, no, he's saying the walls and the floor can't meet at a 90-degree angle. It's impossible.
Right.
I didn't say it. At least one side can be 90 degrees.
Okay, so you
90
make one
degrees
side
to what?
90.
The
and the
90
other
degrees
side
we
can't be
create. We created 90 degrees. The Earth is not flat, right? We can. It's not perpendicular to anything on Earth.
Well, if it
You
wasn't
don't have
flat,
you don't have perp. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry, you go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you make a line perpendicular from plumb, that line's only not going to be horizontal anywhere but that one spot on the plumb line. That's all.
Well, I told you it will be perpendicular everywhere. That line. To that.
It'll be perpendicular everywhere, yes, but it won't be horizontal anywhere.
It will be horizontal anywhere to that plumb that is perpendicular to.
Yeah, and at one point you have a horizontal point, basically.
At the intersection, you measure the angle.
Yeah, and it's horizontal at that point. No, as soon as it goes off the line, like if you have a plumb line hanging and then you go 1 millimeter off the plumb line, it's after that 1 millimeter, it's no longer horizontal.
It is.
No, it's not. It can't be on a globe. It's impossible. I actually think it is. I actually believe that it is horizontal if you go a millimeter. My bad, Chuck. Maybe I interrupted you. I don't know. Go ahead.
Jeremy, you keep on talking and talking. Make a point, end your sentence. it is still. We have two things here. We have a physical thing that we call plumb, vertical, and we have a made up things that we make a line, a plane that is perpendicular to that plumb, physical plumb. It's not
Okay,
something
and I'm
that
letting you
exists
know.
in
I
nature.
thought you were done, bro. That was a long ass pause, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, so this plane or line is perpendicular everywhere to that plumb.
Okay, as
Draw
far
a-
as that line. Oh, bro, I thought you were done again. Go ahead, man. My bad.
Sorry, go on.
Make a point. Yo, you just told me to do the thing. Come on, Chike.
Go on, I'll make it later.
I understand it's the whole line's perpendicular. Yes, as far as horizontalness, if that's a word. As soon as you come off that plumb line 1 millimeter, I can check it. And according to you guys, if we're on a globe and everything's curving, then that line 1 millimeter off the plumb line, not going to be horizontal. Half a millimeter, a nanometer. It doesn't even matter, a Planck length. You come off that plumb line, you're no longer horizontal.
Yes, it's still horizontal to that plumb. Take that line and
No, you're
create
not, Chikey.
and
You
every
just explained it.
I didn't finish. I'm making my point. So you draw a perpendicular to that line all along the way, and none of them will intersect with the vertical because they are parallel. They are all parallel. So at any point on that horizontal is still perpendicular to the original vertical. It's still horizontal everywhere to that vertical, not others.
They don't even know their own model.
Okay, if you're on a globe, if say Earth is a globe, and this is in their model. When you drop a plumb line, it's vertical, maybe depending on if you're at the Schehallien, doing the Schehallien experiment, whatever. You make a plumb line, it's vertical. You make a horizontal off to that plumb line, 90 degrees of that plumb line. When you come 1 millimeter off the plumb line, that you can check it, and on their globe, it's not going to be horizontal at that point anymore. It's only horizontal for them at that one point, which I don't even know if that doesn't even make sense because what's a horizontal point? But when you come off that plumb line, any amount off the plumb line, it's no longer horizontal in their model. You can argue with me, but that's just how your model works.
You're strawmanning because that's not what I said.
I don't care what you said. I'm telling you how. I don't care what you said. I'm telling you how your model is.
I'm telling you that's not our model.
It absolutely is. It's not a straw man.
Our model is I create a horizontal and I create another line a meter away from the original vertical. That is a line that is perpendicular to that horizontal. And I check it against, not at the point, I check it against the vertical. I say, do these two lines intersect? No. So it's still horizontal. I go a kilometer away. They still don't intersect.
So if
It's
I
still
make
horizontal. It's horizontal there, kilometer away, and it's horizontal at the vertical location. It's always horizontal. It's an infinite horizontal plane.
Okay, one more time.
My
One more time.
conic
Just
model. Well, I didn't pose
Chuck, make your point
anything.
and finish talking, bud. You take these giant long pauses. It's causing massive chaos.
No, I didn't have a pose.
You need to
I
make
didn't
your
have a
point, and
pose.
then you need to make your point, and then stop talking.
No. So you understand me, right? You eager to talk. I eager to talk. We sometimes talk over each other. No big deal.
No, it is
So
a big deal. We
anyway,
don't want any
my
interruptions.
model.
It's a big deal, dude. You did it again. You literally just did it again.
No, because I
You're
didn't
taking these
finish. You talked over me. There was no.
I don't know. I had to just mute you, I guess. I don't know. So you got to make your point and then stop talking, bro. You take these giant long pauses to where people think you're done, and then they start talking, and then you start talking, and it's just causing total audio.
Sorry. Very nice.
pulled out the mute cannon.
Wait, I just want to know. So if I make a 10 meter by 10 meter cube and then I set it on the water, the four corners of that cube can't touch the water. Is that correct?
10 meters?
Yeah, 10 meter by 10 meter cube.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
doing
gonna,
it for Chaiki because he
that,
speaks that metric stuff.
that's not going to be big enough at all.
Wait, so you're saying the four corners will touch the water?
No.
Wait, hold on.
No, they won't.
If it's horizontal, if it's a plane, then no.
I'm going to make a 10 meter by 10 meter cube. So this is a 10 meter cubed cube. And then I'm going to hold it over the water, still water, flat water, regular water. And I'm going to place it down. You're saying the middle of that cube will hit the water without the four corners of the cube hitting the water.
No, not at 10 meters it won't.
What do you mean? Are you saying your ball like gives up being a ball at 10 meters? What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying
it's
too small.
With it, you know, it's not a good experiment because there is a how you call this force. Once the water will touch the center, they will be sucked up. We can't do this experiment. But if you hang the cube above the water, it will be closer to the water at the center and farther away from the water at the end.
We're going to use a slow motion camera that catches all the frames, so that way we can definitely check before the surface tension happens.
Let's just hang it up above the water.
10. You said 10 meters, right? As in 10 meters, right? That's not even very big. 10 meters is not big.
That's like 30 feet, right?
About 30 feet, yeah, 33 feet.
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
I see boats that are like 1,000 feet long. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, but boats sit in the water, right? What I'm saying is we're going to make a cube. A cube has to be like 90 degrees at every corner, okay? In order to make a cube. So now if I'm going to set that down on a ball, the corners can't touch the water before the middle of the cube touches the water, or the bottom portion of the middle.
Yeah, you'd have to have a cube like thousands of meters, dude, by thousands of meters.
Why?
Because the Earth is big.
What do you mean the Earth is big?
We're
It's
talking
a
about
curving
the principle.
surface. There is no perpendicular plumbs anywhere, right? All the plumbs are diverging on the Earth. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say all the veg. Plums are tricky.
They all go toward the center of the Earth.
Not all of them are straight.
Okay, so all the plumb lines diverge, correct?
Yes, in
Only
general, yes.
Okay, so now
at the center of the Earth, yes.
So now if I make a cube and then I set it down on the diverging plumb lines, the corners of the cube can't touch the surface.
Right.
That's absurd.
No, it's not absurd.
You're absurd. That's what you're saying.
That's how we see it.
What exactly are they saying? Because Chike said yeah, and Rob said no. So I don't. What's the globe model say?
Well,
do either of you guys know?
It's like flat earthers. Everyone has their own opinion, right? I don't know.
No, the globe
my
model is
opinion,
not
people.
that.
I don't have a
globe
model. Call it model. That's my model. That's how I see it.
How do you see water? Do you see the cube touching the water or no?
No, the cube is closer to the water at the center than the far ends.
Yeah. So is that how it works, Rob? Or
I'd at least agree with that more than anything else. Yeah.
that's what just got said, and you disagreed. All right, it's fine if you change.
No,
your,
I didn't
change your
disagree with
opinion.
that. I disagree with the size of the model you're trying to use. 10 meters is not very big. And if
Yeah,
wanna-
you will need very accurate measuring device on the order of micrometers. Maybe
On a
less.
globe, it could be a 1-inch cube. You have drop from every point. It doesn't matter. That's how it would be with a 1-inch cube.
Yes, in principle, yes.
Hold on. So wait, on my car, I have 4 tires. are all of those tires at like the same? Like, what's going on here? I'm confused right now. You're saying the
You-
corners of this cube can't touch the surface of the water before the center of this cube?
Take your car in water first of all, because the road is meant to be fucking always level, so you're not gonna get the same fucking thing. It can go uphill, it can go downhill. You know what I'm saying? The road is meant to be driven on. It could be on an angle, it could be on a
Alright.
camber, a canter.
You have
Okay, what if
springs.
I put my
Yes,
car?
it
What if
changes
I
that.
put
Roads are not level. They do not make roads level at all.
How about
Right.
basketball courts? Do they make those level?
Maybe.
As much as they try to.
Well, they try, but the machinery is so big. Just look at the road. You can measure the differences
Yeah, they tilt
between
them. Yeah, for drainage.
between the rebels.
Yeah, they tilt them for
One is
drainage.
up, one is down.
Yeah, they're not level. Roads aren't level. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
flat.
no.
not level.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're
They're
saying like
what?
the Earth is like the road, then, right?
No. In your case, I'll take it as perfectly flat. No undulation, nothing. We have water
no
that
one
is
says Earth is perfectly flat.
perfectly level, and we have a cube that is
Oh,
perfectly
water.
flat.
Yeah, water
We-
is
we-
flat
we-
when it's still. Yes, we know this.
No, they're not. That's
All right,
that's
so
what we're testing now against the flat cube.
all right, so if we take this cube and we say this basketball court was made almost perfectly level, when we set it down, this cube is gonna rock side to side, all directions. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Wow.
Rock, a micrometer rock. Would you feel it?
So how do they tile that floor?
They tell it level, more or less. Really, when you walk on the floor, you can say if it's level, if it's not level. You need that spirit level to tell if it's level, and even the spirit level is not 100% level.
How about when I shoot the basketball from the court, throw it up, and it comes down? Is the court rising up to the ball to make it go in the goal?
No,
Let's let Xanix's cousin answer that one.
no, the Earth is not accelerating up.
Everyone on the globe side sure to disagree a lot these days.
No, I don't think we disagree. You just don't
On a
understand
scale
what we
of
say.
on a stupidity scale, 10 being the most stupid. On a stupidity scale, 10 being the
Jeremy?
most
Why?
stupid and 1
Why?
being the least stupid. Why are you funny muting me? You don't even know what I was gonna say.
Because you start being toxic.
I'm not being toxic. You don't even know what I was gonna say.
It's funny how the guy who
when
talks
you
over the
preface
other
it by
guy accuses the guy he talked over of being toxic.
when you preface it with saying this,
On a stupidity scale, listen, on a stupidity scale, 10 being the most stupid, 1 being the least stupid. This idea of the ground raising up to hit falling objects, what would you rank that?
10.
Jeremy, how would
okay.
you rank?
I guess I wasn't being toxic.
How would you rank water curving underneath your feet on the same scale?
I'd put that at a 10. You know what else I would put at a 10?
Zero.
Water. You know what else I would put at a 10? Water flowing to a higher elevation. That's a 10.
Did I claim water flow to a higher elevation?
No, but that dude's cousin did. His name is Xanic. You would disagree with him on
No,
that?
I'm sure he didn't.
I did not say that at all. What are you talking about? Water flows.
I didn't say you did. I said you.
Xanic.
Your cousin Xanic said that. You're not even smart enough to keep up with the
It's
conversation.
not my cousin.
Which is now I'm saying.
I thought Xanic was your cousin.
Yeah,
I thought you said Xanix's cousin, which you guys referred to me. Someone said earlier.
Brethren.
Brother. Chaiki, do you think that's Xanic's brother or cousin?
I don't know. It's a fellow human being.
They're definitely related, though, right?
Why we sound alike?
Yeah, sound alike. That's it.
Once you hit the earth, you can't move anymore. You can't be in your natural state in space. You want to be there, down there, but the earth don't let you. It starts pushing you away. That doesn't mean it moves. It's just pushing you away from where you want to be.
Can we go back to the water, Chaiki? Obviously, you've
I follow.
Yeah,
you
right.
brought something you have to push.
Follow this. Just be quiet for a second and follow this. So obviously you've measured it. What method and tools did you measure it so I can go out tomorrow and do that?
My feet, I feel the pressure.
So you felt the water pressure with your feet, and that's how you know it's curving.
No, wait. What are we talking about?
We're
On what
talking about
subject are we?
Okay, let me start over. Curving water. So do you think we can create a horizontal line above the water?
Sure.
What method would we use to do that? Do you know?
Your auto level. Perfect
Auto
for
level.
me.
Yeah, that's not a method. So the tool is the auto level. What method would we use to create this perfect, like near perfect horizontal, perfect enough to know that the water's curving underneath the horizontal that you create? What method would we use? You've obviously.
I know.
We use our eye looking through the auto level on the plane, on the horizontal plane it creates, and we'll see what's above, what's below.
Brilliant.
That's the method that we use.
Yes, that's the method.
That's your final answer?
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, so I guess anyone else have a method, because that doesn't work.
No, that's the method. That's how you create a horizontal.
That's how you create a horizontal with an auto level?
Yes.
The problem with that is, though, that people have done that and they've seen the horizon above horizontal. So
And below it.
that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, if they were like less than a foot above the water on one day.
No, that's not the truth. They were
Yes,
multiple
Jesse
feet.
from Jesse did it right.
Jesse wasn't a foot above the water. You're getting your stories mixed up.
And yes, the horizon
Multiple
was
people. No, that's
the
not
horizon
correct.
was above his horizontal.
Not a foot. And Jesse Kozlowski did it at the Salton Sea, and then another Jesse did
Why
it
don't get
over
the
a lake.
video? Why don't get the
And
video of Jesse
then
Kozlowski?
George rested. Why are you talking, man? And then George,
Because
I'm
you
giving
bring
you a
claims that I haven't seen.
Well, I'm not just talking to you, though. I'm talking to the audience. Why are you talking while I'm talking was the question. Do you have another?
That's a good question. Just let's let everyone finish, please.
Yeah, so George did it also. He was more than 1 foot above the surface. He also got the horizon appearing to be above the horizontal that he created. And he also got it to appear below.
No, he didn't.
Sure he did.
No, he didn't.
Sure he did. He even admitted to it.
No, he didn't.
You seem to be wrong a lot, Chaiki.
Well, you say he did. I say he didn't.
Fine. Which part do you
Fine,
say he
that's
didn't
it.
do? Okay, which part didn't he do?
He didn't show the horizon above horizontal.
Sure he did. I have pictures of it. I have
Go ahead, post them.
Calm down, guy. I'm not going to post them for you. They've been all over.
Then don't post them. He didn't.
Okay, good.
Can I have you real quick?
Still calm down.
Can someone please give me permission to post like pictures that I like to share in the text?
You seem to be relatively new. I'm sorry about calling you.
If we want to be vague and say our opinions, then I say he didn't.
We heard you.
Thank you.
The other guy, have you ever measured curved water? I mean, I understand you believe in it. That's cool. I don't really care if you do or not. But have you ever measured it?
Nope, I've experienced it, observed it though.
Yeah, me too. I'll be honest with you. I can go out today, right, to my local lake, Lake Pontchartrain. I just happen to live there, and I can observe what appears to be water rising up and creating a concave earth, or being a plain piece of water over distance or curving down, right? Actually rising up and then curving down, creating an arc. I admit to that. I can view that almost every day, right? And on different days, it's going to view differently from the same spot. But the question was, and I'll repeat it very slowly so maybe you can answer it. Have you ever measured it? And if you said no the first time, I apologize. But I think you did maybe say no. You've never measured it, right?
Nope.
Okay, fair enough. So do you agree that the conditions, the medium that you're looking through over distance could create this effect? I call it an optical illusion. Do you think that's possible?
You mean refraction?
No, let's just stick with
Optical illusion,
optical
he calls it.
as Chaiki in here when I'm very specifically talking to this guy.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah,
So
there's definitely environmental effects that affect your line of sight and what you'll see and how you'll see it.
and create optical illusions. So one of them could be the effect that it arcs up and then curves back down to create the illusion of you're living on a sphere, right? Because I agree with you.
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't think that illusion could happen?
That illusion doesn't happen. See, my whole thing is this. Oh, excuse me. Hold on 1 second.
Well, let's stay on topic. Like, I don't know how you would even know that. I don't know that. There's no way I could possibly know it. And I'm not sure how you claim to know that as a fact.
All right, I'm gonna
because
explain so I leave New York City, I head east, going to England. I'm chasing the curve. When will I see this curve of Earth that they speak of? Right, that's the whole fucking plan. The point of the matter is, you're never going to see it because by the time you get to where you think the curve it should be, you're going to see the next part where it's curved because you already went around the curve. The Earth is so big that you're never going to get to the edge and look over and say, "Oh, there's a curve. We're going around the curve. Here we go."
You just said you saw it.
No, you can see it through means of distance doing things at distance. Like I said, I live in the Great Lakes, 100-something miles across. I've been out fucking 45 miles in the lake. I look back, don't see nothing. I can move back closer to shore, bring it, fucking everything comes back over the curve. These are
So
things you can observe.
You think on a flat Earth you would see forever?
Out of the countless number of days through time, there would be one day where you'd have perfect conditions and be able to see Mount Everest from my house. Yes.
Okay, I can't argue with that. So fair enough. But you do realize, and you just agreed that on all the other days that there are atmospheric conditions that restrict how far you see. You agree with that?
Yeah, there's also some that improve how far you can see too, though. Remember, I live where it gets cold.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
So remember, when the Great Lakes freeze over here, okay? So the Great Lakes freeze over in Michigan. Lake Michigan freezes over from Chicago to Michigan. So therefore, you can look across the ice and you will still see Chicago, dude. You can see it from pretty far away. There's different ways of visualize or seeing the observations of the flat Earth. Or I'm sorry, wow, there you go. You got me on that one. Cut it. There's different ways to see the observations on the globe Earth.
Yeah, but you just agreed, right? That's why I'm laughing. And then you switched it. Like, this is how I think y'all are just trained, bro. There's just no way you came up with that quick to switch it around. Because I said, right, you can't see forever. And you said on a particular day, right, which is ludicrous anyway, but I didn't even argue with it because I can't prove you wrong, that you would be able to see forever. And then I said, well, on all the other days, hang on 1 second. On all the other days, which you're wrong about that too, because even on a sphere, you'd be refracted around the stupid sphere. You don't even know your own model. But anyway, we're talking about over a flat plane that you can't see forever because you're looking through a medium. And on all the other days, that would be a restriction. Correct?
No, you're not looking through a medium. This whole use of the word
You're not looking through a medium?
No, this whole use of the word medium is just absurd by these.
Okay, you're looking through an atmosphere. You want to call it an atmosphere?
Anything but a medium. It just sounds silly.
Okay, atmosphere. Cool. Does atmosphere not sound silly to you?
It doesn't matter. If you go on the Burj Dubai Tower or Mount Everest, you should be able to see forever on a flat Earth.
Says who?
The air is so crisp and so fucking unrestricted up there and so thin. You should be able to see forever. You should be able to see the Burj Khalifa Tower from Mount Everest.
So say that one more time. You should be able to see forever from these places on a flat plane.
On Mount Everest,
He
on a
doesn't
flat
know how
Earth,
perspective works.
you should be able to see the Burj Khalifa Tower.
Okay, so that's your statement. So yeah, again, do you know how we see? And you agree that we're looking through a medium, but you're calling it so crisp and clear and cold that you should be able to, under those conditions, should be able to see forever.
I know how science sees, and I know how human beings see. Their eyes work, and yeah, you should be able to see it on a flat Earth. You should.
So you think human eyes should be able to see that far? Because of what science taught you? Because that's not what science teaches you. They teach you that the human eyeball is terrible at distance. It's made for short distances to protect itself.
You still have ways to see distant objects in the distance.
Name it.
Are you gonna take a ride from let's say Kansas to the Rocky Mountains? You'll start seeing the Rocky Mountains hundreds of miles away. How's that possible?
How is that possible?
There you go. See, because sure, you're not going to see you're not going to see a bird on the tree in the Rocky Mountains right there, but you're going to see the mountains in a distance.
Wait a minute. You're proving my point, sir. So you can see the mountain, which is much larger and reflects more light back to your eyeball, but you can't see the bird because it's smaller and it's far away as the mountain is, right? Even though it's not hidden by Earth curve, you can't see the bird, right? Hello?
That's right. That's right.
That was
starting to get it.
That was my human eyes.
So
But
now
Everest is big, is huge.
Hang on, Psyche, before you try and save him, as he's proven my point. So now with human eyes, they're restricted, right? You can't see forever.
It's not. What you're telling
I'm done with you.
You can see the
You don't
sun.
want to
You can see the sun 93 million miles away. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, now we have this dude is trained, right? Now he goes to the sun. It's proof,
because
man. It's
you're
too
acting
easy.
like because you're
this
acting like
was 10 minutes of me just proving you proving my point and me proving that you're either trained or you're here on purpose or you're just really like been so brainwashed you can't help yourself because you double
you're not understanding
just like everyone else.
What do you mean by see? I mean, like I said, you can see the stars and you can see the stars at night, and they're farther than our sun.
You came here on your own, but you're not ready for this.
They're farther than our sun. So I don't.
You know my name.
Your idea.
Remember my name, sir. Rakia Life. Remember that name.
Okay, good.
You got it. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Killing them, Rakia. You're killing them.
Oh yeah, killing them. Are you serious? This guy, you can look up in the sky and see stars that are way farther than fucking anything I'm just gonna see on Earth. You have no concept of how far the eyes can see, dude.
You think that those stars are billions and billions and billions of miles away? You're high, bro.
I'm high. Are you serious? They are. They're. Oh my god.
Why the personal attacks? Why?
Can we ask? Do we have to go to celestial observations to prove the surface that we're working with?
Hold on. Let's forget the forever, okay? What's your distance from Mount Everest?
The Weather Channel tells you your visibility every day.
Let's say 6,000 miles.
I'm further than that. I'm in Michigan. From Mount Everest, that's got to be 13,000 miles, dude. 10,000
You
miles.
can go on the Weather Channel
13,000
and it will tell you the visibility.
How high is the Everest in miles?
29,030 feet or something.
I need miles. I want to do a tangent. I want to see the angular size of the Everest from where you are.
Me too.
Should you be able to see it or not?
What is Mount
With
Everest
eyes.
in a vacuum or what? What's going on here?
I don't
vacuum.
I don't think that, but I think we should be able to see my house from Mount Everest because that's the highest point of observation.
No, but your house will be too small.
You can't even see a rainstorm in the state over from you. What are you talking about, bro? Lake Okeechobee isn't even that far across. I can't see across it. You telling me that's the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, it is the curve of the Earth.
Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with atmospheric conditions because other days you can see across it?
No.
What I want to do, I want to put, let's say, the Everest in the sunset. We can definitely see the sun. If the angular size of Everest is enough to see with the eye, you should be able to see the silhouette of the Everest. The Everest itself, the silhouette of the Everest against the sun. You can see the sun. the Everest is big enough to block the sunlight, and we can see it.
Yeah,
Or this doesn't happen.
Yeah. The only days you can see across like Pontchartrain would be because of the atmospheric interference of refraction.
Why don't you guys Google world record photos distances?
I already have. They're all taken from high up, very high up.
Very high up to very high up.
Exactly.
And say you see the whole mountain? No, we did a very detailed analysis of this picture. You don't see the whole mountain.
Yeah, don't any of you guys live next to like giant like mountains? I mean, out of all these people in here, no one lives next to a giant mountain that you can see far away.
I don't have one.
I mean, no one lives next to Mount Fiji. No one lives next to Mount St. Helens, Mount Rainier. None of these guys in here. Gotta be one of you guys in here. You know, get some guys who live next to Lake Baikal. I live on the
All right,
Great
okay,
Lakes.
okay. Yeah, hey, let me speak. Can you let me speak? I'm in. Okay. I live in the southwest corner of British Columbia. I can see Mount Baker right now from here. Does that help you? I can see it. I don't have any measurements or nothing for you, but I have a tall mountain that I can see far away in the distance.
How far do you think it is, or how far do you?
I could do something. How about like I'm at work right now, but I will tell you what. When I get off work today, I will get my elevation, and when I get home, I will take a picture of Mount Baker from where I live,
Hell yeah, you
and I'll
man.
post it, and that'll prove you live on a globe.
Yeah, yeah, we can break it down and show you how that does.
You're fucking hilarious. Okay, good job.
We'll see the picture. We'll analyze it. Try to analyze
Like I
it.
said, I'm at work. It's 3:14 my time right now. I leave here at 5. I'll probably be home around 6:30. So you're still looking at about 2-3 hours before I'm back.
Don't worry about it.
I will give you this picture.
That's
I have a
perfect. 'Cause
Canon. I have
the
a
angle of the
Canon
sun.
B. Can you guys let me finish? I'm not going to be on long, so I'm just letting you know. I have a Canon B700 camera with a 64 times optical zoom. I'll take pictures with that camera.
Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. And it's perfect timing because the sunlight should be at such an angle that it's going to be really able to, like, honestly, give us more ways to prove the Earth is a globe. So thank you. At you said 6:50 or 6:30.
I'll prove it's a globe for you.
Thank you, man. Let's do it. Me and Chucky are going to bury it. I think me and Chucky might be the two guys who destroy the globe Earth eventually, right here on this Earth Awakening channel.
No, destroy the globe. But I'm not claiming.
You guys already
I'm not
destroyed
in
the
the
globe,
stage of
but
claiming.
thank you for the Freudian slip there.
Destroy the flat Earth. Yeah, there you go.
I'm not in the stage of claiming globe yet. At first, I want to see if Earth is flat. After we see it's not flat, we can explore the possibility of what it is.
Yeah, I just go by the pictures.
Right, I go by the picture. A picture. One picture.
The ones that they have of the Earth from outside of the fucking atmosphere.
So if I showed you a picture of Godzilla and told you Godzilla's real, you'd believe me. Cool story, bro.
Depends if the picture's real. If you got a real picture of Godzilla, it don't matter what I
But
think.
the picture is 100% real. So we're looking at the tower that is below us. The observer is 1,200 feet, and the tower is top. The top of the tower, it's the end of the flagpole, is 545 feet. Just about. So there's no dispute that we are looking down from horizontal, right? No one would say we're looking up. Flat earther, globe earther, both will say we're looking down. Why? Because it's below us. So that's fine. But why we looking down to the mountain is higher than us? On what geometry that could happen?
Hey, Chucky, do you know anything about spherical geometry?
I try to avoid the word spherical geometry for the time being.
Do you know how to? Do you think that the idea of explaining how you can make 290-degree turns into a triangle is defeating to the flat Earth argument in itself.
Yeah, I know about spherical. I just try to avoid it, not talk about it.
All right, I got you.
Because I didn't claim the Earth is sphere. Just claim that it's not flat, can't be flat. You see this in this picture.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
If it was flat, we would be looking up to the mountain. Slight angle, 0.06 degrees if there's no refraction. If there's refraction, we will look about tenth of a degree. And it should be much higher than the tower. But what we see is not that. We see that it's below the tower even. There's no geometry. Euclidean geometry does not allow this. Now, if someone has arguments against it, they can bring it. But don't start to ask me if I know what perspective does, because I do. I use a tangent function, then I know what perspective does. Included.
Got a couple cool pictures.
It's been refuted over the last 3 days so many times, and you're still bringing it, dude. What is going on?
What did you do? What argument did you bring against me?
It's been refuted so many times. We're not going to go over it again. You asked that same question
No,
last
you
night,
haven't.
and Gio brought you through it for like an hour and a half. It's rude of you to take all of the time of these people that actually take time to explain to you what's going on in this photo, and then you go, I don't even remember what you guys said. We're not doing this every day. It's
see?
not Groundhog's Day, bro.
And I'll tell you why you don't remember. Because no one said anything.
I remember specifically. I remember everything Gio said. Why don't you steel man what Gio said?
What did Gio said?
Go ahead and you tell us what he said, because he gave you
No,
a
you
lot
tell
of
me.
time, bro.
You remember, not me.
You're the one asking the questions. Why would you not remember? Dude, that's rude of you,
Because
man. You
I
are so
wasn't
rude,
answered. I asked for a logical argument.
Okay,
Not
so next
someone
time,
thought about it.
next time someone goes ahead and gives you an argument, why don't you write it down so you'll remember it?
Once he will give me something I can remember, I will. He didn't.
Why didn't you write it down
When someone
yesterday?
tells
What
me
did
you
he say
don't
then?
understand I don't know. You're the one that said who remembered.
You don't remember what he told you? So all these people have given you different answers for this whole ordeal, and you can't remember one of them.
Yes, because all you do is spew words that come out of your head, your hallucination, and I'm not going to memorize it.
Bro, someone get this guy his red stapler already.
Come on, tell me what's your argument and this against what I just said. Geometry, Euclidean geometry does not allow what we see on a flat plane.
Hey, is the horizon in the same place every single day?
You see what you do? You don't answer me.
Why don't you answer what I'm asking? Is the horizon
I
in the
don't
same
need to answer
place
because
every
I
day?
gave an argument and you need to answer.
Okay, I am. This is my answer to you. Does the horizon change daily, or is it in the same place every single day?
An answer does not end with the question mark.
Okay, well, the horizon changes daily, and it's different every day, and you've presented 1 day observation to us. So if you could go ahead and do this photo over and over,
Did I
maybe
mention?
365 different times, and come back with 365 photos, and maybe we'll consider it.
No, that's the burden reversal of burden of proof. I'm telling you, and this is known fact, that the 1200 elevation, none of what you said will happen.
You're taking an up.
I didn't finish. I never mentioned the horizon, which you brought in. I mentioned the top of the mountain, it's a location, it's a point, and the top of the tower, it's location, it's a point. And I said that what we see is in a geometrical impossibility.
All right, so since no one's
Euclid does
engaging with
not
him, I'm
allow
just going to
this to
change the
happen.
topic at this point. I think we should go on to the Go
Of
Fast
course.
rocket.
And
We can go.
tomorrow you
We can
said
go
I
ahead.
answered you. You remember what I answered you? I remember. You didn't.
Whoa. What's going on, guys? Is everybody all right?
Yeah, Jake's getting all hypey. He didn't have his.
So you concede you didn't answer my question? You had no
I don't.
no
Hold on. What's up? I don't think anybody was responding. Was somebody going to respond to that?
Yeah, I
Right
already
ahead.
told him. I told him it would be different every day. He'd have to go back and do the observation
You
multiple
prove it.
times, and he says, "No, I don't need to do that."
Prove it. Prove it.
Crikey. You're
You
talking
have a
over him,
claim,
dude.
a positive claim. You have a positive claim. Prove it.
Bud, what's going on, dude? You guys just talk one at a time. You don't need to be mad at each other.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying he had a claim. Prove it.
Okay.
Put the camera there, like I don't know, mold it to a pole. It can't move at all. And take a picture or several pictures every day. I'll tell you at what hours, and compare them and see if anything changes at all.
Have you ever
By
seen
more
those?
than a pixel, let's say a pixel.
You ever seen those reflections on like
Again,
on a
you ask?
lake, on the surface of lake? I'm not talking to you, Chike. Was this
Okay.
Chike hour? Fuck, go ahead, bro.
So, okay. Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, are you talking about specular reflections, dude?
Yeah, those reflections on like a still body of water of the sky, the clouds, and how it's like near perfect across like the entirety of that giant fucking lake. Like, would that even be possible on a curved surface to have that?
I don't think so. I think that's impossible because I think it shows some kind of distortion.
Right. That's what I thought. Okay, cool.
My question also, Shike. Usually, when you take a picture, right? I mean, where you have the 1,200-foot observer line and the rest of the other things, where is the center of the image? Because usually, the camera always takes a picture, and the center of the image is where the user usually is at, unless you're angling the camera one way or the other.
The angle of the camera, that it does not matter. The picture will look the same.
I'm just asking.
I answered.
No, you said the angle of the camera doesn't matter. Ask you, where is the center of that picture?
I didn't measure. I don't care. You can
The
take
center
the
of the image
picture.
would be
I can give you.
practically.
I can give you the original picture. You can measure and mark the center of the picture if you want.
And you just put the poster, the. I mean, because if server high level, you have that line way up over there at 200 feet. Then you have that 600 feet way underneath. So, like, what did he take the picture and you cut off like half of the sky?
More than half of the sky. All the sky. Most of the sky you don't see. You see most that you see is land. But I didn't claim any of this. I told you my argument. No need to ask me question.
What's your argument?
Give me your rebuttal. That what you see here is a geometrical impossibility. If Earth is flat, if the claim is true, Earth is flat, what we see is geometrical impossibility. Geometry does not allow us to see such a picture. Geometry, I say. You can raise refraction, you can raise any argument you want. I'm not telling you what to do. But geometrically, this is impossible.
Did you measure the lapse rate?
The what?
The lapse rate.
This is not a rebuttal. Rebuttal does not end with a question mark.
I'm
You
asking
bring
if you
your
measured,
argument like I did mine.
I'm asking if you measured the temperatures every 10 feet up until that mountain.
No, I
Temperatures
didn't.
close to the
No,
ground,
I didn't.
temperatures above the ground. So
I
how did
didn't.
you get your refraction index?
No, I didn't get my refraction index. I don't care about it.
Oh, there's no refraction in this photo?
No, I didn't say there's no. I said I don't care about it.
Because I see the windmills, the fans are bent.
because the refraction rate is about, in this picture, is about 4/26.
How'd you get that?
How'd you get
What
that?
did
That's
you
how it
measure
is.
to get
Because
that number?
that's what we know. That's what we know, about 4 seconds per mile.
What did you measure in order to get that rate?
I don't need to measure anything.
You don't need to know the
I brought
temperature.
a picture. I brought a picture with the numbers, so that's measured. And I told you this is geometric impossibility. Do you have a rebuttal?
It seems like you've got a great start to an observation, but you have a lot more work to do.
No, I'm finished. Do you have a rebuttal?
Yeah, I
There's
did. I
nothing to.
told.
There's
Go
not
ahead.
much to rebut. There's not much to rebut, dude. It's just kind of a picture, and you're like trying to claim a gotcha moment. But
Indeed.
there's no curvature being observed whatsoever in this photo. So I'm not
Yeah,
really
I
sure.
didn't claim curvature. I didn't claim
Oh, okay,
curvature.
that's good.
Your,
Well, yeah,
your
neither.
explanation is inconclusive, Chike.
It's good.
My
Nice try, though.
explanation?
It was a good
Yeah.
try. I thank you for doing this because it's we need more Glovers like you. A lot of times there's no sustenance really. But nice try, dude. You're getting better.
I'm doing my best. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
What kind of camera did you use when you took that photo, Chikey?
I didn't use the camera, but I can give you the details. It's only the image. Hold on.
Oh,
So you're giving them all this credit.
Don't expect an
Platypus.
answer because it takes me time
Platypus,
when I.
you're giving them all this credit for doing all this work. This dude didn't even take the photo, bro.
Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't say it was. I didn't give him an A plus. It's passing. See, go back and do the reading. I don't know. It's fine, dude. Look, the whole flat Earth argument is going to get so warped once the normies are like trying to tell you about aliens. It's going to be really fun. We're going to get to argue about a lot more CGI, anyways.
Killian, does the globe have an answer for why they saw the moon on the Go Fast rocket? Have you ever heard one?
I had a coworker attempt to draw a relative drawing of perspective to illustrate how it could happen, but I have not heard a good explanation as to how it actually could take place.
Was there any refraction invoked or anything like that?
I don't even know, and I don't even know how refraction could work that high or to that exponential power. It seems mind-boggling, quite honestly.
But yeah, that's
Like,
what I was wondering. I
raise
figured
the moon up above the surface into I don't know, it's crazy. And I mean, the whole thing is like I took pictures when I was observing. I was grabbing screen caps and just like observing how crystal clear it is. It's perfectly sighted. Again, like 90% luminosity. Like it may as well be 100% lit at that point. And again, you're referring to written documentation stating that it was over the coast of Australia, which, I mean, relative to where the sun would be, it shows up where it's supposed to be. And the horizon sitting beneath it the entire time, flat as ever. I don't know, man.
What happened with that thing when it came back down? Did it land close in Arizona somewhere, or what?
Yeah, it wasn't too far off the original launch point.
Wow, that's even amazing. Yeah, that's crazy too, huh?
I mean, well, again, you would think that if in fact the Earth was spinning, Coriolis would be engaged at that point, and if the rocket was in the air for however amount of time, the claim on the table at this point is like 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So that means like if I interpolate that and strip that down to a 10-minute segment, you know, we should be moving at, or the Earth should have spun like 1/6 that distance in that time period, and it lands back where it took off relative. Right? These guys didn't have to travel even 100 miles to pick it up. Like the Earth should have rotated at least 100 miles during that period of time that the rocket had left the surface of the Earth. Again, being the question, where does Coriolis start taking effect? Yeah, the Go Fast rocket's a great observation.
Yeah, I feel like that thing should have ended up in California, like in some dump town like Blythe or something.
Hey, I live in Blythe, bro.
What a call out. I love
I'm
it.
just joking.
Okay.
Chike, did you ever figure out that funny word that rhymes with your name?
Oh no. Where is it? Have you guys looked up the Alaska Airlines eclipse footage?
How about Dyke?
Oh shit! I didn't know you knew that one. That's pretty good, Chike. I'll take it. Not quite what I was expecting, but I'll take it.
Yeah, that eclipse is incredible, the one from the airplane. I remember seeing that. I think it was Rob Skiba that I saw that from.
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at that, number one, we have that video that we were just discussing, Go Fast Rocket, and you have the sun and the moon being spotted in completely separate instances, right? And again, written record states that the moon was over Australia, 90% luminosity on that date. We know the sun was relative to Arizona, where the rocket was launched from, because obviously it was sunny that day. And you see the sun in the rocket spinning around. Now, we then take something like this, where you have an eclipse taking place, and these observers are 35,000 feet above the surface. You have the floor comprised of clouds, showing pretty damn flat. And in the distance, you have the sky meeting again the floor, forming the horizon. And then you're observing the sun, and then the moon shows up and creates an eclipse. And to boot, you get to see the shadow line on the floor cloud itself. So from 35,000 feet, looking upwards, we see the sun and the moon. And then we have this again, Go Fast Rocket, and you get to see the moon in two separate locations. Like, it's almost like you have two different planes of perspective, of view, and you're getting to see these two celestial bodies interact together and then separate, and you know that they're at separate locations because you have written and visual sightings of both. These things, when you start to describe them, can only take place above a flat surface based on perspective when you're actually seeing these things. But of course, that's too much to comprehend.
Can you walk us through the calculation or the description of perspective that forbids this?
It's not perspective that forbids it. It's the literal Earth is in the way in your model.
So you can make a good word salad. You can pick it up.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Can you walk us through the perspective principle that prevents this from happening on the
What do you
globe?
mean the perspective that prevents this
I
from
want you to
happening?
explain to me how perspective works and why it forbids this, what we see on the globe, why it could only happen on a flat earth.
Well, there's a lot of things to be considered if you're going to tell me that the floor is curved.
Walk us
I'd like
through
to know
them.
I'd like to know if you're claiming that the floor is curved, what is your observed drop over distance?
You see, I asked you a question, you asked me a question. You
Yeah,
don't
I'm going to
explain.
flip the burden of proof on you because the idea that you're presenting is number one, the
I
surface,
didn't
the floor
present an
itself.
idea, you did.
Like, I don't like engaging with you. Have a wonderful night, my friend. Be well.
You introduced an idea, not me. You said this, what we see, we can't, it's not possible on the globe. When I ask you to explain why, you can't. Why is it? What do you think is it?
Is North
When you
America
ask me, a question about my argument, I can answer it, and you can't.
is North America and
Who is
Australia on the
rational
same?
here, and who is talking from his ass?
Is North America and Australia on the same side of the globe?
Yeah, let's divert to something else. Ask me stupid questions. And other tactics of yours, because you know you're wrong. Something is wrong with you, not the earth, with you.
Are you going to burn this place down?
Certainly not.
Do you have a red stapler?
To be honest, I don't know what stapler is.
Okay, Jake, so you want to know about perspective over a ball?
Tell me the principle of perspective. What do we mean when we say perspective?
Well, I go back to when I learned about perspective in grade 3. My art teacher had us all pull out a piece of 8.5 by 11. And she's like, class, I'd like you to draw a big black line right across the middle of the page.
Well,
So we
actually,
all did that.
don't you draw a border
Okay.
before you draw the horizon? And furthermore, Jike is trying to get you to say that you see in straight lines following Euclidean geometry. That's his MO.
Yeah, well, I've engaged with Jake before to no avail, and I realize that I'm engaging with insanity. My goal at this point in time is to expose the insanity for what it is by being collected in my presentation of what I observe, if I may.
Well, I'm not trying to force. I'm not trying to make anyone do anything. All I want is to see how he see perspective, how he understand perspective.
Well, he's going to lay it out for what his experience is that I interrupted. Go ahead, man. Art class, black line.
Of course. And Slow, I'm glad that you jumped on for a quick second. I actually just built in a shout out to you in my presentation that's coming up on Friday, so I hope you can attend. With respect to the passion of Yeshua. Now, with respect back to, no worries, man. Drawing it back to grade 3 art class. So this big black line, yeah, we did draw the border and all that good stuff, but we drew this big black line, right? And then we drew this little point right in the middle. And then we started drawing a whole series of vertical lines. And then we started drawing lines from a center point that connected those vertical points. And then we started making hard lines of all those things. And all of a sudden, the idea of a cityscape started to evolve in front of us. Then we drew cars, then we drew roads, and all these things started to come about. And we realized that when we are observing the horizon, we see this thing I call it visual ramping. It can also be referred to as the sagitta, the drop within an arc that you observe. But it's a thing that when cars go away from you, they rise up to the horizon line in front of you. And we know that when I take my cell phone and I call somebody who's on the other side of that roadway, the car's coming down from the horizon line towards them. This is what perspective is. The claim that comes from...
Correct. When things go away from you, they rise in your field of view. That's the term. They don't go up. They can still go level, not up nor down, but in your field of view, the angle is higher. We know that's perspective. That's what one of the things that perspective does.
So you asked me to explain perspective, which I just did. So the question on my end becomes to you: are you satisfied with my explanation of perspective? Okay.
It's one aspect, and the other aspect is that they move away, they get smaller. However, they get higher in the field of view. We know that the parts of them that closer to us is wider, and the angular is wider angle in your field of view, and the far end of them has a smaller angle. It's another thing that
Can I be really
does.
dramatic?
So far, so good. So far, so good.
Okay, great. So can I be really dramatic about my observation and just state really simply that there's the floor and there's the ceiling? There's maybe times, depending on your enclosure, that your ceiling may be comprised of the sky, and the floor may be comprised of trees if you have an altitude of height above the trees. But when we do see things riding along the ceiling, like clouds, planes, helicopters, these things that fly, birds even, they ride along the ceiling and they eventually get to this horizon line and they vanish as they get to that horizon line. Same thing we observe with cars, boats, these things that ride along the floor. They go up eventually and hit this line that forms from left to right. So again, I want to now ask you the question: when you state globe, where does your heart, let's remove all these ideas about refraction and perspective and everything, and I want to know hard numbers based on the 3959 radius mile claim, where does your drop over distance show up?
On any scale. Where do I start to see it? Few miles, perhaps.
So,
and remember, I never said a globe, ever.
So, in order for that 3959 claim to be true and concise and consistent on, and that's a macrocosm claim, on a microcosm, I should then see a 1.25 mile drop for every 100 miles that I travel. And that would be an exponential drop to boot. That doesn't show up though.
No, you see, you should see. You should see half a degree drop for every 69 miles.
It equates to 1.25 miles for every 100 miles traveled. Let's be really honest with what we're dealing with. Because if you take a 39, hold on 1 second, Chike. If you take a 39 mile radius claim, if you unpack that, divide it, work it down, it's going to be a 1.25 mile drop for 100 miles traveled. Please go ahead.
Okay. 1.5 miles for every 100. Okay.
1.25.
No, that's the separation. That when you have the separation, if we say that there is 1 degree difference between the two verticals, that's between them. But when you look at the drop, you look at only the half. So you need to half the 1.5 degree. It will be 0.75 degrees of drop for every 100 miles.
So then
we can measure it.
Based on that,
you know what? Buy me a auto level. I have a tower here. Maybe I can make a deal with them to go on the roof and do observation every day from about 100 meter elevation.
But check, right now we're steel manning the claim, right? So we want to get to a point where we can just talk about it right now, not have to refer to or divert to any videos or claims or anything like that. No appeals here. It's just you and I talking about this idea. So again, to steel man this further, right? The idea then becomes cities, Tokyo, countries like Japan, Canada, United States of America, continents like North America, South Africa. All of these places, you're starting to tell me that they have an axial relationship.
Axial relationship?
Correct. Meaning
What
that
does it
they
mean?
all come to some kind of center point.
The vertical points to some center point, more or less, not accurately.
Okay, so if we were to take that idea, strip it down even further, again, macrocosm is the claim of the globe, microcosm is my question. All of these cities are built not observing level?
Of course they're level. Try to be
Right.
level.
So my question then becomes, where does the curve start to show up?
When you look at it, when you look for it, it's there.
How
The
does-
curve is there. It's not going anywhere.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
I can't accept that yet. I can't accept that yet because that's a claim, right?
I didn't
The
ask you.
first thing that I'm asking you to hand to me here is the idea that I take all these buildings. All these buildings are built on the concept of observing level everywhere, built with a level. They come from 12-inch sizes all the way up to 8 and 10-foot sizes, showing level. Right, all these different cities are built observing level. My question to you becomes, where does the curve show up if I have all these structures that are built all putting up their hands saying I observe level because I was built that way?
Like I said, I'm not. First of all, I'm not trying to convince you in anything. Second, we can measure it. We can go building by building and see if we see them, or we expect to see them, if we on a flat plane, or whether they're a bit off from a flat plane. Now, on small scale, wait, I didn't finish. On small scale, we wouldn't see it. If we look a bit farther away, let's say a few miles, we will start to observe it. The building is this size. According to your principle of perspective, it should be this angular size, and therefore its top should be here, but its top is not here. Its top is a little bit below it. So we know something is off. I didn't claim globe yet, but it's not flat.
Oh,
If we carefully measure it, do you know Larry GPS, Larry Scott, what is his name? He made observation that his observation was very simple. He observed the mountain from various locations over years. He knows his elevation at each point, and he's doing the trick. He's doing at what angle should I look? What is the height? He measured the height of the mountain. Said I'm in this elevation. I walk through the laws of perspective, and I say I need to see the mountain. The mountain is a fixed size, right? But every time, from every different location, the mountain shows a different height. If you go by the laws of perspective, and he
What are the
plots
laws
the
of
dot.
perspective? What are the laws of perspective? How would you know how far perspective is supposed to make you see?
Perspective has no limits.
How do you know it's off?
So I tell you how I know it's off. Every time he gets a different, even if he from one location, which is lower than what he observed, he see it below his horizontal. So the mountain become a negative height. It's like it's
Well, you're
it's like
talking
a
about one
design.
guy's observations, like you're just referencing this guy
Yeah,
that.
a professional surveyor, and he plots
Yeah,
the dot,
but
and you see if you follow the dots show a curve.
well,
All he
you know,
did is he changed location and observed the other location, which is fixed.
if that was the case, this argument would have been over a long time ago if that was actually like a valid measurement. You know, it's not. I mean, it may be what he interprets it,
What?
but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not just perspective.
You take it to the line and you take the measurement. What do you mean it's not valid?
I'm not saying it's
It's an
not valid. I'm saying
observation.
it's not negating the idea that it could be just perspective.
Well, he used the laws of perspective.
Okay.
He used the
There's
functions of
no set
perspective.
measurement. There's no set measurement for perspective though, so you can't say it's
Yes,
often
there
what
is.
perspective should show. What? What's the
Every
law?
time you use tangent function, you use a perspective function.
Right, but it varies. It varies all the time. You know that.
No, it doesn't. The
It
function
does,
tangent is a
depending on
function
atmosphere.
tangent.
You know, there's all kinds of things that make it vary. You know that.
You put a number in the function, it spits another number. That's it.
Or you're saying there's a consistency to observations, long distance observations. You can always depend on it being
Do it at home and see it's consistent.
If it was, it wouldn't be a phenomenon.
All right, so
I can show you easily. I'll put two batteries. I'll put two batteries. Let's say one at 2 feet from me and one at 4 feet from me, and we can measure that the one that is further away is exactly half the size of the first one.
Yeah, you're talking about perspective.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And if I'll use the tangent function, you'll see I'll get this result. I'll get this should be this size and this should be this size.
Well, you realize that like if it is a stationary Earth, it's not flat. We agree to that. You know, there's terrain, so the heights of the mountains are kind of questionable to begin with, exactly how high they are, and whatever else. But also, your atmosphere is going to change your view, and the perspective is going to make it either higher or lower depending on the day and all that. So. But then if it is stationary Earth, then it seems like what they might have done is they figured out how to reverse engineer what you would normally see with perspective, and they include this idea of standard refraction, and then they can always have it. They seem like a globe to people that want to believe it's a globe. That's what it seems to be, right? If it is stationary, that would be the case, right? That would have to be.
Look, invoking refraction is a legit argument. Now we need to see what refraction does. Usually, I wanted to chime in. I couldn't when Rakia was talking. Yes, we can see clearly in the black swan that refraction can make things look not only convex but also concave. We see it in the picture. We see the boom there bending up. So that's concave, right?
Well, yeah. So then, how do you depend on any kind of accuracy if it could be one or the other?
Right, but that is a very, very rare conditions. You need to be very low on close to the ground, and a very rare conditions when the water are colder than the air above. This does not happen every day.
Right, but it's relative to other things that might be slightly that way or slightly not that way.
Right.
So it's hard to say with any accuracy.
So we choose the day and the time of the day that we know those effects are the minimal. Then
so you can reify your model?
Sorry?
You mean so you can reify your model?
No, so we can have a good observation.
But you have all you've presented was that one image. You haven't presented any data of what time they took the picture. What was the atmosphere? The
I presented it. I presented the camera detail. Camera details are there. I posted them.
What was
the name, the focal length, everything is there. The model of the camera, and perhaps the time also.
Yeah, what was the visibility? What was the density? What was what was the refraction level? You haven't presented that.
Refraction level is standard.
Standard. That's just you're
Standard.
saying that.
Yes, it's 4
This
Earth
is-
seconds per mile.
Okay, that's just you saying that. How do you get that information?
Lift.
How did you get
This
that?
thing was studied.
How did you
This is a studied thing.
how did
Established
you get
science.
that information from?
From Larry GPS.
Okay.
Professional
Hey,
surveyor, does this thing all his life.
Is this Elbow or is his brother?
Yeah, it was Elbow.
Hey, what's up, Elbow?
What's up?
Were you
Perspective?
around back in the day with Nathan Oakley when he had Mick West on? Seemed like a big turning point in FED debate arena, which is kind of like the only thing going on as far as debates go at the time. He had Mick West on, and Mick West went and had to change his Metabunk Metabunk website. That was kind of telling, right? He had to admit that the radius was an assumed distance, and he also had to take away the idea that they could keep the full height of a building in the distance because you're looking at the perspective and all that. That was interesting. That was a huge thing because the Globers couldn't come on anymore and just say, "Here's the hidden value. It matches the calculator. There you go." You know. And I don't think that we can. I think ever since then, any kind of like Glober claiming that there's some kind of hidden value that matches the globe is just like null and void. Ever since then, including what we just heard.
That's your opinion. Look, when I need data, I go to the horse mouth. I would not go to Mick West to ask him things about surveying because he's not a surveyor. I'll go to Larry. I'll go to Jesse Kozlowski. Those are the professionals. Those the people I will ask.
And who's the one? Larry was the one that took this picture.
No, this is a casual photographer. Casual. He's a professional.
Okay, so hold on, dude. So you're bringing up Larry like he was the one that took the picture because he was the one that got the
No,
data.
it took other people. No, two different stories.
Okay, so okay. Well, I'm asking you about the picture though, man. This picture here.
Yes.
How did you get that it was standard refraction?
Because it's 1,200 feet. The observer is at 1,200 feet. Standard reflection at 1,200 feet. Start at 100 meters. So you'll say it's not 6/7R, it's 6.05/7.
The question is then, if you're saying that at 1,200 feet, it's always standard refraction. Where can you can you cite that for me? Can you give me a citation that says when you're at 1,200 feet, there's always standard refraction. There's never anything else.
I
There's no
just stated.
Morgana.
I said.
I don't.
Yes, no Fata Morgana. I stated maybe it's not 6/7R, maybe it's 6/7.5R or 7.1R. This could vary slightly, but it's in the range of standard refraction, about 4 seconds per mile lift.
See, now you're already assuming the globe. Anyways, the thing
No, I'm
is,
telling you the measurements, the different in the discrepancy in measurements. Established facts, measured, tested, science done.
Yeah, where's the citation for this? That at 1,200 feet is always that.
I told you the statement would be that standard refraction start at 100 meters.
Where is that at?
That I'll
Always
find you.
starts at 100
I'll
meters?
find you. Yes. It's 100 meter. The atmosphere become very stable. It's far enough from the ground, so the ground don't have much effect of it. Of course, it has effect. The hot air rise up, but it's stable. It's not hectic.
So there is no. You're not looking through more atmospheric distance when you're looking
You
towards the
do,
ground.
you do.
So it is denser. So you do have more of an issue.
No, it's not
right?
denser. It's not denser. It's lighter at 100 feet. It's getting
Well,
lighter
if
as you
you're
go
looking
up.
straight ahead, but once you're looking,
It's not
different
denser.
directions, it's
I
not.
looked.
So you're not
I
looking
looked
through
through
more.
more air. I
You're not
looked
looking
through
through
more air.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the more air means there's more water. That means there's more of a lens.
There's no lens.
Also, the atmosphere doesn't act as a lens, right?
But I told you it's accumulating. It's 4 arcseconds per mile. 2 mile 8. 3
You don't
mile
know that.
12. Yes, I do.
No, you don't. And you don't know if the foreground is different than the background. You don't know the angle change. If you're looking through a real thin layer of air into at a downward angle, you're getting different effects as if you're looking through a real dense layer of air at an upper angle. Depends on where the light source is. There's so many factors that he doesn't take in. It's actually laughable that he brings this up and thinks it's some type of gotcha and asks us to explain his lunacy. I mean, I'm not even sure why. I know why he's able to talk here today, because none of the other Globers are here because it's such a low level. And this is what he brings. I mean, at least bring something with some type of something you've done, like actually occurred because you took the picture, the distances, the elevations, everything about it because you did it. Don't use someone else's behind a keyboard and then act like you had something and then deny all the other things.
Look here. Buy me an auto level. I'll do
I
it.
don't need a response. I don't need a response from you, Chaiki. I just made a statement about your observation, which you didn't even do.
I want to do the observation.
I don't care.
have the
I
tools.
don't need it.
I don't have the
care
tools. You
about
want
that.
to help
Just
me?
like you. Just
You
like
want
you.
to
I
help
don't
me?
care
You
about.
want to
I don't
help me,
care
or you
about
want to keep me
No,
in the
I don't
state
want to
that
do
you can
anything
you
for
can
you.
state I didn't do it.
I don't need to do anything for you that you didn't do for yourself in the first place. You didn't even take the picture. And you want me to further, go out and do more for you? This is what you've done for 6 years. This is what I'm pointing out
I'm willing to do the job. I'm willing to do the
haven't
job.
done
I
anything.
don't have the money to do it.
You haven't done anything in 6 years. This is what you do.
I said I didn't. I said I didn't.
I know.
I don't have disputed with you on it.
I know,
want
but
to do it. Would you help me to do it?
No, I'm not helping you in any
No,
way.
then you want to keep me in the state that you can keep telling I didn't do it.
Yeah, I'm going to
That's
tell
what you
people
want.
again.
You want that.
Yeah, I know you won't let me speak again.